We cannot wait for today. We've got Jackson and Tim on the computers. Jen is also joining us on the computers. We've got a great crew here with Ballenran. We can't wait to sell this stuff. And you know what? Let's get underway here with lot number one. Lot number one is the Texaco Sky Chief pump sign here, and currently bid to $325 and then $350 and $25 and a half. That's $325. Folks, if you're joining us right now live, you have to click 2 times to bid, and $325 and $350 and $25.50. Fair warning, $325 and $350. Thank you very much. Sold $325. Thank you for joining us today. What a neat gathering of material. The phones have been ringing off the hook. Where do you find this stuff? Only here. Next is the RV Super Test Super Premium Gasoline signs, $350 now, $375. What a clean pair, $350 now, $375, and then $3.5, $75. There's 2 there at $350, $375, at $350 now, $375. Fair warning, $350 now, $375. Is that all? $350, $375. Sold them right there. Thank you, folks, for joining us today. Thank you for joining Miller & Miller Auctions, selling the premier collections of Petroliana in Canada. And next up is number 3, the Texaco Sky Chief pump sign. There is a clean bean. Take a close look at that one. At only $200 on this, $225. And then $225, a buy and a bargain. Now that is a buy and a bargain at $200, now $225. Click twice to bid, folks. Get your bids in. Thank you. And that's a deal at $25 and a half and $75. At half now, $75. Wakey, wakey, $250, now $275. Fair warning, gotta run at $250, $753. At $753, just waking up, $375. At $300, now $25. At $300, now $25. Fair warning, wake up to opportunities, $300 now $25 and $325 and then $300 now $325 and $50 at $25. Half fair warning, don't miss out. $325 and then half and $75 and $50 now $75. Don't lose this deal. $350 now $375. Fair warning, $350 now $375. Last chance and final call. Thank you very much. $350 gone. 4 is coming up. More Texaco material. Have to love this Sky Chief material here. Another pump sign. 100, 752, and 200, 225, and then 225. You are out. You have to be 225. Buy and a bargain at 225, and then 250 and 25.50. Anybody else? And that is a deal at buy and a bargain. 225, 250. Hammers in the air. 225, 250. Now 75 at 50. Now 75 and now 75 and now 75, 50 now 75. Last chance and call. Is that all? At 50. 753. Thank you, Tim. At 753. At 753 and 25, 3 and 25. 300 now 325. And is that all? 300, 325 and then 325. Sold it right there. Wow, good deal and nice on the condition side, isn't it? More of this material coming up. They get better and better. Take a close look at this at 1752. You have to be 200, sir. 25 now at 225. Thank you very much. 200 now 25. Better than the last one. 225 and then 225 and then 50. At 50 now 75. At 75. At 75. Just sold one 3.5. We have 2.5 and 75. 2.5 now 75. Buy in a bargain. 753. 753. 753 at 325. Money in the bank. 25 and then 25 and then 300. 325 and 300 now, 325 and 325. Sold it right there, folks. Thank you very much. Number 6, get those bids in. Click twice. I hate to see missed opportunities. And here we go with the Texaco pump sign there. Another nice one. They get better and better. 275.3 at 207.53. A buy and a bargain at 275.3. Take a close look at condition, folks. 275, 300. My hammer's in the air. We've got to run. 200, 753, 200, 753, 275, 300, 275, and now 3. Sold 275. Well done. Number 7. Ooh, I love this sign. You never see these. They all got mangled and damaged. This is the blue Sunoco pump sign. What an absolute beauty. Visually attractive as well. 300, 75, 400. It's Canadian. 300, 75, 400. At 300, 75, 400 on this one, they never turn up. The tips are always mangled. 425. At 425. This is what I'd be buying, the jewelry. At 25.50. At 425, 450, I'd be buying the jewels. 425, 450, like this, 25 and 50, buying a bargain. At 425, 450, fair warning, hammers in the air. 425 and 4.5 and 25.50. Sold it right there. Thank you, folks. Moving along to 8. Yes, we did indeed save the best for last. Take a look at this. No apologies. 425, 450. At 25.50, at 25.50, look at the condition report, 57.5. At 7.5, and you'll see why this rises beyond 5. 475, 500. At 475.5, now 5.5. It's condition, condition, condition. 5 now, 5.5, and then 5.50. At 5, 5.5, and then 5, 5.50. I think you need to factor condition in here, folks. 500, 5.5, but you be the judge. At 5, 5.5, gotta run. At 5, 5.5, and then 5, 5.5, and then 500. Now 5.50, fair warning. 500, 5.50, last chance, final call. That's a good deal. Well done. And we're moving along to number 9. This, the Indian pump plate here. 1940s, single-sided. It's a nice convex example. Where would you find such a thing? Look at the condition. 325, and everything's guaranteed right here at Miller & Miller Auctions. You never need to bid on pins and needles here because we guarantee what we sell. 325, 350. It's a condition. That's what you're buying here at 325, 350. 325, 350, and now 7.5. We suspect this has never been applied to a pump. 350, now 307.5. How could it have been? Look at the condition. 350, now 7.5. A buy and a bargain at 350, now 307.5. What do you say? At 350, now 307.5. These are the early morning bargains. Hammers in the air, though. I have to run. 350, 7.5, and then 350, now 75, and then 3.5, now 75. Well done. Well done. I congratulate you. That's what you're here for. And then number 10 is of course, the elephant kerosene Esso sign, 425. At 425, took it 450. At 450, sort, you have to be 450. Absentee at 425.50, now 7.5 and then 7.5. 7.5 and then 7.5. At 450, now 475. Where do you find them? 450, 475. Where do you find them? Fair warning. At 450, 407.5, and then 450, 475, and then 450, now 475. Fair warning. 450, now 7.5. Sold it right there. It is the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum sale. Pleased to be representing the Bennetts on this sale. Very exciting. And next we have the Reliance Standard Motor Oil Rack sign at only 407.5. 475.5. 475, 575, 5.5, now 600, please. At 5.5, 6. Where do you find these? 650, 700. Bet you don't have one. 758. 750, 800. Bet you don't have one. 758. And condition 859. No apologies. 850, 900. 850, 900. 850 now 999. 850 now 900. 850 now 900. 850 now 9. Took it 950, please. At 900, 950, fair warning, 1,000, 951. At 950, 1,000, 951, fair warning, 951, last chance and call, 951,000. Thank you very much. Sold. 12. Now, this has piqued the interest of many advanced collectors. The Canadian Oil Company's distributor door sign, 1,300, 1,400. 1,400. Clean as a whip, 1950s. 1,300, 1,400. It's a Canadian sign. Pleased to see this one come through the door at 1,300, 1,400. 13, 1,400. It is indeed White Rose. How many of these were made? 1,300, 1,400. 1,300 is all. 13, 1,400. Hammer is in the air at 13, asking 1,400. Is that all? Fair warning. At 13, 1,400, 13, now 1,400. Sold it right there. Thank you very much today for joining us. Lot number 13. This I thought was neat. It's the Masonite Fram Oil Filter Service tool rack. It's die cut. 125, 150. At 125, 150, 125, 57.5. Neat little piece. At 150, 175. It's Petroliana. Nothing could be hotter right now. At 150, 175. At 150, 175, 2. Nothing could be hotter. 175, 2. Bet you can't find another one of these. At 225, at 225, at 225, and then 200, now 225, fair warning, 225, kiss it goodbye, 200, now 225. Sold it right there, thank you. 14. Lot number 14, yes, of course, the square Fram oil clock here, a nice clock there. I believe it's a PAM, 150, 175. 150, 175, 1.5, 175. Is that all on this mid-century clock? 175, 200. At 175, you won't find a nicer one, 225. It's your quality. 225 and then 225, fair warning. At 50 now, 225 and then 250. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. I should think so, 275. At 250 now, 75. Is that all? Hammers up. 250 now, 275. Put 250 now, 275. Last chance and call. Sold it right there, 250. We move along to 15. Now this one is cool. This is the double bubble. We always have people asking us for double bubble clocks. This one is the rare Fram double bubble here at only 500, 550, 600. Nothing looks better than a double bubble clock. 600, 650, and now 700, 6.5, 7. I love this clock. 650, now 700, 650, 700. Doesn't that look good lit? At 650, 700 is all on the double bubble. 657. We've sold them for thousands. 657 is all we have on this double bubble. At 650, 700. At 650, 700. Double your pleasure with the double bubble. At 700, 750. At 7 now, 750. It's rare. 7, 750 and 7, 750 and 7, 750. Fair warning. At 7, 750 and 7, 750. Last chance and call. 700 now, 750. Your turn. 750. Sold it. Thank you very much. Moving along to 16. This one, the Chrysler Mopar lighted clock there with the Masonite dial. 400, 425. 425. 400, 425. And then 400, 425. Is that all? At only 400, 425 on this one. 400, 425. Last chance and call. 400 now, 425. Nice deal there. And then 17, moving along. Oh yes, the Sundrop Golden Girl lighted clock. Now, it's almost too good to be true, isn't it? But it is real. At 1,300, 1,400, 13, 1,400, 1,300, 1,400. What do you say? At 1,300, 1,400, 13, 1,400. The iconic Golden Girl should be in every serious collection. At 1,300, asking 1,400. Is that all? Are we finished? 13, 14. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Nice. Very good. Always have to love the advertising that features the bottle. This, the new grape clock, 350, 300, 75, and no apologies here at 350, 375, and 425. It's Miller & Miller quality. It wouldn't be here if it wasn't. 425 and then 450 at 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, 50, now 75. It's an investment. 50 now 75, 450 now 475. That's a buy, that's a bargain. 450 now 475 at 457.5. Don't lose this deal at 450, 407.5. Fair warning, 450 now 407.5. Last chance and final call, 450 now 407.5. It's your turn. Sold it right there, 450. 19, we move along. Keep in mind, folks, you've got to click twice to bid, and oh, I hate to see missed opportunities. I hate it. Monarch Foods lighted clock there. There's another rare clock, back to back at 207.5, asking 3. Thank you, Tim, 325. 325. I have 3. I need 325. You're out. 325 now. Took it 50. 25.50. At 25.50 is all. 325.50, circa 1995 pricing here, folks. 325, 350. Is that all? Really? At 400, 325, 350. My hammer's in the air. I will put it down at 325, 350. Fair warning, 25 and then 50 and 25, 50, 25 and a half. Sold it right there. That's why you're here. There are opportunities. Like this one, number 20, the Canada Dry double bubble clock. We've sold these before, but never this clean. 1,300 asking 1,400. This is a rare clock, and yes, indeed, it has the ring above. At 1,300, 1,400. The Arbor at 1,400, 1,400. Now, what a piece this is. And 1,600. That is a rare clock. At 1,600. And to find one unscathed, nearly impossible. At 1,500, 1,600, 15, 1,600 is all. 15 on the double bubble. Now, 1,600, it's your turn. At 15, 1,600, don't lose this deal. If you like condition, 15, 1,600, why not? At 1,500, 1,600. At 15, 1,600, 15, 1,600, fair warning, 1,500, now 1,600. Sold it right there, and you know the funny thing is that 1,500 is worth 14 next year. Unlike in that clock. And now 21, we move along to Dairy Lee ice cream clock. Nice selection of dairy today as well. At 325, 50 now 75, 50 now 75, 50 now 75, half now 75, 50 now 75, 350 now 75. That's a rare clock. 50 now 75. At 50 now 75, buying a bargain. 50 now 75, fair warning. 50 now 75, 350 now 75, and then 350 now 75. Last chance and final call. Sold it right there. Thank you. It's the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum auction. I've been losing sleep for weeks thinking about this one. And 22, it's the French-Canadian Confectionery Store bins. Yes, more of this general store material at 325 and 350 for 2. At 325 and 350, that is a buy. At 325 and 50 now 75. Rare, 50 now 75, 50 now 75, 350 now 375 and then 350 now 75. Fair warning at 350 now 75 and then 350 now 75. Sold it right there. Thank you for joining us. Miller & Miller Auctions. And by the way, October 29th is approaching very quickly. Consign with us. 23 is the St. Lawrence Flour Bread Delivery Basket. These are always scarce. I'm only showing 375, 4 on this one. At 307.5, 4, 375, 400, 375, now 400, 375, 400, 307.5, 4. What do you say? At 307.5, 4, fair warning, 375, 400, now 375, and now 400. Sold it right there. General store counter display case. We're always asked for these. At only 175.2, that's a buy and a bargain at 175.2. At 175, 200, 175, 200. It's a nice one. At 175.2, what do you say? At only 175, 200, 175, now 200. Anyone else? At 175, 200, 175, 200, 175, and now 2. Very good. 25. Moving along. Die-O-La. Package die cabinet here. We've got a few of these today, and don't let that confuse you. These are one of the most collectible pieces of country store advertising. The display cabinet. They stand alone and make an impact. 175.2. At 175.2 on this one. At 175.2, and we ship to you. At 175.2, fair warning. At 175, 200, 175, 200, 175.2, your turn. Sold at 175. 26. That's 26. Ah, yes, always the best for last. Diola cabinet, 150. Now, your turn again, 175. That is a buy and a bargain at only 150, 107.5. It's country store advertising at its epitome at 150, 107.5. Yes, now 2 at 107.52. It's the nice one, 107.52. It's the best one, 107.52, 107.52, 175, 200, 175. Now 2. Sold it right there. It's the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. This is the third of these. It's a beauty at only 150, 107.5. This is the opportunity then at 150, 107.5. We save the best for last at 150, 107.5, at 150, 107.5, and then 150, 107.5, and then 150, 107.5, and then 1.5 now 75. Sold it right there. 28 is the Putnam package die cabinet here. A nice clean example of this one at 107.52. Yes, now 225. I love this cabinet at 200, now 25, and then 225, and then 225, and then 200, now 225, and then 200, 225. Fair warning. At 200, now 225, and then 200, 225, and then 200, now 225. Sold it right there. 29, we moving along here to 29, the Clark & Company Anchor Spool Cotton Cabinet. Amazing what came out of this Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum here. They had assembled a general store in the museum, and wow, these were the pieces that made it pop. 350, 307.5, 350, 307.5 only. At 350, 307.5, a buy, a bargain, 3754, 3754. Thank you, 25. Took it on the phone, right? 25, and then 50. Back to you. Yes, 75, 75 on the phone, 75, 3, 4, yeah, 500, please. Fair warning. At 755, at 755, at 755, at 4, 75, 5, 4, 75, 5, 4, 75, money's with Tim, 4, 75, 500. Thank you, gents. We move along to the Corticelli Silks cabinet here. Now that is a special cabinet. Take a closer look at what you're buying there. In fact, did a little crawling on this one. It is a rare cabinet. It's a great cabinet, and I think you need to take a second look at how important this little one is. At only 500, 550, it would be the deal of the day if I put the hammer down at 500, 550. I assure you of that. 500, 5.5. 500, 5.5. 500, 5.5. Is that all? At 500, 5.5, and then 5, 5.5, and then 5, 5.5, and then 5, 5.5, and then fair warning. At 5, 5.5, and then 5, 5.5, and then 5, 5.5, and then 500, 550. Last chance, final call. That's a deal. And 31, the J&P Coats Spool Cotton cabinet here at 325 and then 50 and 25 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 and then 50 in general store materials. Great. At 50 now 75, at 75, at 75, at half now 75. You are out. You have to be 75, half now 75. That's a deal. At half now 75, half now 75. That's 350, 375 and an evidence 75 and an evidence 75 and an evidence 75 and then 350 now 75. Sold at 350. 32 is the Corticelli Spool Cotton cabinet there. There's a beauty there too. There's a beauty there too at 325 and 350. Opportunities abound today in the country store advertising at 325 and 350. At 325, they assembled their own general store. And let me tell you, when you walked through that store, you felt like you were back in 1920. It was pretty darn incredible. At 350, now 375. And these were the pieces that made it happen. At 350, now 375. At 350, now 375. They told the story, and that is what made their museum great. Is your collection great? 307.54. At 307.54. At 307.54. Make your collection great at 425 and then 425 and then 425 and then 400, 425 and then 400, 425. Fair warning at 400, 425. Very nice. 400. Sold another one as we move along to 33. We are building great collections. Building great collections, that's what we do with your help. Thank you so much for joining us today. Now this is neat. We've got a video of this. Yes, thank you very much. It's incredible, the animation of this store advertising clock. Now you've got to remember, When retailers had customers in their store, they said, how can we get their attention? How can we capture the attention of these people that are captive? And they decided on this little clock with a rotating scroll and banners that come down and tell you about all their products. Now, let me tell you something. As far as ingenuity goes, I don't think it gets a whole lot better. And as far as rarity goes, it doesn't get any better than this advertising clock. And what do you say? At $37.50, 4,000. All I can say is this: they had it in their museum, and this was the piece that everybody lined up to see. At $37.50, 4,000. Now, if you asked Richard Bennett or Evelyn, what are those pieces that you thought to get, and those ones that had the wow factor? They would lead you to pieces like this. It took them a lifetime to acquire them, and now it's available at $37.54. Now, conversation piece, as far as rarity, it's all there. And I've got $37.50, 4,000. Folks, anything else? At $37.54. At $37.50, 4,000. Anybody else? At $37.54 with the wow factor. At $37.54, $37.54. Fair warning, last chance and call at $37.50. Now $4,000. Congratulations. You can't find things like that. 34 is the Phoenix Automobile Bermuda Bell here. Of course we have automobilia here. Of course we have the accessories that fit on brass era vehicles because we've got the vehicles to go with them. This was all on display. This is the Bermuda Bell, the foot tapper at $225, $250. At $25.50, at 50 now, pardon me, $320, $325, at $325 and then $325, at $325 and then $325, at $300 now $325 and then $325 and then $325.50 now $75, at $75, at $75, at $75, brass era $75, at $50 now $75, at $50 now $75, fair warning, $350 now $75 and then $350 now $75. Sold it right there. Very good. It's the brass era stuff that we fight for, isn't it? And this one, the klaxon. Ooh, yes. Accessory Model T automobile horn. Push that thing and find out what happens. Got it on film? 400, 300, 225, 250. At $25.50. What does that sound like? At $225, 250. It's the coolest thing going. At $225, 250, and $25, and $50, and $25, and $50, and $25, and $50, and $25, and $50, and fair warning, $225, $50, now $75. You press that thing and you're back in the era at $25.50, at $50 now $75, at $50 now $75, at $250 now $275, fair warning, now $75.3. You are back in time at $753, at $207.53, at $207.53, fair warning, $207.5, and then $300, $207.5 now $3. Love it. $207.5. I love this stuff. It's the brass era material here, folks, that people fight for. I have a bugle horn here that I think we're in the basement on at $25, $50. Is that all? $50, $75, at $50, $75. Now that is a buy, and that is a bargain. Fresh out of that museum. It was in a showcase at $50, now $75, $50, now $75, $50, now $75. Fair warning, $50, now $75. Last chance, final call. Sold it right there at $37. We move along to more of these, but they're better and better and better. This one, the Signal brass era automobile bugle horn here, all intact at $100, $125, at $100, $125, at $100, $125. They used to have these at Eastside Mario's, $125, $150, at $125, $150, at $125, $150. They're just too cool. At $125, $150, and $150. Now $107.5. Used to squeeze it and they'd know the customer was there at $150, $175. And nothing is cooler at $175.2. At $175.2. At $175.2. Gotta run $175.2. Gotta run $175. Now $200, $200. Now $200. Sold at $175. Thank you, folks, for joining us. If you're into brass era vehicles, if you're into great automobilia, signage, music machines, Miller & Miller auctions, thank you for joining us. This one, the Lucas brass era automobile horn, lot 38, $250 now $75, $250 now $75, at $250 now $75, stamped King of the Road, at $250 now $207.5, fair warning, at $207.5, at $250, $207.5, and then $250 now $207.5, and then $250 now $207.5. Last chance and final call, $250 now $75. Sold it right there. And 39, yes, moving along. Here we go with the French brass era automobile horn. These are the ones that they fight for there. Look at the form on this one. Nonpareil, I believe it's called, at 125, 150, at 125, 150, now 175, at 175, at 175. Accessorize your vehicle with the best, or just put it on display, 1752, at 1752. It's jewelry, 1752, at 175, 200, 175, 200, 175, 200, 175, 200, 175, 200. Fair warning, 175, 200, 175, now 2. Sold it right there, thank you. And then 40. These were all in display cases at the Fenelon Falls Museum, untouched by human hands for years, at 125, 150. 125, the Rubes style brass ear horn, 150, now 175, 150, now 752, 752, 752, 752, 75, 225, at 200, now 225, at 225, and then 225, and then 225, fair warning, 225, and then 225, and then 225, and then 200, now 25, sold it right there, 241. Moving along at a torrid pace today, the other Rubes style, we did save the best for last, please take note, at 25, 50, 751, 751, 125. Yes, better than the last 125, now 50, at 25 and 50 and 25 and 75 and 75 and 75 and 75 and 50, 75 at 50 now 75 and then 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 50 now 75. Fair warning. At 150, 175, at 150, 175, 150, 175, fair warning, last chance and call, sold at 150, and then moving along to 42, this is the CT Ham Manufacturing traction engine headlamp here. These are pretty darn neat, right out of the museum, 200, 225, and then 50. At 25, 50, where do you find them? 25, 50, 25, 50, and that's 225 and then 250. At 225 and then 250. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, fair warning, 225. Is that all? Hammers in the air. At 25, now 50, 25, now 50, 25, now 50, 25, now 50. Sold it right there. Sold at 25. Why wait to bid, folks? I hate to see missed opportunities. I do. And he who hesitates, as they say, is lost. 1752 on this one, it's the lot number 43, the self-generating accessory carbide lamp there, an incredible innovation there. There's a sleeper at 1752, 175, 200, 175. It self-generates at 175, 25. Cool invention at 225, at 225. How many of these are around? You know what they call this? A museum piece. What a coincidence. 250, 275. What a grand coincidence. 250, now 275. At 250, now 275. At 250, now 275. Put it in your museum. At 250 now 75, fair warning, 250, 75, last chance and call, 250 now 275, sold at 250. Thank you folks for joining us today. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. And 44 is the Miller Chapman Model T era anti-theft device. Now, let me explain. This went on the tire. This went on the wheel of the vehicle so that nobody would drive off with it. Now, could you imagine if some careless thief didn't realize this thing was on the wheel and started to take off? Now, that is a conversation piece. Pretty darn neat. You clasp it around the wheel as an anti-theft device. Remember those club ads back in the 1990s? Well, guess what? This is the original club, and it attached to your wheel. Now, that is pretty darn cool. And I'm only at $100 and $125 on this one. This is what they did to protect these vehicles at $125, $150. Because if you were going into a pub, you'd want to make sure that vehicle was safe. And they didn't have those safety features, those keys that lock, those doors that lock. These vehicles were open. 150, 175 on this one. 150, 175. It's a conversation piece, and it's rare too. Look these up at 1752. You can't find them. 1752, anti-theft device, 1752, put it around the wheel, 1752, 1752, 1752, 1752, and I pity the thief at 1752, 1752, 1752, fair warning, 1752, 25, at 225. I pity the thief that tries to clunk off with this thing in the middle of the night, 225. at 225. Oh, shoot, at 225 and then 225 and then 225. Fair warning, 200 now, 225. Cool thing. I appreciate it. 45, the Leeds and Northrop potentiometer there, folks, at 75.1, 75.1. Gleaming with brass, 75.1, at 75.1, at 75.100, 75.100, 75.100. This was front row center in that museum at 75.1, at 75.100, 75.100 is all 75.100, 75.100, 75, and now one. Cool thing. 46, we move along. 46 is the next lot up for bids here. And again, we are dispersing today the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. All of these gems, many of these gems, should I say, came right from there. 650, 700 on this one, lot 46, 650, 700. What a display this makes at 750, at 750, at 758. It's a must-have 758 for the garage, 758. Early brass era stuff today, 758. Where would you find one? It's Canadian, 758. Thank you, 800, 850, 800, 850. Where would you find this display case? 800, 850 at 800, 850. Outfit your garage, 800, 8.5, 800, 850, 800, 850. Fair warning, 800, 850. Last chance and call, 800 now, 850. Sold at 800. I sold it at 800. Moving along to 47. This is the Delco Light power plant sign here at only 125, 150. It's got the look, 125, 150 at 2550. Now 75. Nice sign. 75 at 150, 175, 150, 175, and then 150, 75, 2. Nice early sign, 2. Nice early sign, 2. That's a buy and a bargain, 2 at 200, 225 at 200, 225. At 200, 225. Fair warning, 200, 225. Last chance and call, 200 now, 225. Sold at 200. Thank you, folks. 48. This is neat. Take a look at this. It's the A-frame easel sign. Dad's Electric lantern curb chalkboard sign. Yes, I should think so. That is cool. Take a close look. Conditions there, rarity is there, and wow, does that make a radical display at 600, 650. There's two signs there, two signs in that frame at 600, 650. 600, 650, double-sided, 600 now, 650, 600 now, 650. You'll be pleased with this, let me tell you. At 600, 650 is all I'm bid. At 600, 650. At 650, at 650, at 600, 650. Fair warning, hammers in the air. That is a buy and a bargain. 600, 650. Last chance and final call. Sold at 600. Thank you. Congratulations. As we move along to lot 49. 49 is the Super Test license plate topper there, crisp and clean. 200, 225. 200, 225. At 2550. At 2550. At 2550 now 75. 75, 775, 250 now 75. Nice one, 753 at 200, 75, 325 at 325, at 325. Clean as a whip, 300, 325, and then 325, and then 50 at 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. Now 75, now 75, 350 now 75 at 350 now 300, 75, and then 350 now 300, 75. Last chance and call. Sold it right there, 350. Thank you. 50, 50 coming up. That is lot number 50. Is the Super Test Service Award and ephemera here. That is an incredible lot of 4 pieces there, folks. 25. 25 hammers in the air. I need 25 on this lot. It's all about the bargains at 25 and then 25. You're buying the Super Test Award with the ephemera that goes with it. It's all good material here, folks. Yes, and then 25. Sold it right there. Thank you. Take it. 51, Super Test washroom keychains and ephemera, a nice cool lot there, cool and clean at 125, 150, 125, 150, the keychains, yep, at 125, 150, a few little bonuses there too, 125, 150, you're safe. At 125, 150, and 25, and 50, and 25, and 50, and 25, and 50, and 125, and 150, sold it right there, 52. Moving along, the Super Test 5-year service pin button there. Put this in your little showcase and smoke it. 57.5, 57.5, 50 now 75. Only 50 on this one at 50 now 75, 50 now 75. What do you say? 50 now 75. Sterling silver, might I add. 50 now 75. Fair warning. 50 now 75. Last chance. Final call. Sold it right there. And we move along to 53, the Super Test washroom courtesy mirror. Where do you find these? 125, 150, now 107.5. 150, now 107.5. 150, now 107.5, now 200. Where do you find them? 175.2. Yes, above the mirror in the washroom. You know the place at 200, 225. You have the place, 200, now 225. And it is the real deal. Can't say I've seen one. 25.50. Can't say I've seen one. 57.5. Put it above the mirror. You know where it goes. 57.5. 57.5. 57.5. Above the sink. 57.5. At only 250 on this one. 275. That's a bargain for an original Super Test. 50 now 7.5. Fair warning. 250 now 207.5. 50 now 7.5. 50 now 7.5. Sold it right there. 54. Now this is the nice one. It's another mirror, but this is the early one here, the courtesy mirror Super Test. 225, 250. Take a look at this. Stop at the sign of the maple leaf. Stop at the sign of the maple leaf. It says it right on the mirror. This is the one to be buying. 250, 275.3. It's smaller than the other one. 275.3. The right size at 207.5, 325 and 325. A good early one. 325. Bet you don't have one at 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. Now that's 325, 350. Fair warning. And 75 and 75 and 75. It's rare. 754, 754. Super Test 754, Super Test 754. Fair warning, buying a bargain. 300, 754, 300, 754. Sold at 375. Folks, thank you so much for joining us today. This is rare. It is the washroom sign. It's a little plaque. It's porcelain. And it is an absolute beautiful thing. It's a gem. It's rare. It's available for you at only $475.5. $475, 500, $475 now 5.5. 500, 550. If you like it, buy it. If you don't have it, buy it. This is rare. Believe me, 5.5, 600. Don't kiss this goodbye. 600, 650. At 600, 650. Complete your collection. That's why you're here. That's why you're spending your time. That's why you're investing your time. 600, 650. At 600, 650. This is rare Canadian Super Test porcelain. 600, 650. It is so cute and clean, it'll fit in the palm of your hand or your glove box. 600, 650. What a beauty. What a gem. At 600, 650. At 600, 650. Fair warning, I'm all bid. 600, 650. Last chance. Yes, now 700. 700. Do not miss this opportunity. Do not lose this deal. 700, 750. Thank you for the quick bid. 750. Fair warning. Fair warning. Got it up. 700, 750. Now 800. 800. Don't lose this deal. 800, 850. Thank you for your quick bid. At 800, 850. Fair warning. Hammers in the air. 800, 850. Don't lose this deal. 800, 850. Fair warning. Yes, now 9. 850 now 900. You know the rarity. 859. You know the rarity. 850 now 900. Now I lost you. 850 now 9. Rarity. One more kick. Are you sure? 859. 950 now. 950 now. It's money in the bank. You know the scarcity. 900, 950. What do you say? My hammer's in the air. At 900, 950. Gotta run. 900, 950. Last chance and final call. 1,000. 1,000. Yes, 1,100 now, please. 1,100. 1,100. It's a great one. 1,000, 1,100. You have to decide. 1,000, 1,100. Are you ready to let this go? At 1,000, 1,100. Don't let it slip away. 1,000, 1,100. Fair warning. 1,000, 1,100. Sold it. Thank you very much. 56. Yes, of course, the Super Test rack. Now, these are always mangled and damaged. This one is not. It's a beauty. It's a beauty. Double-sided porcelain die-cut sign for the rack. And yes, you get the bonus rack too. 22.5, 2,500. We've never seen one this clean. Justin's exact words when we put this in the van. I've never seen one that clean. 22.5, 25. 22.5 and 25. 22.5, 25. It's the early Super Test. At 22.5, 25. It's clean as a whip. At only 22.5, 2,500. I think you need to take a closer look at the condition. That's what you're missing. 22 and a half and 25. Hammers in the air, gotta run. 22 and a half and 25. 22 and a half and 25. 22 and a half and 25. If you don't have one, make it this one. That is a deal. At 22 and a half and 25. 22 and a half and 25. Anyone else? At 22 and a half and 2,500. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. At 22 and a half and 25 and 2 and a half and 5 and 2 and a half and 5 and 2 and a half and 2,500. Sold it right there. Thank you. 57, that's 57, Canadian National Telegraph, cable office flange sign there, folks. It's the flange, 700, 750. Fenelon Falls Museum, 700, 750. At 7, 7, have it, and 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 fair warning. Sold it right there. It's 58. 58. Oh, yes. And you know what makes this one? You know what I'm going to say. What makes this one is that flange that it hangs from. It's always hung from that flange. And that's what makes this so charming, authentic, incredible. 7, 950, 1,000. 950, 1,000. 951, the bracket makes it. 951, the flange makes it. 951,000, 951,000, and now 1,100. It's your turn. At 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100. Can't say I've seen one. 1,112. 1,112. Don't lose this deal at 1,112. 1,112, got to run. 1,112, got to run. 1,112, 1,112, 1,112. Fair warning. 1,112, 1,112, 1,112, 1,112. Sold. Thank you very much. 59, Western Union Telegraph cable sign with the pointing hand, with the directional. Now there's a special sign, always hanging in the museum. 500, 5 and a half, 500, 550, 500, 5 and a half, and then 5, 5 and a half, and then 5, 5 and a half, and then 5, 5 and a half, and then 5. At 500, 550, now 600, your turn. I think we're wrong. At 5 and a half, 6. At 600, 650. We've sold the common ones for more than this. 600, 6 and a half. It's got the pointing finger, double-sided. 650, 700, condition is there. 700, 750, condition's there. You will be pleased. At 700, 7 and a half. At 700, 7 and a half, double-sided porcelain, the gold standard of any sign. 700, 750, 800, 800. Yes, I think so. It's a buy at 750, 800. That's a buy and a bargain. 758. You are not wrong. At 758. At 758. At 758, fair warning. 758, last chance and final call. Sold it right there. Thank you. 60. Moving along to the CPR, Canadian Pacific Telegraph. This is cool. Salvage from the Ingersoll CPR station. I spoke with the gentleman that took it off of the station. It was back in the 1970s. He drove up with his little Pinto and he said, "How about getting that little sign on that station?" And the guy said, "Got a screwdriver?" 859. 859, ah yes, the good old days. 859, 950, 900, 950, 1,000 in bib overalls. 951, at 950, 1,000, 951. That's a rare sign. We haven't sold these variants. At 951, 951, 950, 1,000, fair warning. At 950, 1,000, 950, now your turn. 951, now 1,100. Can't say I've seen one. And now 1,000, 1,100 at 1,011. Got a screwdriver? 1,112 at 1,112. I'll take it down, 1,112, but that was in the 70s. 1,112, and now it could be yours at 1,100, 1,200, 1,100, 1,200. Fair warning, last chance, final call, your bid. Sold at 11. Thank you very much, folks. 61, the Canadian Pacific Railway Fire Extinguisher. You know, it's funny. Every time I see these things, I see them from a distance and I say, is it worth 50 bucks or is it worth 1,000? And I always look for that beaver. Here is your beaver at 500, 5 and a half, 500, 5 and a half, 500, 550. At 500, 5 and a half. Your turn at 500, 550, 500, 550. All in and done. Is that all? 500, 550. Yes, now 6. Yes, now 6. 5 and a half, 6. Don't be mistaken. at 550, 600, 550, 600. Canadian Pacific CP at 5.5, 6, 5.5, 6, 5.5, 6. You lose this deal, 5.5, 6, 5.5, 600. Sold it, thank you. Fenelon Falls Museum, this too was out of there. Richard Bennett loved the look of polished brass, and I please beg of you to keep polishing this brass. It would mean the world to him. That's how it should look. Take a look at the brass on this. It's a blasting box, but how many of these are gleaming with brass accents? This one is 4.5, 475. I think so. 450, 400, 75. It's a great one. Halifax at 450, 475, at 450, 475, worth every single penny at 450, 475. A Halifax, Nova Scotia at 450, 475, is that all? At 450, 475, and 450, 475, and 450, now 475, last chance and call, 450, now 475. Sold at 450, and then we move to 63, the W.W. Chown Belleville Defiance lantern there in blue. What a neat piece this is. 325. It was hanging from the rafters of the museum for years. At 325 and 350, a Canadian piece. At 325 and 350 and 25 and 50 and 25 and 50 and 25 and 50 and 75 and 75 and 75 and 75 and 4, 75 and 4, 75 and 4, 75 and 4, 300, 75, 400, last chance and final call, 300, 75, now 4. And 25, you almost lost this deal, 25, 50, and 25, 50. No hesitation, 25, 50, 25, 50, don't lose this deal. 25, 50, 25, 50, fair warning, 425, 450, and 75, and 75. So close, 450, now 475, 500, 755, rare, 755, 755, 755. What do you say, 755, 755, 755, 75, now 5. Sold. 64, Grand Trunk switch light. The Grand Trunk switch light. What do you say on this switch stand? It's got Grand Trunk written all over it. 600, 650. 600, 650. Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum, 600, 650 is all I'm bid. 6 now, 6.5. 6 now, 6.5. 600, 650. At 6, 6.5. Fair warning, my hammer is in the air. 600, 650, now 7. Now 7, 650, now 7. 650, now 7. Wow factor, check. 700, 650, 700. Don't lose the deal. 657. Anyone else? 657, 657, 650, now 7. Gone. 65, C.T. Ham. This one, the Railroad Signal Lantern. There is a nice one, polished brass, nickel plated, and it is rare. It's a presentation lantern. 700, 7.5, 700, 7.5. This, in the next lot, came from the same source, and they were presented to the same conductor. It belongs in your collection. 758. 758. They were found together. They were presented to the same conductor. I only have 758. 758. 1870s. D. Allison is the name on the base. 758. 758. 750 is all 800, 758, 758, 750, now 800, fair warning, 750, 800, your turn. Sold it right there. 66, yes, of course, the conductor's presentation lantern. What do you say on this? I have 3250, 3500. It is also the companion lantern to the one we sold. Found together, it's the conductor's presentation lantern. You can never find these when the globe hasn't been carelessly shattered. But here today, we're selling one that is exactly the way you'd want to find one. Two-tone, 32.5, 3500. 32.5, 35, your turn. 32.5, 35. 32.5, 3500, fair warning. 32.5 and then 35. 32.5 and then 3500. Last chance and final call. 32.5. Now, your turn. 3500. Thank you very much. Well done. 67, Grand Trunk railway system map lithograph. This is framed. This raised a few eyebrows. Some advanced collectors saying, haven't seen one of those. 1700, 1800 on this litho. In its frame, some minor closed tears, but rarity makes up for all, doesn't it? 1700, 1800 on this Grand Trunk Railway System map lithograph there, folks. I've got 17 on the board. 1800, it is your turn. I think so. I think so. At 1700, 1800, yes, now 1900, please. 1900, don't lose this deal. You are winning at 1800, asking 1900. 1800, 1900, 1800, 1900. Hammers in the air. You are in the lead. And you, sir, are out. At 1800, 1900, 1819, fair warning, 1800, 1900, last chance and final call. Congratulations, I think you did well. This, the Organina Musical Marvel Organette there. A nice grouping of these organettes today here, folks. 300 and 325, and they're all out of the museum. 325 and then 325. 325, your turn. 325, 325, and some very rare examples like this one, 325. At 325 and then 325 and then 325, and is that all? At 325 and then 50, now 75, now 50, now 75. That is rare, and you are out. You have to be 75. 350, now 75. 350, now 75. 350, now 75. Fair warning. 350, now 75, last chance and call. 350, now 375. Sold it, thank you. 69, oh yes, the gem roller organ there, 1752. 1752, can we hear some of these working, gents? At 200, 225. 225, works like a charm. At 200, 225. At 200, 225, and then 200, 225, and then 200, 225. At 200, now 225, and then 225, and then 225, and then 225, and then 200, 225, and then 250. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, now 50, now 75. 50, now 75, 50, now 75, now 250, now 75. Fair warning, 250, now 753. 753, 753. At 200, 753. Fair warning, 200, 753, 200, 75, now 300. Sold it right there, 275. And then 70 is the mechanical organette paper roll organ there. Thank you again to Mike Bryan for assisting us with the catalog descriptions. Mike is an absolute genius in this area, and he's helped us extensively with cataloging. Thank you, Mike. 425, 450 on this one. Rare, rare, 1877. At 425, 450, museum pieces, which is why they were in a museum. 450, now 75. 450, now 75, which is why that's where they were. 4755, 4755, 4755, at 475, 500, 475, 500, 475, 500, 475, 5, fair warning, at 475, 500, 475, 500, 475, 500, 475, now 5. We are selling approximately 70 lots per hour. I'm going to pass the torch over to Justin. He's going to keep on going with these concert roller organs. Thank you, Justin.
Great, excellent. Moving right along, lot number 71, a concert roller organ here from the museum. This one at 275 and now 300. I've been 275 and then 3, I've been 275 here, now 300, 300, 300, I've been 275 and now 3, here and there. 300, now 325. Hey, I got a bit 325 and then 350. 325 and then 3.5, and a bit 325 and then 350, go 50, 325 and then 350. Is that it? Is that all on the thank you. 350, 375 and right back to you on the concert roller organ, 375 and 400. 375 and then 4, and a bit 375 and then 4, 1904. 375 and then 400. That's what it sounded like then, and that's what it sounds like now. 425 and 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5 on the concert roller organ. 425 and then 450. Is that it? Is that all? And fair warning, last chance and final call. 425 and 450. Sold it right there, 425. Sold at 425. Lot number 72. It's the Celestina paper roll organ, again coming from the Horseless Carriage Museum. These machines are ready to play, ready to rock. This one at 200, now 225. I'm at 200, then 225, and I get the bit 200, then 225. And I got the bit 2, then 225 on the Celestina paper roll organ, an American unit here from the 1890s at 200, then 225, and a bit 200, then 225. It comes with 19 paper rolls, a nice assortment of music with this one. 200, then 225. Is that it? Is that all? At 200, 225. Fair warning. Sold it right there at 200. Lot number 73 is coming up quick. It's the mechanical organette paper roll organ. This one comes with a paper roll as well. This is a Canadian machine from the 1880s, a rare one to say the least. At $650, now $700. I'm at $650, then $700. So nice to see these with the original stenciling, a great original unit. At $650, $700. I have $650, then $700, 6.5, and then 7 on the mechanical organette. $650, then $700, a Canadian machine. $600, then $700, $650, then $700. Is that it? Is that all? And fair warning, at $650, $700. Sold it right there, 6.5. Sold it at 6.5. 74. Coming up next, another mechanical music machine. It's the Chautauqua roller organ. This one from the 1890s. A lot of these coming out of the the Victorian era. What a beauty this one is at $225 only. And $250. Is that it? Is that all? $225. You hear it there. $250, $275. Thank you. $250, then $275, and then $275, and then $250, then $275 from the Horseless Carriage Museum in Fenelon Falls. $250, then $275, and the $250, then $275 is entertaining now as they were in their day. Thank you. $275 and $300. Right back to you. I'm at $275, $300, then $325, $300, then $325, and the $300 here, the $325. What do you say? I'm at $300, then $325, and the $300, then $325. Is that it? Is that all? At $300, the $325. Fair warning. Got it. Yes. Now $350, $325, and the 3.5. Got a bit quick. $325 and then 3.5 because we got to run. $350, the $375, and the $375, and the $375, and $350, $375. All through, all done. $350, $375. Sold it there, $350. Sold at $350. Lot number 75. Coming up next, it's the La Chanel 30-note concertina. The La Chanel 30-note concertina is what I see at $325 here. $350. Gotta love these concertinas. A cute little machine here at $325 and now 3.5. I have $325 and then 3.5, and $325 and then 3.5. A rare little unit. $350, thank you, $375. $350, then $375, and $350, then $375 in the La Chanel. At about $350, $375, and $375, and then $400. How about $400? $375 and then $4, $375 and then $4, about $375 and then $400. I have $375 and then $4, about $375 and then $4, to $375 and then $4. What a bargain here. Pay attention, everyone. A rich, full sound on this one. $375 and then $4, about $375 and then $400, all through and done. Last chance and final call. Sold it there at $375, sold at $375, moving right along to lot number 76, and we've got the Murphy's Work Clothing countersign, a great sign here from the 1950s. It's single-sided cardboard. The graphics stunning at $75 only, now $100. I'm at $75 and then 1, and a bit $75 and then $100. I have $75 and then 1, and a bit $75 and then 1. Is that all for this nice 1950s piece of store advertising at $75 and $100? Last chance and final call. We will sell it today. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold there, 75. Lot number 77 up next. The Stetson Kensington hats countersigned. You're buying a pair here, 1940s, and they scream 1940s. Great graphics at 50, now 75 asking. I'm at 50, then 75, you're buying the pair. And I got the bid 50, then 75, at the bid 50 here, then 75 and 50, 75. And I got the bid 50, 75 on the Stetson Kensington hats countersigned. They scream the era, but is that it? Is that all? We'll sell them today. Last chance and final call. Sold them there at 50, lot 78. Up next is the Airway Sharkskin Sport Jacket. Does that not scream 1940s? Take a look at the graphics on this one. The Airway Sharkskin Sport Jacket countersign at 100, then 125. I got 100 here, then 125. At a bid 1, then 125. At a bid 100 here, then 125. I got a bid 1, then 125. A Canadian countersign at 100 only, then 125. Fair warning. Last chance and final call, all through and done. Sold it right there. Sold it at 100. And 79's up next. Kitchens and Lewis Workwear. These are World War II era clothing signs, counter signs here. Canadian ones at 75 only, then 100. And 75 and then 1, and a bit 75 and then 1, and 75 here, then 100. You have 100. I'm at 75 and then 1. And I get the bit 75 and then 1. Is that it? Is that all at 75 and then 100? All through and done. Sold those at 75, sold them 75 only. Here we go, Dominion. Everybody loves these rubber footwear countersigns. You're buying a pair of them, a beautiful pair, condition is there, and they're Canadian. 50, now 75 only. At 50, then 75, at a bit 50 here, 75, at the 50, 75. I got a bit 50, then 75, at the 50, 75, at the 50, 75 on the Dominion rubber countersigns. 50 only, then 75. Is that it? Is that all? We're at 50, and now 75. Fair warning, last chance, final call all through. Sold them right there, 50. Sold them 50, 81. Here it is, the Carhartt's Work Garments sign. You saw what we got for the porcelain convex sign that came out of New Hamburg here. A very nice cardboard countersign here from the 1940s for Carhartt's. Currently advanced to 8.5, that's 850, asking 900. I'm at 850 to 900. I've never seen this one before. We could not find any information on the internet. It's a rare one. 850, now 900. And I get the bid 8.5 and then 900, 8.5 and then 9. And I get the bid 8.5 and then 9, and a bid 8.5 and then 9, and a bid 8.5 and then 9. But are we all done? 8.5 and then 900. Fair warning. One last chance to get your bid in. We're at 8.5, 900, and the hammer's in the air. I will sell it today. Sold it right there, 850. Great buy. Nice piece. Moving along, lot number 82. Lot number 82, the World War II era Carry On Canada countersign. And it's 1940s, World War II. We're at 300, then 325. And I get the bid 300, the 325, but a bid 300 here, then 325. Die cut. What a great look it has. The color is there. It's retained its bright colors. 300, then 325. And I get 300, then 325. And a bid 300 here, then 325. But is that it? Is that all? At 300, 325. One last chance to bid. All through and done. Fair warning. Around the ring. Sold it there at 300. Sold at 300. Lot number 83, it's Winchester. One of the most collectible names in advertising for their stainless cartridges. It's a nice poster here, 1931, and we've been advanced to 250, 275, and now 300. 275 at the 3, to bid 275 here, then 300. 275 at the 3, to bid 275. It's double-sided. 275 at the 3, to bid 275 at the 300. I got a bid 275 at the 3. I've never seen this one before, and it's dated. It's 1931. Nice small poster here at 275 and 300. Is that it? 300, okay, 325, 325, and then 350. 350, 375, and then 400. 375, and then 400, then 425. And I get the bid 4, then 425, and then 425 on the stainless cartridges poster from Winchester at 400, then 425. Still plenty of room to go on this one at 400, then 425, but a bid 400, then 425. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today at 400, then 425. Give it one more try. What do you say? All through and done. Hammers in the air, last chance and call. Sold it right there at 400. Great buy, nice piece, but we've got to move along to 84, the Western Winchester. It's the Pheasant Hunt poster. This one from 1955. Great graphics on this at 150 only, and then 175. 150, then 175 for a Winchester poster at 175 and then 200. 175 and then 200, then 225. And a bit 200, then 225. What a great piece. Hang this above your fireplace, put it in your cottage. A great look, original advertising, and get your money back when you're all done enjoying it. 225 and then 250. 225 and then 250. I'm at 225 and then 2.5, and a bit 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 2.5, but is that it? Thank you. 250 and 275 and right back to you. What do you say? 275, okay, 300. 300, 275 and then 300, 275 and then 3. I'm at 275 only, and now 300. 275 and then 3, fair warning. All through and done. We will sell it today at 275, 300. Last chance and final call. Sold at 275, sold, 275. Here's my favorite, lot number 85, the Remington UMC, that's United Metallic Cartridge, Big Game Rifles poster, and what are we at? 300, thank you, 425 I have, now 450. 425 and then 450. There's something about a die-cut poster just pops out at you. This one showing the cartridge and the bear. What a great, great advertising piece. At 425, now 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5, and a bit 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. I'm gonna bid 425 and then 4.5. Is that it? Is that all? At 425 and 450, fair warning. All through and done. Last chance and final call. Sold it there at 425, sold at 425. Moving along, lot number 86. And what do we got? Lot number 86, another die cut beauty, the Remington UMC automatic pistols poster, of course, with a great, great image of the Remington pistol at 350 only, now 375. I have 350, yes, 375, you must be. At 350, then 375, do you got it? At 350, then 375, a bit 350, 375, and then 375. I have 350, now 375, a bit 350, 375, and then 375, and then 375, and 350, now 375 all through. Are we all done? Last chance, final call on this 1930s beauty from Remington. Hammers up. Sold it there at 350, sold at 350. Great buy on that Remington poster. 87, getting into some of the great quart tins. Now you'll notice the condition is stellar throughout the sale today. Some great quartz. This one, the Supertest High Performance Motor Oil tin. How much on this one? What do you say at 25 only, now 50. I have 25 and then 50. And I got the bit 25 and then 50, 50, 50. Is that it and all for this condition? At 25 and then 50. I got a bit 25 and then 50, 25 and then 50, then 25 and 50. But at 25 and then 50 all through and done. Last chance, fair warning. We'll sell it today at 25 and 50 all through. Fair warning, 50. Thank you. Now 75. You got 75. It's worth every penny at 50, 75. What a bargain here at 50, 75 and then 50, 75 and then 50, 75. Sold it there at 50 at lot 88. Another high performance tin, this one at 50, now 75 asking. At 50, then 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75. And a bit 50, then 75. I got 50 here, then 75 on the Supertest High Performance Motor Oil Quart tin at 50, 75. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there, 50 again. Sold it at 50 and 89. Here it is, the Supertest Super Premium Motor Oil tin. At quart, at 50, then 75. Do you have this one? 50, then 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, and 75. And I get a bit of 50, then 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75, and 50, 75 all through. We will sell it today. What a bargain. 50, 75, some great bargains here in the quart tins. 50, 75, no. All through and done. Sold it right there at 50. Lot number 90. It's the Supertest High Performance Motor Oil tin. We're bid to 75 only, now 100, 75 and then 100. 75, it's getting hard to find these 1950s tins, but pay attention to the condition because yes, you'll find them out there, but they're always rusted, dented. Nice examples here in today's sale. 75, curated for you. 75 and then 100. 75 and then 1, and a bit 75 and then 1, and a bit 75 and then 1, and 75 and 100 all through and done. 75 and 1. Sold at 75, lot 91. Here's the multi-grade Supertest Motor Oil Quart tin. This one from the 1950s as well. Gotta love those tins. 75, yes, 100. 75 on the multi-grade. I'm at 75 and then 1, and a bit 75 and then 1, and a bit 75, and then 1, 75 and then 100, and 75 and 1, and 75 and 1, thank you, 125 only. And a bit 100, then 125, thank you, 150, right back to you. At 125 and then 1.5. I got 125 and then 1.5, and a bit 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 1.5, all through and done. We're selling it today at 125 or 150. Is that it? Is that all? Sold it right there, 125. Now 92's up, the Supertest Super Premium Motor Oil tin at 50, now 75, 50 then 75. I'm at 50 then 75, at 50, 75, at 50, 75, at 50, 75. All through, all done, 50, 75. Sold it right there at 50. Lot 93, it's the Supertest Super Premium Motor Oil tin, the quart tin, the Imperial quart tin at 50, now 75. 50, now 75, and 50, then 75, and then 50, 75. 75, thank you, 100. 100, 75, thank you, 100, then 125. I got a bid 1, then 125, and now take it to 125, and a bid 100 here, 125, and then 150. I'm at 125, and then 1.5, and a bid 125, and a bid 150. I'm at 125, and then 1.5, all through and done. 125, and then 150, 50, 50, all through and done. Sold it right there. I sold it at 125. At 94 is up next, another super premium. This one at 75 only. Now 100. What do you say? 75 and then 1. I'm at 75 and then 1, and a 75 and then 1, and a 75 and then 100, then 125. And I get the bid 1, then 125, and a bid 100, then 125. 100, then 125, and take it to 125, and then take it to 125, and a bid 100, 125. All through and done. Last chance and fair warning. Sold it there at 100. Sold her there at 100. Lot number 95, the super test. This one, the mineral type motor oil. That's not one you often see. It's 75 and then 100, 75 and then 1. I'm at 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 100. 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 1 of the mineral type super test. Imperial Quart motor oil tin, all through and done. 100, just under the gun, now 125. And a bit 100, now 125. You're playing with fire, waiting that long at 100, then 125. And you want it. We'll give you one chance to answer back at 100, then 125. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there at 100, now lot number 96. We're currently sitting at 75, now 100. This is the super test multi-grade motor oil tin. You gotta pay attention to these tins because some of them have slight variations, so you'll need to look for those to complete your run. We're at 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and now 1 on the multi-grade super test quart. At 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 1, a bit 75 and then 100. 75 and then 1, all through and done. 75 and then 1, fair warning. Sold at 75, lot number 97. Here we go, getting into some of the earlier cans. This one, the Super Test Super Duty motor oil quart tin. A nice example. This one's sealed with original product. Hard to find them full from this period at 550. Now 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 6 at a bit 5.5 and then 600. I've got 5.5 and then 6 at a bit 5.5 and then 6 at a bit 550, 600. 556 and then 6 and then 550, 600. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today. Hammers up 97 at 550, 600. Sold it right there. Great tin, great quart, great buy. Moving along, but wait, there's more. This one, the Super Test Super Duty motor oil tin, a 1930s example. Nice bright colors, great example. 450, now 475. I'm at 4.5 and then 475, and a bit 450, 475. And I get 450, then 475, and then 450, 475. That's a great buy. That's a bargain. 450, now 475, and a bit 450, 475, and then 475, and then 475. What do you have? I'm at 450, then 475. Last chance. We'll sell it today at 450, 475. Care to try it one more time? Any further bids? Last chance and final call. Sold it right there. I sold it right there. Moving along. Here we go. Getting into some of the advertising again. Soda this time. It's a Coca-Cola bottle thermometer here from 1956. The gold bottle at 75 only. Now 100. I'm at 75 and then 1, and a bit 75 and then 1, 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1. Last chance. 75 and then 1. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it right there. Lot 100, here's a cutie. It's the Coca-Cola button thermometer here from the 50s. Hard to find these in condition like this example. All of these, of course, featured in Petretti's book. And this one at 425, the condition is there, ladies and gentlemen. What a beauty. 425, 450 asking. I'm at 425 and then 4.5, and a bit 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 4.5. Thank you, 475 and 500. Already had it. 475, 500, you got it? At 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 500. Do you have 500? Okay, yet no, I already had it. 550. 500, now 5.5. Do you want it? 500, then 5.5, at a bit 500, then 550, 50, 50, 500, then 550. Last chance and fair warning. One more kick at the can. All through and done. All through. Last chance. Sold it at 500, sold it at 500. Lot number 101, it's the Coca-Cola case service sign from the 50s. Nice single-sided masonite sign featuring the full case of Coca-Cola bottles here at 125, now 150. Great look here for the money. Pay attention, everybody, at 125, 150, now 175, now 200, 225. I'm at 2, then 225. I got the bid 2, then 225, and it's all through M&M. At 200, then 225, and then 225, and 250. 225 and then 2.5. And a bit 225 and then 2.5, and a bit 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. Do you have 2.5? I'm at 225 and then 250, 50, 50, all through and done. Last chance, fair warning, 225, 250. Any further bids? Sold it right there at 2.25. Sold it at 2.25. Some great Coca-Cola memorabilia. Such a blue chip investment Coca-Cola has been at 102. We're at 175. Now 200 is the fishtail menu board from 1959 at 200. Now 225. I got a bit 200, then 225. Thank you, 250. 225 at the 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 2.5. Now 275. 250 to 275 and then 275 and 275 and 300. 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and then 3 to bit 3. No 275. 3 got it. Now 325. And I got 300, then 325 and a bit 300, then 325 and 350. 325 325 and then 3.5. This is all with LA at 325, 350, 375. I'm at 350, then 375 and 375, 400. 375, you got 4? I'm at 375 and then 400. A rare fishtail Coca-Cola menu board, 400, 425. Of course, at 400, then 425, at a bid 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 450. You got 450. All through and done at 425, now 450. Fair warning. Sold it right there, 425, buys it 425 on the Coca-Cola fishtail menu board. 103, the Coca-Cola Sprite Boy sign here. Very difficult to find any Coke advertising featuring the Sprite Boy. This one from 1947. It's a single-sided tin sign, and we're currently at 425, of course, now 450. 425 and then 4.5. I have 425 already, 450, thank you, now 475, right back to you. 450, then 475, and then 475 and 500. 475 and then 5, a rare little Sprite Boy Coca-Cola sign. What a great piece of Coke advertising, and not one of the ones you see every day. 475, 500. 475 and then 500. I'm at 475 and then 5, and 475 and then 5, and 475 and then 5, but is that it? Is that all? 475, got it, yes, 500, now 550. 550. 550, then 600, right back to you. At 550, then 6. And I got a bid 550, then 600, a rare one. 550, then 6, at a bid 550, then 6, at a bid 550. 600 on the Sprite Boys sign. 550, 600, hands in the air. Last chance and final call. Care to bid one more time. 550, 600, all through and done. Sold it right there. 550 buys. Lot 104, it's the Coca-Cola 16-inch button. We're at 350, 375. Got 400 here, now 425. 400, then 425. I've got a bid 400, then 425, and then 425 on the telephone. Yes, now 450. 425 on the phone, now 450. Thank you. 425, 450, now 475. Right back to you at the telephone. You have 475, thank you, 500. 475 and then 5, and 475 and then 5, and 475 and then 500. I'm at 475 and at 475 and then 475 and 500, all through and done. At 475 and 500. Last chance and final call. Fair warning, 475, 500, all through. Thank you, 500, just under the gun. Back to you at 550, Candace. At 550. Do you have 550? We're at 500, then 5.5. 5.5, was that a bid? 550, then 5.5. Is that a bid, Candace? Are we all done? We're at 500, then 5.5. Last chance and fair warning. All through and done. Yep. 550, just under the gun. 550. Is he on at 550? Sold 500, sold 500. Moving right along to lot number 105, it's another Coca-Cola 16-inch button, this one at 425 and now 450. 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 4.5, and a bit 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5, and now 475. I'm at 4.5 and then 475 and then 475 and 500. 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475, 500 on the telephone, now 550. 500 then 5.5. I got a bit 500 then 5.5 and then 5.5, the telephone's on. And 5.5 and a bit 500 then 550. 500 then 550. I'm at 500 on the telephone and then 550. Are we all done? Last chance and final call. 500, 550. Fair warning. All through and done. Sold that one to the telephone. Moving right along to lot number 106. Lot number 106 is another Coca-Cola celluloid sign this time. It's a 12-incher. What a beauty. At 450 only. Now 475. It's a rare one. It's a rare one. 450, 475. Yes, on the telephone. Now 500, 550. Right back to you. 5.5. 500. Sorry. 475 back up one. 500. Now 550. 5.5. Now 600. 600. You got to be 6. 550, we have 6. 600 on the telephone. 600 on the telephone, now 650. 600 on the telephone, we're all clear. 600, now 6.5. I'd have been 600, then 650. I'm at 600, then 6.5. A flurry of activity coming from LA now at 650. 700. 650, you got to be 700. Quick. Yes, on the telephone at 7. Now 750. I'm at 700, then 7.5. And I got the bid 700, then 7.5. I'd have been 700, then 7.5. I'd have been 700, then 7.5 on the rare 12-inch celluloid Coke sign. The conditions there, what a beauty. 700, the bid's on the phone, now 7.5, and at 700, then 7.5, it had been 700, then 7.5, and it bid 700, then 7.5. It doesn't appear this was ever used. 750, coming in from the internet, late, now 800, back to you. Is the bid there at 8? We're at 750. We need 800. I'm at 7.5 and then 800. Thank you. On the telephone at 800, then 8.5. Telephone's on. 800, then 850. I'm at 800, then 8.5. And a bit 800, then 8.5. There's not too much time left here at 800, then 8.5. We've got to move along at 800, then 8.5. The bid's on the phone. Last chance and fair warning. Hammers in the air. All through. All done. Sold it right there. That sold to the phone. Nice. Very well done. 107's coming up. We're at 107. It's the Coca-Cola celluloid sign. Another celluloid beauty, an early one at 1920s, single-sided celluloid over tin, very rare sign from the Permanent Advertising Company of Reading, Pennsylvania. At 1100, 1200 asking, 1200 to you. At 1112, thank you on the telephone, now 13. 12 on the phone, 13, 14. The bid's right there. At 13, now 1400, 14 and 15. I'm at 14 on the phone and now 1500. And a bid 14, then 15, and a bid 14. What a great look. Look at the colors on this beauty. 14, now 1500 on the rare Coke celluloid sign. The telephone is on at 14, now 1500. I'm at 14, then 15, and a bid 14, 1500. I'm at 14, then 15, and a bid 14. What do you say? Because you'll not find another one. The condition's there, 15, thank you. That's with M&M now. You got to be 16, and it's right back to you, John. Thank you, 16, the bid's there, now 17. I'm at 16, now 17, and the telephone's on. And at 16, then 17, and a bit 16, 1700. And a bit 16, then 17, and a bit 16, then 17. What a cutie. At 16, 17, and a bit 16, 17. It has it all going for it. Rarity, condition, everything. 16, 1700, the bid's on the phone, but we've got to run. At 16, now 1700. Last chance, fair warning, hammers in the air. Any further bidding? Live auctioneers, M&M, no, 17, thank you. 1800. We got a bid come in from M&M at 17, now 18. 18 is right there, now 1900. 18 and 19, but you got to be quick now. I can't wait that long this time. 18, now 1900. Last chance, final call. 18 and 19. 19, 2000. 19, 2000. Now we're starting to go. 19, he's out. 18, 19, he says no. I say sold right there. 1900, you got it. Great buy. Last chance. 108, the Coca-Cola hanging sign, a great die-cut, double-sided beauty here from 1934. Man, some great Coca-Cola advertising today. 500 with live auctioneers. Now 5.5, 5.5, 600. 5.5, now 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 600. And I get the bid 5.5 and then 6, and a bid 5.5 and then 6, and a bid 5.5 and now 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 6, 5.5 and then 6, and a bid 5.5 on this scroll cut, die cut, 1934 double-sided beauty at 550, 600. But is that it? Is that all? You got it? Thank you. 600, 6.5. That bid's with LA at 600, then 6.5. And I get the bid 600, then 6.5. A bargain here. Look at the look. 650, 700. Right back to you at 6.5 and then 7. I got a bid 6.5 and then 7 and a bid 6.5 and then 7 and a bid 6.5 and 700 all through and done. Last chance and fair warning, 650, 700. Sold it right there, 6.5. Sold it at 6.5. Wow. We all know what vertical signs are doing these days. This Coca-Cola vertical 6-pack is a beauty. Single-sided tin here from 1950. A very, very nice example. At just 1900, asking 2000. Asking 2000. At 1900, then 2. This is the one you've been waiting for. At 19, then 2000. At 109, we're at 19 and then 2 on the Coca-Cola vertical. At 1900, then 2000. At 19 on the vertical 6-pack. You see the other verticals. You see the bottle sign. This one, the 6-pack, currently bid at 2000 now. 2250. Care to answer back? We have 2000. What a look. The colors are there and the rarity is there from St. Thomas Metal Signs. I say it all the time. It's amazing what that company produced. The quality and the quantity at 2000, 22.5. I have 2000, yes, now 22.5. You must be 22.5. I've got 2, then 22.5, but a bit 2000 here, then 22.5. And I got the bit 2000, then 22.5, but we're gonna sell it today. So put fair warning up at 2,000. Now 2250. Is that it? Is that all? We're selling it today. The vertical 6-pack. Hammers in the air at 2,000, then 2250. Sold it right there. 2,000. Sold at 2,000. Here's the rare one. It's the Coca-Cola turtleback sign. A 1920s beauty here. Die cut. What a stunning, stunning sign here. And a very rare sign to boot. Hard to find these in great condition just because of the way that they were made and from the era that they're from. This one, of course, featured in Petretti's book as well. we're currently advanced to 6,000 in the absentee, asking only 6,500 for this rare Coke turtleback sign at 6,000, now 6,500. And I get the bid 6,000 and 65, and a bid 6,000 and 6,500. I got a bid 6,000 and 65, and a bid 6,000 and 65. Happy to include pieces like this in our auctions because it's the stuff that you just don't see, especially in this condition. 6,000, now 6,500 on the turtleback sign. I've got 6,000 in the advance, now 65, and then 6, and now 6,500. 6, and now 65, and a bit 6, and now 65. 6,000, 6,500, but we've got to run. I'll give you one final chance at 6,000, 6,500. If you've been waiting for this one, now is your chance, or forever hold your peace at 6,000, 6,500. Fair warning, all through and all done. Sold it there at $6,000. Lot number 111 moving into some of the great quartz. The Beaver Heavy Duty Motor Oil Tin from the 50s at 125 and then 150. And he put 125 and then 150 on the Beaver Quart at 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 150. All through and done. 125, 150. Sold her there, 125. Lot 112's up next, the Silver Shell. This is the Canadian Imperial Quart at 125, now 150. 125 and then 1.5. I got a bid 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 1.5. 125 and then 1.5. 125 and then 1.5. Fair warning at 150. Thank you. 175 and 150, 175. 150 then 175 and then 175 and then 175. 150 here. 175 all through and done. Fair warning. Sold her there, 150, lot 113. Here's a rare one from Crown Dominion. It's a Vital Lube motor oil quart tin, Imperial Quart at 225. 250, one you don't often see, at 225 and then 2.5. I got 225 and then 2.5, and a bit 225 and then 250. I got a bit 225 and then 2.5. The later ones are marked Reliance. This one from Crown Dominion at 225 and then 2.5. Hard one to find. At 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. Now 275. 250 then 275. I've got 250. I had it. You must be 275. At 250 then 275 and then 275 and then 275 and a bit 250 here. 275 all through and done. Last chance and fair warning. One more chance. Try it again. All through and done. Sold it there at 250. Sold at 250. Lot number 114. It's the White Rose Ultra Motor Oil Quart. Some of these are very, very difficult to find, especially in this condition. At 100, only 125. Thank you. 150. 125 and then 1.5. But a bit 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 1.5. Are we all done? 125 and then 150. Fair warning. All through, all done. Sold it at 125, lot 115. Here's a nice one. Hard to find them with all the gold intact. What a beauty this one is. At 100 only. They always oxidize. This one at 125, 150. Thank you. 125, 150. 125 and then 1.5. Bargain of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. At 125 and then 150. You'll walk far and wide to find one in this shape. At 125 and then 1.5. I'm at 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 1.5. 125 and then 150. And I got the bid 125 and then 150, 175. 150 then 175 and then 175 and then 175. You got it? At 150, 175. I've got to go. At 150, 175 and then 200. 175 and now 200. I've got to run. 175 at the 2 to 175 at the 2 to 175 on this great White Rose Ultra Motor Grade motor oil quart tin. 175, 200. Sold it there at 175. Lot 116, it's the National Anarco Pen Motor Oil 1 gallon tin, the American gallon at 100 only, now 125. I'm at 100, then 125, and then 125. I got the bid 1, then 125, and I got the bid 1, then 125, all through and done. Fair warning, thank you, 125, and then 150, 150, 175, right back to you. At 150, then 175, a lot of impact here. At 150, 175, at a bid 150, 175 on the National Anarco Pen, 175, 200, 175, and then 2 to bid 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 2, all through and done. Last chance, fair warning, all through. Sold it at 175. Lot 117, a rare Canadian Anarco National Motor Oil quart tin. This one at 50, 75, 50, then 75 and 100. 75 and then 100. And I got 75 and then wanted a bit 75 and then wanted a bit 75 and then wanted to add this rare quart to your collection. 100 then 125. I got a bid 1 then 125 and a bid 100 then 125. Lots of room left on this one at 100 then 125, 100 then 125 and then 125 and I get up 100 then 125. All through and fair warning. and 150, 125, we've got now 1.5, 125, and then 1.5, at a bid 125, and then 150, 50, 50, all through and done. Fair warning, hammers up. Sold it today. If you're shopping for quartz, some beauties today. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Lot 118 here, the National Motor Oil Quart. Better condition on this one at 475, 500, 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 500, now 550, 550, 600, 600 got it here, now 650, 600 with M&M and now 650. I've got 600, now 6.5. And I got the bid 600, then 6.5, and a bid 600, then 650, 50, 50, 600, then 6.5. I got a bid 600, then 6.5, and a bid 600, then 6.5, and a bid 600, then 6.5. Are we all done? Last chance on the National Motor Oil Quart, 650, 700, back to M&M at 6.5 and then 7. I'm at 6.5 and then 7, but are we all done? That bid is with LA at 650, 700. Fair warning. Sold it right there, 650. Moving along, lot number 119. And what do we got? Another quart? Of course, 119 coming up. Right next, it's the Anarco Motor Oil Quart tins. You're buying a pair this time. I always have loved these tins, and here's 2 of them available today. 200, then 225. You're buying both. At 200, then 225, at a bid 200, then 225, and then 225. I got a bid 2, then 225, at a bid 200, then 225. I got a bid 2, then 225, and then 250. 225, and then 2.5. I'm at 225, and then 2.5, and then 250, 250, 225, and then 2.5. All through and done at 225, 250, 275. 250, then 275. You got it? At 250, then 275, and then 275, and a bit 250 here, then 275, all through and done. Fair warning, 250, 275. Sold them at 2.5. Lot number 120. Here's the nice one. The nice Anarco Motor Oil Quart, featuring, of course, the Slate Boy graphic at 200, 225, 200 to 225. I got up at 200 to 225, at the 225, at 200 here, then 225. I'm at 200 to 225, now 250. Nope, I already had it. Now 250, 275, you got to be. At 250, then 275. I'm at 275 and then 300. 275 and then 3. A clean tin at 275 and 3. I got up at 275 and then 3, to 275 and then 3. Is that it? Is that all? At 275 and 300 on this clean Anarco Motor Oil Quart tin, 275 and 300. Fair warning, all through and done. Selling it today. Sold it right there, 275, great buy. And lot number 121, another Anarco Quart. This one at 225, 250, 275. At 250, 275, and then 275, and a bit 250 here, then 275. I'm at 250, then 275, and then 275, and a bit 250, then 275. All through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Hammers in the air, 250, 275. Sold it right there, 250. Lot number 122. It's a rare Massey Harris cream separator oil tin, a Canadian one from the 30s at 175, now 200. 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 200 of the Massey Harris cream separator oil tin. 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 2, all through and done. Sold her there, 175. Lot number 123 is up next. We've got some more oil tins for you, but not too many. This one, the Fagile hand crank centrifuge milk tester. What a cool conversation piece here. An American milk tester featuring some brass and cast iron at 25 only, then 50. 25 and then 50. I'm at 25 and then 50, then 25 and 50, 50, 50, 25 and then 50. I'm at 25 and then 50, then 25 and then 50, all through and done. Sold it right there, 25 at 124. The Avondale ice cream from St. Catharines, a beautiful thermometer here, a dairy thermometer at 200, then 225. I got a bit 2, then 225, a bit 200, then 225 on the Avondale thermo at 200, then 225, 200 here, then 225, thank you, 250, 225, and then 2.5. I'm at 225, and then 2.5, at a bit 225, and then 250, 50, 50, 225, and then 2.5, 225, and then 2.5. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning. Last chance and final call, all through and done. Sold it right there at 225. Moving right along to lot number 125. Currently at 175 and then 200. 175 on the Sunnybrook Dairy Products thermometer at 175 and then 200. This one marked from the Dairy Products Advertising Company in Weston, Ontario, as a lot of these thermos are. 175, 200. I'm at 175 and then 2, get 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 200. I'm at 175 and then 2, to bid 175 here, then 200. Fair warning. Last chance and final call, all through and done. Sold it right there, 175. Sold it at 175. Great piece of advertising here. This American Sharples tubular cream separators sign is stunning. The graphics detailed, embossed. What a stunning piece. $375 only, now $400. $375 and then $400 on the Sharples cream separator sign. $375 and then $4. I'm at $375 and then $4, but $375 and then $4 to $375, and the condition is there at $375 and then $4 to bid $375 and $400. I'm at $375 and then $4. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Any further bids? Sold are there at $375. Lot number 127. Another Sharples sign. This one, a beauty, an early American tin sign, self-framed. What a stunning, stunning piece here from Sharples Cream Separators. 500, thank you, yes, 5.5. I'm at 500, now 5.5. And I got the bid 500, then 550. 550, thank you, 600. 600, 550, 600, now 6.5. I'm at 600, then 6.5. 600, then 6.5, at a bid 600, then 650. I got a bid 600, then 6.5. Pay attention here, the detail and the graphics in this early advertising for Sharples, you just do not find this quality anymore. You don't find it. 700, now 7.5. 700, then 7.5, at a bid 700, then 750. 1910s, ladies and gentlemen. 700, then 7.5. I'm at 700, then 7.5, at a bid 700, then 7.5, at a bid 700, then 7.5. I'm at 700, then 7.5, at a bid 700, then 750. 750. I'm at 700, then 7.5, at a bid 700, then 750, 50, 50, all through. I'm at 700, but we've got to run. I've got to sell the sign today, the Sharples Cream Separator sign. Look at the size, look at the quality. At 700, then 750. Buy now. An opportunity. 700, 7.5. You got it? 7, then 750. Fair warning, all through and done. Last chance and final call. Sold her there, 700, sold it at 700, lot 128, the Iowa dairy separator. This one, a banner, a 1920s banner at 650, 700, what a look. 650, 700, this can't have been displayed, being that it's in this condition. 650, 700, at 650, 700, at a bit 650, 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7, at a bit 6.5 and then 7. We've got to run at 6.5 and then 7 all through. 6.5 and 7, fair warning, all through and done. Sold it right there. Sold it. Lot 129 is up next. It's the Masood's Ice Cream Kingston, Ontario sign, a rare Canadian sign, an early one being from the 1920s. And what do you say to start? Because we're currently at 800. I've never seen this sign before. 850, 900. 850, then 900. I'm at 8.5 and then 9, at about 8.5 and then 9 from Kingston, Ontario. 900, 9.5. 900, then 9.5. No surprises here at 950 and 1,000, 950 and 1,000, at 9.5 and then 1,000, now 1,100. Rare to find signs marked with their location. This one from Kingston at 1,000, then 1,100. I'm at 1,000, then 11, at a bit 1,000, then 11, at a bit 1,000, then 11, now 1,200. I'm at 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, and 12, 1,300. 12 and 13 on the Kingston ice cream sign. 1,200 and 13. I'm at 12 and then 13, at a bit 12, then 1,300. 12 and then 13, at a bit 12, and then 13, at a bit 1,200, then 1,300. Right back to you, 1,300. Not much time to think though. At 12 and now 13 on the Masood's Ice Cream Kingston sign, 12 and 13. I'll put the hammer in the air. We're selling it today, make no mistake, at 12 or 1,300. Fair warning, all through and done. Last chance and final call at 12, 1,300. Sold it right there, 1,200. Great buy, rare piece. Lot 130, keeping with the dairy theme, a rare City Dairy sign. City Dairy, of course, from Toronto. It's double-sided porcelain, originally a curb sign, at $425, now $450. $425 and then 4.5. I got a bid 425 and then 450, go 425 and then 4.5. 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. It's double-sided porcelain. Does it get any better? It's Canadian. 425 and then 4.5. 425 and then 4.5, and 425 and 450. All through and done. Selling it today at 425, 450. Fair warning. Any further bids? Sold it right there. Sold the City Dairy sign, and moving on to the De Laval cream separator service cabinet here. Includes an assortment of new old stock cream separator parts inside. A beauty, 375 only, now 400 on this cabinet, 400 then 425. I'm at 400 then 425, at a bid 400 here then 425. I've got the bid 400 then 425, you got 425, I'm at 400 then 425. And I got a bid 4 then 425, and then 425, and then 425, and 400 here, 425, you have it. At 400 then 425 all through, we'll sell it today at 400 then 425, fair warning, last chance and final call, there it is, now 425, 450. 450, 450, now 475, the bid's right there. At 450, then 475, and then 475 on the rare De Laval cream separator service cabinet at 450, 475. At 450, 475, gotta run. 450, then 475 and 500. 500, 475 and 500, then 550, of course. 5 and then 550. 5 and then 555 and then 555 and then 550. I'm at 5 and then 555 and then 550. 5 and then 550, gotta run. 550, 600. 600, 600, now 6.5. No reason to hesitate here. At 600, then 6.5 on this beauty. At 600, then 6.5. At a bid 600, then 6.5. Can't wait. At 600, then 6.5, all through and done. Last chance, final call at 600, 650. Fair warning. Sold it right there. Sold at 600. Lot 132's up next. Is that it for the dairy? No. Moving right along, another De Laval cream separator sign, an iconic one to say the least, single-sided tin, detailed, dated 1907 copyright at the bottom. What a stunning, stunning sign. One of the stars in the dairy show today at 15 only, now 1600. 15 and then 1600. Lots of room to go on this beauty. Condition there. What do you say? 15, 1600. I'm at 15 and 1600 on the rare De Laval cream separator sign. At 1600, 17, of course. 16 and then 1700, of course. Where do you find advertising from this era? There's just something about it, the detail in the graphics. Hard to find it in the condition like this, but they did it with a single-sided tin. 16. Tin didn't last like porcelain did. Hard to find them like this. 16, now 1700. I'm at 16, then 17, it'd been 16, then 1700. I'm at 16, then 17, it'd been 16, then 17. If you've been waiting for one, this is it. 16, now 1700 only. I'm at 16, then 17, it'd been 16. Get lost in the graphics. What a stunner. At 16, now 1700. I'm at 16, then 17. We gotta keep moving along though. At 16, then 17, it'd been 16, then 17. Thank you, now 1800. 17 and then 1800 on the De Laval cream separator sign. At 17 and then 1800. Nothing to think about here. Nothing to think about. Lots of room. A great, great investment piece in this condition. A rare sign. 17 and then 1800. 17 and 1800. I'm asking you one final time. 1800. 17 and 1800. We got to run. I'm at 17 and then 1800. Hammers in the air. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 17, 18. All through, all done. Sold it right there at 1700. Sold it at 1700. Lot 133, Canadian Acme ice cream sign here, featuring the soldier graphic. Great Art Deco style on this one. A rare, rare sign. And it's porcelain at 22.5, now 2,500. I'm at 22.5 in the advance, now 25. 22.5 and then 25 and 22.5 and then 2,500. I'm at 22.5 and then 25 on the Acme ice cream sign here. Double-sided porcelain, not just one side, but two side of that beautiful, beautiful graphics. 2250, now 2,500. 2250, then 25, and a bit 2250 here, then 2,500. I'm at 2250, then 25, one at 2250, then 25. One of the greatest Canadian dairy signs selling today. Hammers in the air at 2250, asking 25. Care to give it one more try? At 22.5, now 2,500. Sold it right there, 22.5. Great buy, great sign. And moving into some of the cool, cool lots from the Horseless Carriage Museum in Fenelon Falls. It's a magic lantern projector, a nice early one from the 1890s at 325, now 350, 325 and then 3.5, now 375 and 400, 375 and 400. I'm at 375 and then 4, thank you, 425. At 400 and 425 and 400 and 425 and a bit 400 and 425. Designed as a toy, but made like a medical piece of equipment. It's hard to believe how they made these. for kids. 400, then 425. At 400, then 425, then 400, then 425, and 425. Now 450, 425, and then 4.5. I got a bid 425, and then 450, 50, 50, 475. At 450, then 475, and then 450, 475, and then 450, 475, and then 475, and then 475. At 450, 475 on the magic lantern, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning at 450, 475 all through. Sold it right there at 450. Lot 135's coming up next. And what do we got is the Bing upright steam engine. Falls into the mechanical category. This one, the quality being great. German, of course, circa 1905-10. This one at 200, now 225. I'm gonna bid 2, then 225. And a bid 2, then 225 and 250. 225 at the 2.5. 2.5, now 275. Coming from the Horseless Carriage Museum at 250, then 275. I'm at 250, then 275, and 300. 275 and then 3, now 325. 300, then 325. I got a bid 3, then 325. I got a bid 300, then 325. I got a bid 3, then 325, and then 325, and then 325. All through and done. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 300 or 325. Sold her there at 300. Moving along, lot 136 from Dahl & Company of Germany, a 1930s steam engine. This one at 425, now 450. 425, 4.5, and now 475. 4.5 and then 475. I got 4.5 and then 475 and 500. 500 then 550. I'm at 500 then 5.5. I did 500 then 550, 50, 50, 500 then 5.5. I'm at 500 then 5.5. And I got a bid 500 then 5.5. A bid 500 then 5.5. Do you want to play? Yes, now 550, 600. The bid's on the telephone at 550, 600. I got a bid 5.5 and then 6. And a bid 5.5 and then 6. And a bid 5.5 and 6. The quality, the condition, it's all there in this Dahl & Company steam engine at 550. 600. The bid's on the phone, but we got to run at 550, 600. Last chance, final call, all through. Fair warning, last chance to bid. Hammers in the air. Sold her there to the telephone at 550. Sold to the telephone at 550. Moving right along. Thank you very much. At 137, this one, a Whedon steam engine, an American example, at 125 only. Now 150. It's a Whedon and Company example at 125, then 1.5. I'm gonna bid 1.5 and then 175. I'm at 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175, and then 150, 175, and then 200. 175 and then 2 to get 175 and then 2 to bid 175 to get 2 and 175 and then 200, 175 and 2. Thank you, 225. I got a bid 200, then 225. I got a bid 2, then 225, and then 225, and then 225, and then 225, and 200, 225. You want a 225? Lots of room to go on this one, on this Whedon steam engine. 200, 225, and then 250. Got to be quick. 225 and then 2.5. 2.5, do you want it? 225 and then 250, 275. I'm at 250, then 275 and then 275 and then 275 and 300. 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3. Hard to find them like this at 275, 300, but we got to run at 275 or 3. Fair warning, all through and done. Last chance, final call, hammers up. 300, 325, just under the gun. 300 to 325, give you one chance to answer back at 300, then 325 and 350. 325 and the 3.5. 325 and the 3.5. That'd be 325 and the 350, 50, 50, 325 and 3.5. Sold it right there at 325. Keep the pace up, gotta move along at 138. It's a Bing this time. Nice 1920s upright steam engine. Again, from the small collection of steam engines in the Horseless Carriage collection. This one at 275 and now 300. 275 and 3. You gotta be 3. 300 to 325. I'm at 300 to 325 and then 300 to 325 and then 300 to 325 and 350. 325 and then 3.5. I'm gonna be 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. 325 and then 350, 325 and then 350, of course. 325 and then 350. I'm at 350, 375 and then 375 and then 375 and 400. 375 and 400. Gotta keep the pace up at 375 and then 4, 375 and then 400. I got 375 and then 4 and a 375 and then 4 to 375 and then 4. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today, make no mistake, at 375 and 400. And you will not make a mistake putting your money into a great piece like this at 400, 425, now 450, 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5 to be 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 and then 4.5. Fair warning, last chance, final call, all through and done. sold it at $425. Lot 139 from Mueller, it's a Model 15 toy sewing machine. Again, they made toys like they were meant to be used every day for years. What a beautiful example. German machine here at 200, now 225. I'm at 200, then 225. And I got the bid 2, then 225 at 250. 225 at the 2.5. 225 at the 2.5. At the bid 225, 250, 275. 250 to 275 at the 250, 275 at the 250, 275 at the 250, 275. I got a bid 250, 275 at the 275 at the 275, all through and done. Last chance, 300. Okay, yes, 275, now 300. 275 and 300 and 325. 300 with LA, now 325. At a bid 300 to 325. Got to be 325. I got 300 and 325 all through and done. Last chance and fair warning at 300, 325. Any further bids? Sold it there, 300. Sold it at 300. Lot number 140, the Wilcox and Gibbs portable sewing machine here, a nice early one. What do you say on this one? The descriptions, thank you, Janice. What great, great descriptions. Nice to have our specialists on board to rely on, to lean on for things like this. At 375, now 400. At 375 and then 400. I'm at 375, 400, then 425. And a bit 400, then 425, and then 400, then 425, and 450, 475. I'm at 450, then 475, and then 475, and then 475. The condition is there at 450, 475. At 450, 475, and then 475, and then 475. All through and done. Selling it today. Selling the Wilcox and Gibbs portable sewing machine at 450. Sold it right there, sold it right there. 141, all of these machines coming from the Horseless Carriage Museum in Fenelon Falls. This one, lot 141 at 275, asking 300. I'm at 275 and then 275 and then 300. And 275 on the Wilcox and Gibbs, another portable sewing machine, 275 and then 300. I'm gonna bid 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3. Thank you, 325, right back to you. At 325, I'm at 300 and 325, you gotta be 325. I already had 300, now 325. I'm at 300 and 325, but is that all? At 300 and 325, fair warning. Got it? Yes, 325, 350, 325 and then 3.5. 325 and then 3.5 and 375. 350 then 375 and then 350. 375. I'm at 350, 375 and 350, 375 and then 350, 375. 375 and 400. 375 and then 400. 375 and then 4. Thank you, 425. I'm at 400 then 425 and then 425 and then 425 and then 425. I'm at 400 then 425. Is that all? At 400 then 425. Fair warning. All through and done. Last chance. Final call. Sold it there at 400. Lot 142 from Grover and Baker, another sewing machine, an early one from the 1860s. What do you say? At 1100 we're advanced, 1200 asking. At 11 then 12 on the Grover and Baker. At 11 then 12 and 11 then 12 and 12 and 1300. Right back to you. At 1200 here then 13. Do you have 13? I get a bit 12 and then 13 and a bit 12 and then 13 and a bit 12 and then 1300. 1200 with LA, now 13. And I got the bid 12 and then 13, thank you, 1400. 13 and then 1400 on the rare Grover and Baker sewing machine, the Holy Grail, highly collectible. What do you say? 13 only, now 14. 13 and then 1400. Add the Holy Grail to your collection. 1300, then 14. The star in the sewing machine category in today's sale, coming from the Horseless Carriage Museum, unlocked from years in their possession at 13, 1400. And I got the bid 13, then 14, and a bid 13, then 1400. I got the bid 13, and then 14, and 13, 1400. Is that it? Is that all? We've got to move today. We've got to move at 13, 1400. Last chance, final call, all through and done on the Grover and Baker. Sold it right there at 1300. Lot number 143 is up next. A nice piece of porcelain advertising, an American 1930s star naphtha washing powder door push at 350, 375, 350, 375 with the 350, 375. I've got the bid 350, 375 with the 375 with the 375 with the bid 350 here, then 375. Is that it? Is that all at 350, 375? Fair warning. Sold it right there, 350. Lot 144, another door push. This one for Slipknot Heels, single-sided embossed tin beauty. Look at the graphics at 600, now 6.5. 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 650. I got a bit 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 6.5 on the Slipknot safety heels door push at 650, all through and done. Last chance and final call. Any further bidding? Sold it right there at 600, sold it at 600. Moving along to 145, another porcelain door push. This one from Dr. Caldwell's Pepsin Laxative at 300, 325, 300, then 325, and a bit 300, then 325, a bit 300, then 325, and I got a bit 300, then 325, a bit 300, then 325, and I got a bit 300, then 325, a bit 300, then 325, all through and done. Last chance, final call, hammers in the air. Sold it right there at 300, 146. Here's a rare Canadian one, this one being convex. It's a single-sided porcelain door push for Peg Top Cigars, a popular brand here in the 1920s, and a rare door push to boot. This one currently at 600, now 6.5. You'll wait a long time to find one of these, especially in this condition. 600, then 6.5. I have 600, yes, now 6.5, please. At 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 6.5. And I get the bit 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 6.5 on this 1920s convex beauty. At 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 650, 50, 50, 600, then 6.5. Are we gonna sell it today at 600 or 650? I'll give you one final chance. Hammers in the air at 600, thank you, 6.5, 700, got it here, now right back to you at 750. I'm at 700, then 750. We had it here at 700, then 7.5, at a bit 700, then 7.5, at a bit 700, then 7.5, at a bit 700, then 750. Give you one final, there it is, 750, up, 800 we need. 750, now 800. 750, then 8, at a bit 750, then 8. Give it one more try. 750, then 8, at a bit 750, then 8 on the Peg Top Cigars porcelain door push at 750, 800. Fair warning, all through and done. Hammers in the air, there it is, 800, now 8.5. I'm at 800, then 8.5, at a bit 800, then 8.5, at a bit 800, then 850. Selling today at 800, 8.5, all through and done. Hammers in the air, fair warning. Sold it right there. I'm going to pass the gavel over to Ethan to sell lot number 147.
Thank you, Justin. And of course, a reminder as well that we are collecting consignments for the October 29th advertising sale. It's filling up quickly. Take a look at the preview on the site. Wow, what a great sale coming up. If you want a part of that action, we are now starting to close out the consignment opportunities, so certainly get your items in. Of course, the Salata T door push here, investment grade condition. This you cannot fault. These are great little Canadian gems, these Salata pushes. This at $859, $859, $850 now 9. Take a close look at the condition. $850 now 9. It's got that virgin gloss. $850 now 900. $850 now 9. If you're looking for a nice one, this is it. $859, $859. Last chance and final call at $850 900. $850 now 9. Thank you very much. $148 is the next lot. It's the Red Rose, equal in condition. Equal in condition. Fabulous shape on this one at $650 now $700. This is the companion to the Salata. Must-haves in any collection at $650 now $700 in the same condition. $650, $700. Take a close look. It's NOS. $650 now $700. Anybody else? Is that all? It's the nicest one we've had at $657 now $750. These are great. $750, $800. No apologies here at $750, $800. Take a close look. $758. Don't you love this advertising? Isn't that a clean little gem? At $750, $800, investment grade. Fair warning. $758, last chance, final call. Congratulations on that one. You will be pleased to brandish that one in your hand. And moving along here, the King Cole Coffee and Tea push sign here. And That's a nice one at 500, 5.5. Now 600, 650 then. At 600, 650, 700. One you seldom see. 700, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5. You seldom see it. 700, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5. So pleased to be offering these clean pieces. 700, 750. Hammers in the air. 700, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5, and then 700, 750. Sold it right there. 150, yes, I love this one. We have never seen it. We know it's out there. We spoke with collectors, yeah, but we had never seen one. And it is the King Cole die cut at 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,100, 1,200. Do you have one? 1,112 at 1,100, now 1,200, 1,100, now 12, and now 1,300, 1,300, 1,300. You'll wait decades to find one. 1,400, wait decades. 13, 14, 1,500, 14, now 1,500. You will wait a long time. 15, 1,600. On this one. 15, now 1,600, 15, 1,600, very early, very limited production. 1,500, 1,600, what a good looking piece of porcelain. At 1,500, 1,600, is that all? Are you sure? That is a buy, that is a bargain, no mistakes. And 16, 15, yep, thank you, 1,600, thank you, Jackson. I took it on the phone at 16, I need 1,700. 16, 17, you are out. 1,600, 1,700, don't lose this deal. 1,600, 1,700, don't lose this deal. At 1,600, 1,700, John Finley, your phone bidder is in at 1,600. No problem there. 17 and 16, 1,700. I have a telephone bidder in at 16, 1,700. Hammers in the air. 16, 1,700. Sold.
Congratulations, Mark. Number 732.
151 is the next lot up for bid here, and the Horseless Carriage Museum, the sale, the dispersal of the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. This one, the National Store Specialty Pennsylvania Postal Scale. Neat little piece, 300, 325. 325 at only 300, 325. Yep. Yes, now 350. Neat looking scales today, 325, 350. They're all special in some way. 75, 75, 350 now 75, 350 now 75. They've all got brass, they're distinctive. 350 now 75. It's an eye catcher here at 350 now 75 and 75 4 at 75 4 at 75 400, 75 400, 75 400, 75 4. Fair warning at 75 400, 75 400, 75 400, 75 and now 4. Sold it right there. Moving along to more of the scales. You know what? Everything they had in this museum was distinctive in some way. It was display ready, and it all had some oddball feature that made it special, like this general store postal scale. Not just another postal scale. 225 and then 250. 225. Look at how the brass gleams. And 75 and 75 and 75. Half 75, half 75, half 75, and 2.5 now 75. It's the Fenelon Falls Museum, 250 now 75. Once in a lifetime at 250 now 75, at 250 75 3, at 75 300, 75 300, 75 300. Opportunity at 200 75 325, at 125, at 325 and then 325 and then 50, at 25 and then 50. It's a beauty at 25 and then 50, at 25 and then 50 and 25 and then 50 now 75, now 75, 50 now 75. Fair warning now 50 now 754 at 754 at 754. Fair warning at 754. 25 now at 25 now at 25 now. 425 and then 425 and then 425. Hammers in the air and 400 now 425. Sold it. 400 gone. 153. We move along. I hope you're having fun today, because we are having fun here at Miller & Miller Auctions. We always do. Thank you for joining us. This the National Store Specialty Pennsylvania Postal Scale there. Neat one. 225 and then 250 at 25.50. These scales are all special in some way. 75, 300, 275. You have to be 3 at 275. 3 at 200, 325 and 325 and 325. My hammer's in the air. These are all neat scales, aren't they? The brass just gleams at 325. You can almost see Richard Bennett's fingerprints on these scales from his polishing at 300, 754. 300, 75, 400. At 375, 400, 375, 400. Anyone else? 375, 425. At 425. At 425 and 25 and 25. Anyone else? 400 now, 425 and 400 now, 425. Sold it right there. The only condition on these scales that we have for you is that you keep that brass as shiny as it has been for the last number of decades under the watch of the Bennetts at the Horseless Carriage Museum. Polish it up. It doesn't take long, and wow, does it make a difference. Hey, check out this Toledo drum scale here. What a neat piece. At 150, 175, oozing with value. At 150, 175. It was there for years on their store counter at 1.5 now 75. At 1.5 now 75, and at 1.5 now 75. 150, 75. At 150, 75. Is that all? What a piece this is. Now that is a bargain. At 150, hammers in the air. I'll sell it. 150, 175, 200. And 200 then. Took it. 225 all day long. We're in the basement here at 225. That is a buy. That is a bargain. 200, 225. Fair warning. 200, 225, and then 200, 225. Last chance final call. Are you sure? 200, 225. Sold it. 200, thank you. 155. Ooh, yes, getting into some of these nice coffee mills. This one, the Enterprise number 3, 457.5, 457.5, 457.5, 457.5, 457.5. Yes, took it 5. 4755 phone bid. 4755 John Finley on the phone. That's 475.5. 475.5. Your turn at 475.5. Telephone bidder 475.500. 475.500. That is a buy and a bargain at 475.500. Anyone else? If you want a nice one, click twice. 475.5, fair warning. At 475.500, 475.500, 475.550 now, please.
Yep.
Yes, took it on the phone. 6. 5.5 now, 600. 5.5 now, 600. Don't lose this deal. Take a closer look. It gets better as you zoom in. At 550 on the telephone, 600. 5.5, 6, 5.5, 600, 5.5, 600, fair warning, 5.5, 6, took it, 650. It's a nice one, don't let go. Yes, took it, 650, 700 now. I took it on the telephone at 650, thank you very much, and 700, 657. Are you sure? Are you finished? Are you ready to let it go? 650, 700, gavels in the air, 650, 700, last chance final, call 657. Telephone.
7396.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much. At 156. Ooh, yes, it's the Star Mill number 7 coffee mill. It's got the wow factor. 207.5 only, and 300 bargain country here at 325. 325. You have to be 325. Took it. 350. You are in. Thank you very much. 50 now, 75. 75. 350 now, 75. That's 350, 75. That's a buy. That is a bargain for this one. Professionally restored at 300, 754. It's an eye catcher, 25. Fair warning. 400, 425. Is that all? 400, 425, and then 400, 425, and then 400, 425, and fair warning, 400, 425. Sold it, thank you. 157. Ooh, yes, it's another drum scale, but again, better and better.
Yep.
What do we have here? 1752, 1752, 1752, 100, 752, and 225. At 225, at 225, and then 2.5, and then 25, and then 11, and 25, and then 11, and 25, and then 11, and 25, and 11, and fair warning now, 50, now 75. Take a close look. 75. This is the deluxe version, and now
275.3, at 200.753, at 200.753. This is the one you want, believe me, at 325. This is the one you want, 325 and then 325, and then 25 took at 350. Now 75, now 75, now 75. Buy and a bargain. Don't lose this deal. At 75, 400, at 75, 400, at 75, don't lose this deal at 300, 75, fair warning, 300, 75, 400, last chance and final call, 300, 75, 75, 400. Sold at 375. Thank you. 158. Moving right along today, the National Model 313 cash register here, described ad nauseum here, as well as the full report. We have everything you need. This has the topper, and it is a great one. 1908, 700, 7.5, 700, 7.5, 700, 7.5. At 700, 750. You can see the description. You can see what you're buying. 700, 7.5, and then 7, 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 7.5, and then fair warning. 7, 7.5, and then last chance and final call. 7, 7.5, and then 7, 7.5. Sold it right there. 159. Moving along. This one, the model 452. This was always in the Fenelon Falls Museum there, right on the store counter. It's a great one. Look at the brass with all of the special filigree there. Only 300,754. 300,754. Screaming value. Just imagine over the years what went through this machine. At 300,754. At 300,754. Check out our description if you want to know exactly the ins and outs of this machine. 300,754, 425. At 425. Now that is value. 400, 425, and then 400, 425, and then 50. At 2550. At 2550. At 2550. At 2550. Buy and a bargain opportunity at 450. Now 75, and then 4.5, and then 75, and then 4.5, and then 75, and then 4.5, and then 75, and then fair warning. 4.5, and then 75, 500, 75, 5. Don't let this go. Don't lose this deal at 475, 500, now 5.5. Don't lose it. 400, 500, now 550. At 500, 550, 500. That is a no-risk purchase. At 500, 550, fair warning. 500, 550, last chance and final call. 500, 5.5. And now 600, you just made it. How about you at 5.5, 6? Yep. Don't lose this deal. 600, 650, don't lose this deal. At 600, 650, are you certain? 600, 650, fair warning, last chance and final call at 600, 6.5, and then 6, 6.5, and then 6, 6.5, and then 6, 650. Sold it, 160. Moving along to more of this great stuff. This one, the National Cash Register receipt boxes. They had 2 of these in the museum. They're both rare. 225 and then 250. Yep. And 75 and 75 on the phone. 57.5, 57.5, 57.5, 57.5 should be, and 300 please. Yes, 325 on the phone. 325 and 25.50 please. Yes, 75 on the phone. 75, 75, 50 now 75. 3.5 on the telephone. 75. These are rare. And 400, yep. Yes, 25 on the phone. 400 now 25, 50. Yep. Yes, now 75. 450 on the phone, 75. What do you say? Got to run. 450, 755. Fair warning, 475. Yes, 5. 50. At 500 on the telephone, 550. At 500 on the telephone, 550. These are rare little cubes. They are. 500, 550. I have it 600, please. They're rare. The next one will sell for more. 556. Took it on the thing? 5.5, 6, please. Yep. Yes, took it. 650. 650. On the telephone at 600, 650. I have my phone bidder in at 600, 650. It is your turn now. 600, 650. Fair warning. Last chance, final call. You have it.
Okay, perfect. 7236.
Wonderful. Thank you, John Finley, on the phone there. Let's see what this one does. Equally as rare. We always try to save the best for last. Let's see what this one does. 250, 275. 250, 275. Anyone that collects cash registers knows the rarity of these boxes here. 325, 350. Yep. 75
Just 25.
25.50 now.
Yep.
75, I need 75. 400, John, please. 75.4. At 75.4, all the action is online with these two gents. At 300, 75, 400. It's a nice one, 425. Fight it out. 400, 425. You cannot find these. 400, 425. They found two over about 60 years. 400, 425. 400, 425, and then 425, and then 425, and then 425, fair warning. 425, last chance. And then 50, please. Got to run. 425, 450, last chance and final call. Your turn. 25, 50, 25, 50. Gone. General store, bulk spice cabinet here. There's a great one. 1112. 1112 on this giant fixture. Let's get some video footage of this. 1200, 1300. It's a massive cabinet. 1300, 1400. Wow, you can see the size of this. 1300, 1400, what a general store fixture this is. At 1300, 1400, look how the doors open. 1300, 14, thank you, 1500. Check this out for dry goods. 1400, 1500, jammed with the spices of your choice. Spice up your life. 1500, 1600, what do you say? 1500, 1600, I love this piece. 1500, 1600, the doors slide open. At 1500, 1600, fair warning, we have to run. At 1500, 1600, what do you say? Are you ready to let it go? At 1600, fair warning, last chance and final call. At 1516, sold it right there. 1500, thank you. Buckingham Tobacco pocket tin here. There's a clean bean. 350, 375, 350, 375. At 350, 375, and then 350, now 75, and then 75, and then 75, and then 75, fair warning. 350, 75, last chance and final call. 350, now 75. Thank you, sold. 164. 164. Check out the condition on all of this stuff. 1.5, 75, 225, 250. For you automobilia collectors here, how about the winner? At 225, 250, crisp and clean, 250, now 275. 275, buy the best, 250, now 275. 250, now 275, crisp. 250, now 275, fair warning, 250, now 275, last chance and final call, 250.75. Sold it right there. 165. Check out the condition on this stuff. It gives me a thrill to sell it. This one, Blue Jay Cigars tin. Again, investment grade condition. 450, 475. 450, 475, investment grade condition. 450, 475. What do you say? At 450, 475, is that all? Is that it? 450, 475. 450, now 75, and then 75, and then 75, and then 75. Sold it right there. 166. Nice stuff, isn't it? Yes, the Sunset Trail getting better and better and better. Conditions good on all of this stuff. 5.5, 600. 5.5, 600. Yes, took it. 600. You have to be 650. Sorry. 650 now, please. At 600, 650. 600 now. 650. It's a beauty. Sunset Trail cigars, a nice, rare tin. How long would you have to look to find one in such condition? 600 now, 650, 600 now, 650, fair warning, is that all? 600, 650, last chance, final call, 600 now, 650. Good deal. 167, moving along, condition, condition, yes. Apache Trail cigars tin. Again, they get better and better. We planned it that way. 800, 850, please. Your turn. If you like rare, pay attention. 800, 850. 800, 850, fair warning. 800, 850. Is that all? 800, 850. It's the last chance. It's your final call. At 800 now, 850. Sold it right there. 168. Moving along. American porcelain line fruit jars there. At 200, 225. We promise variety, you've got it. 200, 225, and then 225, and then 250. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50 on 2. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, fair warning. 225, and then 250, last chance and final call. Sold right there. And then 169, moving along. More of these fruit jars. Erie Lightning quart fruit jars, 250 now, 75. 75 and then 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 2.5 and then 75. Fair warning. 2.5 and then 75. Is that all? At 250 now, 75 and then 75 and then 75 and then 75. Sold it right there. 170. Moving along at a lightning pace here. 170. The Erie half-gallon and quart fruit jars. Nice little pair there. 350 now, 75. Should be. 350 now, 75. Should be for the 2. At 350 now, 75 and then 350 now, 75 and then 350 now, 75, and then my hammer's up. 350 now, 75, and then 350 now, 75. Sold it right there. 171. Empress quart jar there. The Empress, a rare jar. 1,300, 1,400, please. At 1,300, 1,400, you. At 1,300, 1,400, you. At 1,300, 1,400, now 1,415. Did I take it on the phone? 14, 1,500. Thank you, Jackson. 1,400, 1,500. Good job. 16, back to you. Fair warning. Well worth the money. At 15, 1,600. Yes, took it on the phone. 1,700. Back to you. 16, 1,700. That is a rare jar, and you know it. 1,600, 1,700. 16, 1,700. Fresh to the market at 1,600, 1,700. Hammers in the air, gavels up, 16, 1,700. Fair warning, 1,600, 1,700. Your last chance on the phone.
73.88.
Thank you very much, folks. 172. Comer & Son Hamilton Seltzer bottle. This one, take a close look at this. It's got that dazzling swirl, cornflower blue swirl glass. The spigot is also stamped correctly, British Siphon Co. London. 200, 753 on the swirl. 200, 753 on the swirl. Conditions there, 200, 75 and then 3. Cornflower blue, 200, 753. Fair warning at 200, 753. Last chance and call at 200, 75, 300, 200, 75, 300, 275. Now 3. Sold it. Goodbye. 173. Early forged iron hand crank mill. Thought this was pretty darn cool. Really, really early as well. 275, 300, 275, 300, 275, 3. Fair warning, 275, 3. Last chance and final call. Sold it right there. 174. Moving along. This was some of the, these were primitive items they had. Fenelon Falls. This is 250 now, 75. The pail, kerosene dispensing pail at 250 now, 275. At 250 now, 275, and then 250 now, 275, and then 250 now, 75. Fair warning, hammers in the air. 250 now, 75, and then 250 now, 75. Sold 250. Goodbye. 175. This is a bit of a sleeper, I think. Painted in Germanic decoration. You can see it. Covered pantry firkin. Now, what's the firkin problem with this one? At 350, now 375, a beauty. At 350, now 375. What do you say on the firkin? At 350, now 375, took it on the phone, 400. I have Candace on the telephone at 375, 400. It's a nice firkin at 375, 400. Fair warning, 375, and now 400. It's a beauty. Lot 176, we're moving along. Painted pantry firkins. These are beauties. What do you say? 175, 2. Pantry boxes, I believe. 175, 200. At 175, 200. 175, 200. At 175, 200. Quite a nice pair, and frankly, a little out of place in the auction, but well worth this money at 175, 2. At 175, 2. At 175, 2 on the pair. Is that all? Do we have anyone out there at 175, 200, 175, and now 2? Sold it right there. Good buy for you at 177. Collapsible drying rack. This is super cool at 350, 375. At 350, 375, and then 350 now 75. Check out the nickel plating at 300, 754. At 754. At 754, 754, 754, 754, 754. Fair warning at 754, 754, 754, 75 now 4. Sold at 375, 178. The Victoria County, Ontario School bell there, a great one at 175 too. At 175 too. A sleeper for sure at 175, 200, 175, 200, 175 2 with the yoke. And then 25, and then 50, and then 25, and then 50, and then 25, 50 now 75, 50 now 75. You have to be 75. At 50 now 75, at 50 now 75, at 50 now 75, 75, 75. Fair warning, you have to be 75. Do you want it or not? 50 now 75. Fair warning, 250 now 75. Congrats at 250, that's yours. 179, oh yes, the tower clock, German weight-driven tower clock here. There is a beauty, full description of its present condition. Where do you find one nicer? A great statement piece. To have that ticking away gracefully at 1,500, 1,600. Any video footage of this? 1,600. At 1,600. Do you know that thing sways so gracefully, it's almost mesmerizing. 1,500, 1,600. It's ready to go. The only thing it's missing is a red bow. 1,500, 1,600. My hammer's in the air. Is that all? At 1,500, 1,600, you're locked in. At 1,500, 1,600, fair warning. At 1,500, 1,600, last chance, final call. 1,500, 1,600. Sold at 180. As we move along in the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. This one, the Canada Motor Products rack. Do you see on this one, it has had some restoration, but at 1.575, at 150, 175, and then 150 now 175, 150 now 175. Fair warning to you at 150, 175, 200 now. Took it 225. Your turn again. 200 now 225. Hard to find. 200 now 225. What a display piece. 225 and then 225, 50. At 25, 50, 25, 50. Fair warning. 25, 50. Last chance and final call. 225, 50. Sold at 225, 181. It's the Super Test Motor Oil rack top signs, 250, 275. Clean, clean, clean at 250, 275, and then 250, 275, and then 250, 275. Fair warning, 250 now 275. Sold it right there, 182, 182. That's right, it's the Sunoco Ladies Washroom sign. Wow, what a pleasant surprise to get this one in the sale. 350, 375, 350, 375, at 350, 375, and then 350, 375. What do you say? At 350, 375. I should think so. At 350, 75, 425, and then 425. I should think so. At 400, 425. It is clean enough to be worth every nickel of that bid. 450, 475. Absolutely. You are safe and sound. It's got the pictorial image, always worth the money. At 450, 475. Sunoco, 450, 475. What do you say? Double-sided porcelain at 450, 475. Fair warning, 450, 475. Last chance and final call. It's your turn at 450, 475. Last chance and final call. Sold at 450, 183. This is the ladies' Super Test washroom sign. We also have the men's after this. 425, 450, 50, yes, 50, now 50, and then 75. I took it on the phone, 57.5, and 7.5, thank you, 500. 50 then, John? Yep. Took it here, you have to be 600, too late. 600 on Canada, 650 please, John. 600, 650, 600, 650, fair warning, I have it at 600, 650, anyone else? At 600, 650, last chance, final call. We have 184. This is the men sign, the companion sign to the one we just sold. 425, 450, 2550, 2550, 2550, 2550, 2550. That's only 425, 450, just as nice as the one we just sold. At 425, 450, at 2550 for the companion piece, 425 and 450, 25 and 25 and 25 and 2550. Sold it right there for 185. This is some of, now we're getting into some of the nice dealer material, the clamshell, shell, gasoline, sign, single-sided porcelain, a beauty. A beauty, it really is. 1,900, 2,000 on this killer. You have to be 2250. I had two bids, and I can only take one. You have to be 2250. I have 2,000. You are safe and sound. Don't lose this deal. 2,000, 2250. It's worth every single drop of that bid. At 2,000, 22 and a half, and then 2250. It's die cut, it's shell, it's Canadian. What more could you ask for in a sign? Porcelain. At 2,000, 22 and a half. Safe and sound. I will sell it. My hammer's in the air. At 2,000, 2250, it is your turn. At 2,000, 2250, are you certain? Are you sure? That is a buy and that is a bargain. At 2,000, 2250, fair warning, all in and done. At 2,000, 2250. Sold at 2,000, thank you. 186, more of this fabulous material. Another clamshell, 4-foot. Where do you find all of this great stuff in one place? Only at Miller & Miller Auctions. This one, double-sided porcelain. 1,900, 2,000. 1,900, 2,000. I have 19, took it. 2,000. This one's double-sided. At 2,000, 2250. So you'll make no mistakes here, and 22 and a half, and then 2,500 on this double-sided porcelain 4-footer. 22 and a half, and then 25, worth every single penny. It's got that golden luster. At 22 and a half, and then 25, it's the classic. It's the classic. It's the clamshell. 22 and a half, and then 25, should be. At 22 and a half, and then 25, hang it up, enjoy it. At 22 and a half and 25, 22 and a half and 25, 22 and a half and 25. Fair warning, I have to run. It's a beauty, don't miss out. At 22 and a half and 25, 22 and a half and 2,500. Sold it at 2250. I don't know why people wait. I really don't. 22 and a half, missed opportunity. Don't miss this opportunity. It's the City Service Shamrock sign. 1,900, 2,000. 1,900, 2,000, 1,900, 2, and 2, and 22 and a half. Should be that all day long. We have the 6-foot sign here, City Service. This is the massive 6-foot. You can see it on film, 22 and a half, 2,500. This is a massive dealer sign. Now, please note the retainer is also that rare retainer on this sign. They were all thrown out and scrapped. This one has the original retainer. It is the large, massive 6-foot dealer sign here, double-sided City Service. We can't say that we've ever seen one of these recently. I'm only sitting at 2,500. I need 2,750 on this one. 2,750 and 3,000. And 3,000 and 27 and a half, 3. I took it 32 and a half. 3,000, 3250. It is your turn. It is your turn for sale at 3,000, 32 and a half. That's a rare sign. We're selling a 6-footer here, folks. I do need to clarify. It also has the original embossed retainer ring. Very hard to find in a City Service sign. Double-sided porcelain. I already have 3,000, 3250. Are you sure you're finished? 3250, 3,500. No. This is money in the bank. Money in the bank. 22 and 3250, 3,500, 32 and a half, 3,500, 32 and a half, 35. Thank you. 3750 at 35, 3750, 35, 3750. Look at that sign dangling. 3750, 4,000. Can we see an image of that other side of it, Craig? At 3750, 4,000. Take a look at both sides and tell me if you don't think this sign is worth every single ounce of that money. 3750, 4,000. All 6 feet of this sign is worth the money. Take a look at the other side. Thank you, Craig. 37 and a half, 4,000. Doesn't it just keep getting better? 37 and a half, 4,000. 37 and a half, 4,000. Double your pleasure on this one. 37 and a half, 4,000. It is a massive one. 37.54, fair warning. 37.54, last chance and final call. 37.54,000. 37.50 now, 4. Sold right there, 37.50. Thank you all for your participation. 188. Oh yes, I love selling these ones. Red Indian 5-footer signs. They come in so seldom. And wow, what a great sign they are. One of the iconic signs that have risen in value so reliably. 8,085. 8,085 on this 5-footer. And might I add, these are all fresh to the market, meaning these are absolutely fresh. This one, of course, with the gasoline motor oil script, top and bottom, with that iconic Red Indian, iconic image in the center. 8,085. It should be, it really should. 8,085. 8,085. Could you find a nicer one? 8,085. Absolutely great. Are you sure you don't want to kick at this? I think it's an opportunity. 85 took at 9,000. 85.9. 85.9. 85, 9,000, 85, 9,000. Don't lose this deal. Are you prepared to watch this slip beneath your grip? 8,509. 8,509. 8,509. It looks pretty darn nice to me. 9,000, 9,500. It's 5 feet of excellence, 5 feet of Canadian Petroliana, 5 feet of iconic porcelain at your disposal at 9,000, 9,500. Folks, we've sold them for 20. We've sold them for 25. This one is at 9. Feast your eyes on this. 9,000 asking 9,500. I would venture to say you are very safe at 95, 10,000, given the influx and interest in porcelain signs. Petroliana, 9,500, 10,000. If you're a collector, you're safe. If you're an investor, you are in the money at 9,500, 10,000. 95.10. 9,500, 10,000 on this 5-footer, 5-footer, 9,500, 10,000 at 9,500, 10,000. Fair warning, 95.10 and 9,500, 10,000, 95. Thank you, 10,000. Thank you very much. 11,000. And let me say, if it was worth 95, it's well worth 11. We've sold them for 20. We've sold them for over. We're at 10 on this one, asking 11. I think you're safe. I think you'll enjoy it. It's the 5-footer at 10,000, 11,000, fresh to the market. 10,000, 11,000. 10,000, 11,000. At 10,000, 11,000. It is a beauty. All 5 feet of it. Right out of the 1930s. No apologies made, no restoration. At 10,000, 11,000. Take one last glance at that. Are you ready to let it go? Selling at 10, asking 11. Fair warning, 10,000, 11,000. Your turn. At 10,000, 11,000. Sold it right there. Thank you, folks. Sold it for 10. You saw it at Miller & Miller. White Rose gasoline 4-foot Slate Boy sign. Wow, were we ever pleased to see. Hey, Craig, this side, please. Feast your eyes on this Slate Boy sign. 9,500, 10,000. It is the nicest one we've ever had. You know, it's funny, we saw this, it came out of an old collection. And Justin, his first thing that he said is, I bet you that'll clean up. Huh, did it ever? Virgin gloss. Oftentimes they're dull and washed out. Not this one. A great, iconic piece. In fact, I would put this alongside the Red Indian as one of those great Canadian signs. Could this image be improved upon? White Rose, Slate Boy, holding the slate. And look at the condition. The virgin gloss, you know, Canadian porcelain was so susceptible to damage. It was so susceptible to damage. But take a look at this, 14, 15,000 on this one. In a day and age when the best of the best porcelain signs are selling for $20, $30, $40, $50, $60, $70,000, I don't think this is a lot to ask. 14,000, 15,000, thank you, 16,000, I really don't. In a day and age when these items are becoming the investment of the future, I don't think 16 asking 17 is too much to ask. 16,000 asking 17,000. One side is basically perfect. The other side has a tiny little pea hole fleck. No need for apologies here, folks. 17, 18, 19,000 is what we're asking on this. You just can't find these. You cannot find these. This was in the possession, 19 to 20,000, of a serious collector who owned it for decades and decades. Wow, what an exciting day. At 19,000, 20,000, double-sided white rose slate boy sign. 19,000 to 20,000. 19,000, 20,000 on this guy. Take a look into his eyes. He's winking at you. 19,000, 20,000. It doesn't get any better in advertising, 21,000, than this. It is absolutely jewelry. At 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. I don't know of a nicer one out there, and I can tell you we won't be getting a nicer one in any time soon. Bid now. I see signs of the equivalent variety bringing 30, 40, 50, 60,000 south of the border. I'm looking at the value in this sign and I'm thinking, wow, 21, 22 is all we're asking. 21, 22,000. 21,000, 22,000. Was Justin ever pleased when he cleaned this sign? You always look for that virgin gloss. When they're dull as dishwater. This is not. This is not. This is a virgin sign. Maybe kissed subtly by some sunlight. For the most part, it is ready to display. It's investment grade. It's double-sided porcelain and a stamped Villas. 21, 22,000. Are you finished? Do you collect? Are you adding to that collection? 21 asking 22,000. This is the sort of thing to add to your collection. 21, 22,000. 21, 22,000. Fair warning, at 21, 22,000. Hammers in the air. At 21, are you sure? It's not a lot of money. At 21, 22,000, you will not find a better one, but I have to run. I do. I have to run. 21,000, 22,000, it's with you to decide. 21, 22, fair warning, 21, 22. Thank you. Well done, exciting. Moving along, blue Ambrol cylinders. 175, 2, 225, 250. At 25.50, 18 of them. 225, 250, 225.50, now 75, 75 to go with the machine, 75. 250, 75, nice ones with lids, 250 now 75, 250 now 75, 250 now 75, fair warning, 250 now 753, 753. At 200, 75, 300, 200, 75, 300, 275, and now 3. Sold it right there. 191, early brown and black wax cylinders here. Very rare, very early, all from the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. 225, 250 on this package. 25.50. At 25.50. At 25.50, that's 225, 250, fair warning, 225 now, 250. Sold. 192. 192. Herzog bow front cylinder cabinet with cylinders. There is a nice one. quarter sawn oak. Hold on here, folks. 550. I want to let this play out here. 550. 550, please, John. 600 now, please. 650 now, please. 650, yes. 700. You have it on the phone. 700. Hands everywhere. 750. 750. Anyone's chance here. 750. Computers in. 750. 800 then. I have John in at 750 phone bid. Fair warning, 8. It's a beauty. 850, John.
Yep.
Yes, 900, please. John's in on the phone. 859, please. It's a beauty. Original finish. It opens beautifully. At 800, 850. At 800, 850. It should be. I have John on the phone. John's bidder on the telephone. 859. 859. Kiss it goodbye. 859. 859.
7318. Congratulations, Harold. Okay, thank you. Take care then.
193. Edison Standard Model E cylinder phonograph. A nice one with the flowered horn. 556. 550, 600. 550, 600 at 5.5, 600. You're on my radar. 556, fair warning. And 600, thank you. 650, I need 7 now, please. 657, fair warning. Is that all on this beauty? The horn is worth the money alone. 657, fair warning. 650, 700. 700 online. I took 2 at once. I need 750 from you, please. 700, 750. It's the Model E cylinder phonograph. A nice one. 700, 750. You are out. Make no mistake. 750 to be in. Double click. 700, 750. Fair warning. You are out. 700, 750. Last chance. Final call. Sold. 194, thank you, the gem, and they truly are. 400, 425 on this one, gem Model A. 400, 425, and then Volvo 25. 400 now, 425, and then Volvo 25. Ready to go. And 50 at 25, and 50 at 25, 50 now, 75, now 75, 50 now, 75, 50 now, 75, and then 50 now, 75, and then 50 now, 75. Fair warning, 50 now, 75, and then 50 now, 75, and then 50 now, 75. Sold it, thank you. 195, moving through some of these fabulous music machines. This one, the Edison Fireside Model A. Have you ever seen a nicer Signet horn than this? Wow, it's a true beauty. 951,000. 951,000. 950 now 1. 950 now 1. The horn tells the story on the machine. The horn is beautiful. 9.5 now 1. 1,100. I've seen these sell for multiple thousand, and it's all about the horn. 1,000, 1,100. 1,000, 1,100. Look at the label. Look at the horn. How did it survive? Anyone's guess? 1,100, 1,200. How did it survive? 1,100, 1,200. 1,100, 1,200. 1,100, 1,200. 1,100, 1,200. 1,100, 1,200. Fair warning. 1,100, 1,200. 1,100, 1,200. 1,100, 1,200. 1,100 now 12. Sold and thank you. 196 coming along. More music machines. This one, the Model B Fireside phonograph, also with the Signet horn. 950 now 1, 1,000, 1,100. You have to be 11. You have to bid again. We had 2 bids. Thank you. Now 12. 11 now 12. 1,100, 1,200, 1,100, 1,200, 1,100, 1,200. I have you locked in. You are loaded. You are locked in at 1,100, 1,200. At 1,100, 1,200. Fair warning. Love these machines. At 1,100, 1,200, 1,100 now 12. Sold it right there. Moving along, 197, the Columbia AU disc graphophone. Never find the Columbias. 250, 207.5 should be 207.53, 753. At 207.5, 300 should be worth every nickel. It's a Columbia. 207.53. At 207.53, a working machine, 25. At 25. At 25 and 25 and 25 and 25 and 25, fair warning, 25 and 25. Last chance and final call at 300 now, 325 and 325. Sold at 300, 198. Moving along to the Columbia, this one, the BNWM disc phonograph here. 307.54 at 75.4. Thank you. 25 and 50. Yes, 75. Now 500. 75.5. At 407.55. I've got 475 guys absentee. I need 500. 475.5. At 407.55. At 75.5, at 75.500, that's 400, 75.500, 75.500. A rare machine here boasts the double spring motor. That's what makes this one so rare and fabulous. At 475.500, that is a buy and a bargain. 5.5, 600. It's got the twin spring motor. That's what makes this one great and rare and special. 550, 600, 5.5, 6, 5.5, 600, 556. Fair warning, it's your turn. 5.5, 600, 5.5, 600, 5.5, and now 6. Sold 550. 199 Berliner Type F gramophone. 650, 700. 650, 700. A great early turn of the century machine, all original, including the horn. 650, 700. At 650, 700, 750, now 800. Your turn. 758. It's your turn. You're out. 758. It's a great Berliner, by the way. 750,800 with the record. 758, now 850 included. Record included. 850. 800, 850. On this iconic Canadian machine, 800, 850, fair warning. Last chance and final call, 800, 850. 200. Ah, yes, the Edison Opera. This one, cylinder phonograph, comes with an incredible stand, comes with cylinders, comes with a great sound too, doesn't it? Brings a smile to anybody's face. In fact, one of the greatest sounding machines ever made by Edison. Great achievement, and certainly a Cadillac of the Edison line. It's the Edison Opera phonograph there. Take a look at the cabinet, absolutely jammed with cylinders. 27.5, I'm bid 3,000. 3,000. You're getting the cabinet, you're getting the machine, you're getting the cylinders. 27.5, 3, 27.5, 3,000, 27.5, 3,000. It's your turn at 27.53, 27.53. We're not quite there. 27.53,000. 201 I'm showing as my next lot. Ah, yes, the nice quartz. 150, 175 on the Beaver Court. 150, 175, and then 150 now, 175. Fair warning, 150 now, 175. Sold 202. Court time. The companion court 1752 on the Beaver 1752 1752 175 200 175 200. Fair warning 175 200. 203, ah yes, the Anarco Oiler tin here. This one from the 20s, love it. 75-1, 75-1, 125 at 100, 125 at 100, 125. Oilers are hard to find. 100, 125 is all. 100, 125, a buy and a bargain. 125, 150 and 25 half. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 125 and then 150. It's your turn. Sold it. 204. That's the next lot. Another Euler, a Narco. They get better and better. This one, the scarcer version. 275.3. 75.3. At 75.3, it's through Miller and Miller. 75.300. Fair warning at 275.300. 75 now 3. Sold it. 205. We move along to the final Euler here. What do you say on this one? At 100, 125. At 100, 125. Should be more. At 100, 125. At 100, 125. At 100, 125. Fair warning. And 50 and 25. Good eye. And 50. That's a buy. That's a bargain. At 125. Who wants in? 125 and 150. 25 and 50. Sold it right there. 206. Yes, White Rose motor oil quart tin. Look at the condition on these tins we've been offering. 200 now 225. It's your turn. At 200, 225. Where do you find them? 200, 225. Very nice. At 200, 225, and I love this tin, 225 and 50, now 75, now 75. At 50 now, 75, fair warning, 50 now, 75, fair warning, last chance and call. 250 now, 200, 75, 300. At 200, 75, 3. At 200, 75, 300, 200, 75, 300, 200, 75, 3. Sold it right there, 207. More quarts, pass it back to Justin.
Perfect. Thank you, Ethan. Lot 207, the White Rose Ultra Motor Oil Quart at 150. These are the nice condition examples here towards the middle of the sale. At 150, now 175. I'm at 150, then 175, then 150, 175 on the White Rose Motor Oil Quart. At 150, 175. We'll sell it today. Last chance and final call on 207. Hammers up. And we sold it there at 208 now. The White Rose Heavy Duty Motor Oil variant tin here, a 1950s example at 250, now 275. I got a bit 250, 275 with a 250, 275. I've got 250, 275, thank you, 300. 275 and then 300. 275 and the 3 to 275 and the 3 to 275 and the 3. The bids with the LA at 275 and then 300. But are we all done? Last chance and final call on the White Rose Heavy Duty Motor Oil Quart. Sold it there, 275. Lot number 209 coming up next. The Anarco Pen Motor Oil Quart. This is one Canadian tin that you don't see, that great Art Deco design. It's a full tin, make no mistake, but the skyscraper design is really something that is special for this tin. At 475, now 500. I'm at 475 and then 5, thank you, 550. I have 500, now 550. You've got to be 550. I have already 500, now 5.5. I got to be 500 then 550, 500 then 550. I'm at 500 then 5.5. Got to bid 500 then 550. The bids with M&M at 500 then 550. I'm at 500 then 5.5. I bid 500 then 5.5. I bid 500 then 5.5. All through and done. Last chance and fair warning. Any further bids? Hammers in the air. Sold it right there at 500. Sold at 500. Lot 210, the Anarco Motor Oil Quart tin. A nice clean example at 100, 125. I've got 100 here, 125 you gotta be. A bid 100 here and 125 for that condition. Come again. 125, 150. I'm at 125 and then 150. And I got the bid 125 and then 1.5. I bid 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 1.5 and now 175. I got a bid 150, then 175 and then 150, 175 and then 200. 175 and now 2. I've got a bid 175 and then 2 to 175 and then 2 to 175 and then 200. 175, 2. All through, all done. Last chance on the Anarco Quart. Hammers up. 200, took it, yes, now 225. 200, the 225, at a 200 here, now 225, at a 200, 225. Fair warning, all through and done. Hammers up, coming down. Sold it there, 200 buys at lot number 211 now, another Anarco Quart, this one at 125 only, 150, 175, and now 200. I have 175 with M&M, now 200. 175, you gotta be 2, you're outbid. I'm at 175, 200, there it is, now 225. 200, then 225, a bit 200 here, then 225, a bit 225, at the 250. I'm at 225 at the 2.5, at a bit 225 at the 250, 50, 50, 225 at the 2.5. The nice one at 275, 300. 275, 300. I'm at 275. 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3 on the iconic Enarco Motor Oil Quart 300, 325. 300 then 325, and 300, 325. I got a bit 300 then 325. Are we all done? 300, 325. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 300, 325. Sold it there, 300. Sold it at 300. Lot 212, the Enarco Motor Oil Quart tin. This one with the Easy Pour spout. Now, there's a lot of debate as to whether or not those spouts are original. They're so well put on the tins, you'd swear they were. At 150, now 175. I got a bid 150, 175, and then 150 here, now 175. 175 and then 200. 175 and then 2, you got it, thank you, 225. I'm at 225 and then 250, right back. At 225 and then 2.5, and a bid 225 and 2.5, and now 275. 2.5 and then 275, the bids with MLA at this point at 250, now 275, you got it? 275, at 250, the 275, and the 250, 275, and the 250, 275, and fair warning, last chance, final call, thank you, 275, just under the gun, now 300, he has it, now 325, I'm at 300, the 325, a bit 300 here, then 325, last chance and fair warning, all through and done, 325, 350, 350, 350 and 375. 350, 375, and then 350, 375, and then 375, and then 350 and 375. 350, 375. No, they're tapping out. 350, 375. Sold it there, 350 LA Way. Lot number 213. Coming up next, the rare one. We sold one of these for a record price in a couple sales ago. This is the Enarco, we call it the Redhead Motor Oil Quart tin for that unusual feature where the Slate Boy with his bright red hair, one of those rare variants, very unusual piece with a story, red hair and red feet. What do you think on this one? At 1,300, thank you, 1,400. Of course, you've been waiting for one. We've had people asking, when are you gonna get another one of those redhead quartz? Well, the first one that we had ever seen was the last one we sold, and this one came up as a result of that. 1,500, thank you. Now 1,600, 15, then 1,600. I got a bid 1,600, then 1,700. 16, then 17, and 1,800. 17, and then 1,800. The regular black hair version is quite a common tin, albeit very iconic tin. The redhead is truly a hen's tooth at 1,900, 2,000. 1,900, then 2,000. I'm at 19 and then 2, to 19 and then 2, and thank you, 2,250. 2,000, then 22 and a half. I'm at 2,000 and 22 and a half, at 2,000 and 22, 50, 50, 50, 2,000 and 22 and a half. And the conditions there on this example as well. 2,250, thank you, 2,500. I'm at 2,250, then 25, at 2,250, then 25, and 27 and a half. 27 and a half, and then 3,000. 27 and a half, and then 3,000. Own something that nobody else does. They'll look at it the first time. At first glance, it looks like every other one you see, but it's amazing. You look a little bit closer, and it's a true rarity. 3,000, thank you, 32 and a half. 3,000, we have 32 and a half, and now 3,500. 32 and a half, and then 35. 32 and a half, and then 35, and a bit 32 and a half, and then 35, and 35, and 32 and a half, and then 3,500 on the Enarco Redhead Quart. 35, thank you, now 37 and a half. 35, and then 37 and a half, and a bit 35, and then 3750. 3750, then 4,000. He's right back at 3750, and then 4,000. 3750, then 4, and a bit 3750, then 4, and a bit 3750. 4,000. I'm at 37 and a half, and a bit 4, and a bit 37 and a half, and then 4, and a bit. You're making no mistake here with rarity like this quart at 37 and a half, and then 4,000. At 37 and a half, and then 4, and a bit 37 and a half, and then 4, and a bit 37 and a half, and 4,000. I've got to put the hammer in the air because we've got to run along. At 37 and a half and 4,000, is that it? Is that all? We'll sell him today at 37 and a half, 4,000. Fair warning, all through and done. Any further bids, I'll give you one last chance. 37 and a half, 4,000. Sold it right there, 37.50. Great buy, rare piece, 214. It's a pair of EMCO gasoline pump nozzles, two of them, 325, a matched pair at 325 and 350, 325 and the 3.5. 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 350, 75, and a bit 350, then 375. I'm at 350, then 375. I got a bit 350, 375, and 400. 375 and then 400. 375, hard to find a matched pair like this, chromed out at 375 and 4. 375 and then 4. 375 and then 400. 375 and then 4 to 375 and then 4, all through and done. 375 and 400. Sold it right there, just under the gun. We sold them at 375. But there's another chance to own a nozzle, lot number 215 from Service Station Equipment Company in Toronto. A gasoline pump nozzle, at this one at 200, now 225. I got a bid 2, then 225, I got a bid 200, then 225. And I got the bid 225, now 250. 225 and then 2.5, I got a bid 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. I'm bid 225 and then 250, go 225 and then 2.5. All through and done. Last chance and fair warning on the Service Station Equipment Company pump nozzle. 225, 250, all through and done. Sold it right there at 225. Lot number 216, a pair of 5-gallon galvanized gasoline cans here. These from the 1930s. They're General Steelwares. And what do we say to start on these? Just 25 for the pair. We're asking just 25. 25. Moving right along to lot number 217. And what do we have? It's the Shell Quart bottle curb case at 325, including an assortment of bottles there, and we're at 350, now 375, 350, then 375 and 400, 375 and 400, 375 and then 400, 375 and then 400, then 425. I'm at 400, then 425. You're buying the whole assembly there, and it's been painted at 450, 475, 450, 475, and then 475, and then 475, and then 450, and 475, and 500, 475, and then 5, and 475, and then 5 from 1933. Each of these bottles are dated at 500. Thank you, 5.5. What a great display piece here. At 5.5, I bid 500, then 5.5. I'm at 500, then 5.5. I bid 500, then 550. 500, then 550. 500, then 5.5. I bid 500, then 550, 50, 50, 500, then 550. All through and done. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. 550. Okay, 600. 550, 600, 5.5 and then 6. You almost had it. 5.5 and then 6, and a bit 5.5 and then 6, and a bit 550, 600, all through and done. Sold it there, 550. Lot number 218, it's the Service Station Equipment Company curb lubster here. It's painted up. In-service paint on this one. It includes an optional decal that you can put on there if you choose. This one at 125, now 150. 125 and then 1.5. I got a bid 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 150, then 175. 150, then 175. Wow, is that it? At 150, 175, and then 175, and then 175, and then 150, 75. And a bid 150, then 175. Is that it? Is that all? And fair warning, at 100.5 and now 175, all through and done. Sold it there at 150, 219. Another one, Service Station Equipment Company. They're Canadian examples in Super Test orange paint at 125, 150, 125, and then 1.5. I got a bid of 125, and then 150, 125, and then 150, 50, 50, 125, and then 1.5. All through and done. Last chance and fair warning, 150, 175, 150, 175, and a bid 150 here, and 175 all through, all done. Last chance, thank you, 175 and 200, 175 and 200. What a bargain here at 175 at the 2 to 175 at the 2 to 175 at the 200. Sold at 175. Lot 220. Coming up next, it's a rare Imperial Gargoyle motor oil rack with the Imperial 3-star logo, a porcelain rack. What do you say? Or sorry, porcelain signs steel rack at 650, 700. I've not seen this before. It's coming from the Horseless Carriage Museum in Fenelon Falls at 6.5, now 700. 650, then 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7. A great display piece. Get the bottles to go along with it. 700, yes, now 7.5. 700, then 7.5. I got a bit 700, then 750, go 750, 100, 750. I'm at 700, then 7.5. At a bit 700, then 750, 50, 50, 700, then 7.5. 700, now 7.5. At a bit 700, then 750. Are we all done? I'm at 700, then 7.5. At a bit 700, then 7.5. And fair warning, last chance, last call on the rare Imperial Gargoyle motor oil rack. My hammer's in the air. We'll sell it today at 7 or 750. Sold it there, 700 buys, 700 buys. Another oil rack is lot number 221. It's the British American Auto Lean motor oil curb rack, a nice early one here from the 1930s. Now it has been painted over and it's got applied decals, but underneath I imagine would be an even earlier graphic on this BA curb rack. 300, thank you, 325, and 300, 325. I got a bit 300, the 325, a bit 300, the 325, and the 325, and the 325. Is that it? At 300, then 325, at a bit 300, the 325, at a bit 300, the 325. I'm at 325, there it is, 350, got it. now 75. At 350, then 375, and then 350, 375, and 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 350, now 75. 350, 75, all through, all done. Sold her there at 350. Lot 222 is the Bowser British American Autoline self-measuring Lubster, all done up, repainted to British American. This one was on display in the museum as well at 450, now 475. I got a bid 450 to 475. Buy one in the rough and spend a fortune to get it redone, or buy one like this. It's ready to display. That's all hand painted, ladies and gentlemen. 450, 475. I got a bid 450, 475 at the 475 at the 475. I'm at 4.5, now 475. I got a bid 450 to 475 at the 475 at the 475. Fair warning, last chance and final call, all through and done. Sold her there at 450. Nice buy. Lot number 223 from Bowser. It's a Castrol self-measuring Lubster. This one at just 75, 100. Thank you. 125 and 150. 125 and then 1.5 on the Bowser Castrol at 125 and then 1.5. I'm gonna bid 1.5 and then 175 and then 175 and then 175. If you've ever restored something like this, then you know what's involved as far as cost and time. 200, 225. 200, then 225, at a bid 225, at a bid 200, then 225 and 250, a lot more than $250. Now 275, and a bit 250, then 275, and a bit 250 here, the 275 and 300. 275, 300, the 325, and a bit 300, the 325, and the 325, and the 325. I got 300 here. Now 325 at 300, then 325, and a bit 300, then 325. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning. Last chance. 325, 350 on this Canadian Lubster. 350, 375. Okay. 350, then 375, and the 375 and 350 here, 375 and fair warning, all through and done. 75, thank you. 400, 375 and 400 and 425. 425, do they have it? At 400 and 425, at that 425, at that 425 and 450. 450, 475. 475, I'm at 450 with M&M, and now 475. And I get the bid 450, 475, and 475, and then 475, and then 450, 475, and fair warning. Last chance and final call, 475. Anybody else? Sold it there at 450. Sold it at 450. Lot number 224. It's the Bowser Red Sentry Curb Gasoline Pump. These are the early ones from the 1910s. They'd be just at the side of the road. You'd be able to pull over and fill up your gas tank. This one at 750 only. Now 800. What a great look for the money at 750, 800, 7.5 and then 8. I'm at 7.5 and then 8. It'd been 7.5 and then 8. It'd been 7.5 with LA. Now 800. I got a bid 750, then 8. It'd been 750, then 8. It'd been 750, then 8. And a Canadian example to boot at 750, 800 on 224. The Bowser Red Sentry. Hammers up in the air. Any further bidding at 750, 800 on the curb pump. Yes, got it. Now 8.5. Right back to you. I'm at 800, then 8.5. And I got a bid 8.5 and then 900. 8.5 and then 9. And a bit 8.5 and then 9, a bit 8.5 and then 9, a bit 8.5 and then 9, a bit 8.5 and then 900. Fair warning on the Bowser at 900, 9.5. 900, then 9.5. I'm gonna bid 9 and then 9.5 and then 1,000. 9.5 and 1,000. 1,000. I'm at 9.5 and then 1,000. And I gotta bid 9.5 and then 1, a bid 9.5 and then 1,000, a bid 9.5 and 1,000, then 1,100. 1,000 then 1,100, and a bit 1,000 then 11 then 12, 11 then 1,200, and a bit 11 then 12, and a bit 11 then 12. What a cool look! All done up, ready to display. 1,200 then 1,300, 12 and then 13. I got a bit 12 and then 13, and a bit 12 and then 1,300, 12 and then 13, and a bit 12 and then 13, and a bit 12, 13, 12, 13. All through, all done. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Any further bids? Sold it right there, 1,200. Sold it, 1,200. Lot 225, another great pump. This one, a Bowser 565 in super test, in service, orange paint. You gotta love the original pumps. There's so many of them that have been restored, but an original pump has a great look. And a lot of people are looking back and saying, man, I wish I would have kept that. It had great original paint, but I had to restore it. This one at 22.5 and now 2,500, a nice original super test pump. 22.5 and then 25. I'm gonna bid 22.5 and then 25. Nice size on this Canadian pump. 22.5 and then 2,500. 22.5 and then 25. I'd bid 22.5 and then 25. I'd bid 22.5 and then 2,500. There's such a story in these original pumps. The surface, it's seen use. 22.5 and then 25. I'm gonna bid 22.5 and then 2,500. 22.5 and then 25. But is that it? We'll sell it today at 22.5. Any further bids? 2,500. No. Last chance and fair warning. 22.50. 25. Sold it there at $22.50. Sold it at $22.50. $2.26. My favorite pump in the sale today is a stunning service station equipment Clear Vision British American gasoline pump. And one thing I must mention is the fact that it is fitted with an original globe. We just could not separate this globe from this pump. It's always been there. It's a great etched globe. It was found with the pump. It's worth a lot of money on its own. We all know what those those etched single-piece globes are worth, but this one's being sold with the pump. A great pairing from the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. Great Clear Vision pump, $3,500. $3,500. That's what the pump would be worth without the globe. And we've got the globe. It's a $1,500 to $2,000 globe on top of it at $3,500. Now 37.5. 35 and then 37.5. I got a bid 35 and then 37.5. And a bid 35 and then 37.50. I got a bid 35 and then 37.5 on the original Surface Clear Vision British American gasoline pump at 3,500 then 37.5. I'm 35 and then 37.5. I much do prefer these pumps in their original paint. I must say. $37.50, of course, now $4,000, right back to you. At 37.5 and then 4, to bid 37.5 and then 4, to bid 37.5 and then 4,000. To bid 37.5 and then 4, thank you, 4,000, now 42.5. I'm at 4,000, now 42.5. At 4,000, then 42.5. At a bid 4,000, then 42.5. The globe is a nice example to boot. It's not, doesn't match the patina of the pump. It's actually a lot nicer, and it looks great on there. It's period correct. At 4,000, then 42.5. I got a bid 4,000, then 42.50, then 42.50, then 4,500. 42.50, then 45. At a bid 42.50, then 45. At a bid 42.50, then 4,500. 42.50, then 45. At a bid 42.50, then 45. At a bid 42.50, then 4,500 on the service station equipment Canadian Clear Vision. 42.5 and then 4,500. Got a run at 42.50, then 45. At a bid 42.50, then 45. Thank you, 47.5. Right back to you, but make it quick. At 45 and then 47.5. At a bid 45 and then 47.5. Is that it? Is that all? At 45 and then 47.5. Last chance and fair warning. I'm going to put the hammer in the air at 45 or 47.50. 45 and then 47.50. If you want to bid, you got to be fast, because when I put the hammer up, it comes down just as quick. At 45, 47.50. Last chance and fair warning. All through and done. Sold it right there at 4,500. Great buy. Nice pump. Moving along. 227. It's the White Rose 1 pound grease tin, a clean one. This one at 75. Now 100. I'm at 75 and then 1. At a bit 75 and then 1. At a bit 75 and then 1. At a bit 75 and 1. Thank you, 125. And I got the bid 1, then 125. Got the bid 1, then 125, and then 125, and 125, then 150. 125, and then 1.5 on the 1 pound grease. The White Rose 1 pound. 125, and then 1.5, and then 175. 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175, and then 175, and 150. 175 all through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it there, 150. Lot 228. A nice pairing here. This time the 1 and 5 pound grease tins from White Rose. This one at 150, now 175. I got a bid 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175, and then 175. I bid 150, then 175, and then 150, 175, and then 75, and then 75, and then 150, 175. I got a bid 150, then 175. Is that it? Is that all on the pair of White Rose grease tins? 150, 175. Thank you. 200. Got it here. 225. 225, you got a bid right back. Had a bid 200, the 225, the 225, and the 225. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold them there at 200. Lot 229, a nice clean White Rose 25 pound grease tin. This one at 50, then 75. 50 and 75, and then 50 and 75, and then 75, and then 50, 75, and 50, 75, and 50, and 75. I got a bid 75, and then 100. 75, and then 1, and a bid 75, and then 1, and a bid 75, and then 1. Hard to find these larger sized tins in great condition like this one. 75 and 100. 75 and 100. I'm at 75, and then 1. Thank you, 125. I got a bid 100, then 125, and then 100, 125. I got a bid 1, then 125. Is that it? Is that all at 100, 125? Fair warning. Last chance and final call, all through and done. Sold it there at 100. And lot 230, another Anarco motor oil quart tin. 225 we have in the advance, 250, 225, and then 2.5. I'm going to bid 225 and then 250, go 250, 225, and then 2.5. 225 and then 2.5. I'm at 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5, and all through and done. Fair warning, all through. Last chance. Sold it at 225. Lot 231. Here's a tough one to find, a difficult size to find with that style. It's the White Rose gallon tin here, and we're at 475. It's a clean one too, a very, very nice example. 475 and 500, 475 and then 5. I'm gonna bid 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 500, 475 and then 500. I'm at 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5. Is that it? Is that all? At 475 or 500, we'll sell it today. Last chance and fair warning, 475, 500. Sold it at 475. It's sold at 475. 232's up next. The White Rose Sturbowl 5-gallon tin. The Sturbowl 5-gallon tin, 50, 75, 50, 75. Another clean one. 50, 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75. I'm at 50, then 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75, 75 and 1, 75 and 1. I'm at 75, and then 1, thank you, 125. Right back to you at 125. I'm at 100, then 125, at a bid 1, then 125, 150, 125, and then 1.5. I'm at 125, and then 1.5, at a bid 125, and then 150, 50, 50, 125, and then 1.5 on the Sturbowl 5-gallon tin. All through and done at 125, 150. Fair warning, last chance, final call. Sold it at 100 and a quarter, lot 233, another White Rose 5-gallon tin, nice big, bad, clean tin, 125 only, now 150, 125 and then 1.5. I'm gonna bid 125 and then 1.5. A lot of look for the money there at 125 and then 150. Thank you, 175. 175 got it, then 200. 175 and then 200. I'm at 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 2. Thank you, 225. 200 bid, then 225. You've got to be 225 if you want it. We already had 200. We're at 225 now. At a bid 200, the 225 and the 225 and the 225, all through and done. Fair warning, last chance, final call, all through. Sold it there, 200. Sold it at 200, 234 with the big Slate Boy graphic. It's another 5-gallon oil tin. This one in great condition as well. 150 only, now 175. 175 and 200. 175 and then 2. I got 175 and then 2, now 225. 200 then 225 on the Anarco 5-gallon at 200 then 225. At a bit 200 then 225 and then 225, 55. At a bit 200 then 225. I got a bit 225 at the 250. 225 at the 2.5. At a bit 225 at the 250, 50, 50, 225 at the 2.5. I'm at 225 at the 2.5, but all through, all done. Last chance and fair warning, 250, okay, 275. 250, okay, 275. And a bit 250, 275 at the 275 at the 275. 250, then 275, fair warning. Sold it there at 250. Lot 235 is another 5-gallon Anarco tin. This one at 300. Thank you, 325. It's a clean one. 300 and 325. And I got a bid 3, then 325 and 350. 325 and then 3.5. I got a bid 350, then 375 and then 375 and then 375. The colors, a great, great piece. I don't know why these don't bring more money, to be honest with you, considering when they're clean, they're as big of an impact as a sign, really, at 375 and 400. 375 and 400. I'm at 375 at the 4 to 375 at the 4. Thank you, 425. 400 then 425. Got a bid 4, then 425, and then 4 1/4, at bid 400 here, then 425. I got a bid 400, then 425, at the 425, at the 425, at bid 400, then 425. Are we all done? At 400, 425, last chance. 400, 425, fair warning. Hammers up, last chance and final call. Sold it at 400. Sold it at 400. Lot 236. My favorite tin in the sale. I've always loved these Anarco tourist package, as they call them, designed to fit underneath the passenger seat of your touring car. This an excellent, excellent example with great color. The conditions there. What a stunner. 1600, 1700, 16, 17, now 1800 on the tourist package. 18, then 1900. 18, then 1900. I always thought these were gloriously undervalued for how many you find. 1800, then 1900. 18, then 1900. I'm at 18, then 19, thank you, 2000. 19 and then 2000. 2000, now 22 and a half. I'm at 2000, then 2250, 2250 to 2250 to 2000, then 22 and a half. I got up at 2000, then 22 and a half. At 2000, then 22 and a half on the Anarco tourist package motor oil quart at 2000, 22 and a half. At 2000, then 2250, 50, 50, 2000, then 22 and a half. Is that it? Is that all? 2250, okay, just under the gun, now 2500, right back to you. 2,025, thank you, 2,750. 2,500, then 27.5. I got to bid 25 and then 27.5. The world collides. It's got condition, rarity, everything's there. The color, the impact. What a great, great tin to look at. 2,500, thank you, 27.5. Right back to you at 25 and then 27.50. I got to bid 25 and then 27.5. You will not find one this clean again at 25 and then 27.5. We've got to sell it today at 25 or 27.50. Fair warning, my hammer's in the air. I'll give you one final chance to answer back. 25, 27.5, all through and done. Fair warning. Sold it right there at 2,500. Great buy, great taste. 237. It's a trio of Canadian Tire catalogs from 41, 42, and 54. And we're selling all three for 75. Now 100. 75 and then 1. I'm going to bid 75 and then 1. And a bid 75 and then 1. And a bid 75 and then 1. And a bid 75 and then 100. 75 and then 1. And a bid 75 and then 1. All through and done. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold them there at 75, lot 238. A great Canadian tin featuring the image of the touring car on there. It's a paper label tin with its original box. Renew All Auto Top Dressing Tin, always one that I've liked here from Hamilton, Ontario, at 200 then 225, at 200 then 225, at a bit 200 then 225. I got a bit 200 then 225, and take it to 225, not one you see very often, at 225, 250, at 225. How do these paper label tins survive? 225 and then 250. I'm at 225 and then 2.5, at a bit 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5, 2.5 and now 275, 2.5 and then 275 and then 275 and then 275 and then half and 75 and 250, 275 all through and done. Fair warning, 275 and 300, 275 and 300, 275 and then 3, to be 275 and then 3, to be 275 and 300. Last chance, final call. Any further bids? Hammers in the air at 275, 300. 300, 325, just under the gun. 300, the 325, and the 325, and the 325. I'm at 300, then 325. I got 300 here, then 325. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there at 300. Nice buy. 239. A nice collection of assorted Camel tire repair kits. What do you say here at 250? There's 5 of them in total. At 250, then 275, and you're buying the collection there. What a great little display that would make in your cabinet at 250, 275. It takes a long time to put together these collections, and we're happy to offer them here, but I think sometimes people overlook that. At 250, 275, overlook how hard it is to find them together. 250, 275. I'm at 250, 275, and then 250, 275, and then 250, and 275. Fair warning. Sold them right there at 250, lot number 240. Another collection of tire repair kits, 10 of them, Canadian and American examples. The conditions there overall, you got Loctite, Hold Tight, Sunoco, Monkey Grip, Goodyear, they're all there at 225. Now 250, 225 and 250 on this instant collection. 225 and then 2.5, 2.5 now 275. I got 250, 275 with the 275 with the 275, and I get a bit 250, 275 and a bit 250, 275 with the 275. Out of it 250, 275. Is that it? Is that all? At 250, 275, selling the collection here at 250 and 275. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold them 250. Sold them. Lot 241, another instant collection, this time 1950 to 1955 Ontario motorcycle license plates. Now, a lot of people didn't know that these were originally issued in 3s. Got a nice offering here, and we're currently advanced to 1,000 for everything you see there. The condition, these were obviously never on bikes. At 1,000, then 1,100. I have 1,000 already. I need 1,100. 1,000 then 11, and a bid 1,000 then 11, and a bid 11, thank you, 1,200. 11 here, then 1,200. And a bid 11, then 12, and a bid 11, then 12. You got 1950, 150, 53, 54, and 55. You're buying all 6 sets at 1,200, thank you, 1,300. 12 and then 13. Hard to find them in this condition. And a bit 12 under the 13, and a bit 12 and then 13, and a bit 12 and then 1300. I got a bit 12 and then 13, and a bit 12 and then 13, and a bit 12 and then 1300. 12 and 13. I got a bit 12 and then 13, and a bit 12 and then 1300. 12 and 13. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell them today at 1200 or 1300. Any further bidding? Last chance and final call on the Ontario Motorcycle License Plate Collection. Hammers up. Fair warning all through and done. Sold them right there at 1200, sold them 1200, 242. A great Ontario Motor League hood ornament. Rad cap. What do you say on this one at 225, now 250, 225 at the 2.5. I'm gonna be 225 at the 250, 225 at the 2.5, at the 225 at the 250, 50, 50, 225 at the 2.5. I'm at 225 on the OML hood ornament, 225, 250, fair warning. Got it, thank you, 275. I'm at 250 with LA, now 275. I'm gonna be 250, 275 at the 275 and then 275. Care to bid again? At 250, 275, last chance. Final call, 250, 275. Sold it there at 2.5. Sold at 2.5. Lot 243. It's a Boyce Motometer, and they made these, and they specialize them as accessories for specific marks. In this case, it's a Studebaker that this one was made for, circa 1920s. Gotta love motometers. What a great early accessory. 200, thank you, 225. I'm at 200 and 225 on the Studebaker Boyce Motometer at 200 and 225. At a bit 200 and 225. I got 200 here, then 225. I got a bit 200 and 225. I got a 200 and 225. At a bit 200 and 225, all through and done. We'll sell it today at 200 or 225. Fair warning. Sold it right there. Sold it right there. Interesting items from the Horseless Carriage Museum in Fenelon Falls. These two carbon arc lamps were some of the favorites that I thought when I was looking through the museum. I've never seen one of those before. A rare carbon arc lamp. These were obsolete very soon after electricity was in buildings and all that, but very, very difficult to find good examples like these two original ones. The first one being lot 244. It's a Western Electric Type 370. We're at 475, 500. I'm at 475 at the 5 and 475 at the 5 and 475 and then 500. I've got 475 here, then 5. 475 and then 500. 475 at the 5 and 475 and then 5. Is that it? Is that all? At 475, you just do not find these. At 475 and then 5 and 475 at the 5 and 475 and then 500. I'm at 475 at the 5 and 475 and then 5. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today at 475 or 500. Fair warning. Any further bids? Hammers in the air. Last chance and final call on the Western Electric carbon arc lamp. Sold it right there at 475. And lot 245, here's the rare one. It's a Stanley electric carbon arc lamp. A rare Stanley example, and I'm showing 1,000 over here, now 1,100, and a bit 1,000, then 1,100. 11, thank you, 1,200. I'm at 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12. I've got 1,100, then 1,200. I'm at 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 1,100, 1,200 on the rare Stanley electric carbon arc lamp. At 11, then 1,200. These are the coolest things going. At 11, then 1,200. And I got a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12. But is that it? Is that all? I'll sell it today at 1,100. If I can't have 12, I'm going to put the hammer in the air on the rare carbon arc lamp. Last chance and final call. Fair warning. Sold it right there at 1,100. What a cool piece. At 246, the Hunter and Marburg Brothers tobacco lithographs, a pair of American lithos here at 350 and 375. Gonna be 350, 375, 350, 375, each matted, framed, ready to display. 350 and 375 and then 75 and then 75. I'm at 350, 375, but is that it? Is that all? At 350, 375, fair warning. Last chance, final call, all through and all done. Sold them right there. Sold them right there. And lot 247 is up next from Dittman. It's boots and shoes that they sold, and this is a lithograph that advertised those boots and shoes from the turn of the century, and we're at 250, now 275 on the Dittman boots and shoes litho, at 275 and then 300, 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3 to 275 and then 3 to 275 and then 300, and 300 then 325. Got a bid 300 here, then 325. You got to be 325, and how about 325? 325 and 350. 350. I'm at 325 and then 3.5. It's right back to you. At 325 and then 3.5. It'll be 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. 3.5 and now 375. 350 and 375 and then 75 and then 75 and then 75 and then 350, 375. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning. Last chance. Final call to bid. Hammers in the air at 350, 375. Any further bids? Sold it. Right there. Sold, sold, sold at 350. Moving right along to lot number 248. It's a Canadian Club Cigars die-cut counter poster. Some of this cardboard advertising, in my opinion, is undervalued because the graphics, you just can't recreate it in porcelain, even tin. Only the really, really good lithograph tin signs have graphics like you see in cardboard. 150, 175. I got 150, then 175, and then 150, 175 on the Canadian Club Cigars die-cut counter display at 150, 175 on all through, all done. Are we all done? Because I'm going to put the hammer in the air at 150, 175. Last chance. Sold it right there at 150. Moving right along to the RG Dunn and Flor de Mas cigar signs, another pair of small cigar signs, each of these single-sided tin at 275, 300. 275 and then 3, it'll be 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, it'll be 275 and then 3, all through and done at 275 and 300. Fair warning, last chance, final call. Sold them at 275. Lot 250 from Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. It's a hanging lithograph here. What a great, great piece of advertising here with the swinging couple there in the middle. Hard to find this sort of advertising, especially in any condition at all. A lot of it was just destroyed, being that it's cardboard, it's delicate. We're at 750 on this one. Now 800, I'm asking. I'm at 7.5 and then 8. And I got a bid 7.5 and then 8, a bid 7.5 and then 8, a bid 7.5 and then 800. On the rare Wrigley's Spearmint Gum hanging litho at 750, 800. I'm gonna bid 750, then 8, a bid 750, then 8, a bid 750, then 800. I'm at 7.5 and then 8, a bid 7.5 and then 8. And fair warning, last chance, 800, 850, 850, 900, 850, 900. I'm at 8.5 and then 9, a bid 8.5 and then 9, a bid 8.5 and then 9. You got to get your bids in because I got to put the hammer up at 850, then 900. Last chance and fair warning. Any further bids? Sold it right there, 850. Sold at 850. Lot number 251. Here's one that I like, a recent discovery. What do you say on this one? Discovered in Dundas, Ontario during a renovation recently. It's at 500, the Sovereign Shoe featuring King Edward, a nice big early detailed image of King Edward at 5.5, yes, 600. I'm certain you've never seen one of these before. At 550, 600, and note the size, a very, very large piece at 57 by 34.5 inches, 600. A very impactful, it could almost use a frame to be honest with you, 600 then 6.5. I'm at 600 then 6.5, at a bid 600 then 650. I got a bid 600 then 6.5, at a bid 600 then 6.5, at a bid 600, 650. Got a bid 600 here then 6.5. I'm at 600 then 6.5 on the Sovereign Shoe King Edward lithograph. 6.5, thank you, 700, okay, 700, 6.5 and then 700. Do you like the look? 6.5 and then 700, well then buy it. 6.5 and then 7, at a bid 6.5 and then 7, at a bid 6.5 and 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7, but are we all done? I've got to sell it today at 6.5, 700. We must move along. Last chance on the King Edward shoe, King Edward lithograph, 650, 700. Sold it there at 6.5. Lot 252, an iconic piece of advertising from Diamond Dyes. A busy day in Dolville. What a great, great piece of advertising here from the 1920s. Tin over cardboard at 1,600. Hard to find these with bright colors like the one example shown here at 1,700. I'm at 16, yes, now 1,700. 16, then 17, it'll be 16, 1,700. I've got a bid 16, then 17, it'll be 16, then 17, it'll be 16, 1,700. 16, 1,700. 16, then 17, it'll be 16, then 17, it'll be 16, then 17 on this American iconic advertising piece. 16, then 1,700. Diamond Dyes, all through and done, and fair warning. Sold it there at 1,600. Sold it at 1,600. And another Canadian rarity, a Canadian advertising piece for Verner's Ginger Ale featuring the gnome graphic that we all know from Verner's. This one, 1940s. It's from St. Thomas Metal Signs, and a lot of people didn't know that they made a sign like this. Single-sided tin. We're at 8.5, 950, and 1,000. 950, then 1,000. I'm at 9.5 and then 1,000. And I got a bit 9.5 and then 1, and a bit 9.5 and then 1, and a bit 9.5 and then 1. I have 950, now 1,000. Do you want to be 1,000? I've got 950 here, now 1,000. And a bit 9.5 and then 1, and a bit 9.5 and then 1, and a bit 9.5 and then 1. Is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today, if I can't have any further bidding, at 950, 1,000 on the rare Canadian Verner's Ginger Ale sign. At 950, 1,000 all through and done. Sold her there at 950. Great buy, great piece. And another rare Canadian sign. I've been talking with a few people today. We've never seen this particular sign made by a Canadian company or Coca-Cola advertising this early, made in Canada. 1930s, featuring the detailed bottle graphic. It's a rare one from St. Thomas Metal Signs. We're currently at 15, 16, now 1,700. The bid's on the telephone at 16, now 1,700. I've never seen it before. Chances are there aren't very many out there, if any at all. At 16, 1,700 on the rare Coca-Cola in bottles sign. 16, 1,700. 16, then 17, and a bit 16, 1,700. I'm at 16, then 17, and a bit 16, then 17. Thank you, 17, and now 1,800. 17, and then 1,800. 18, then 1,900. Took it on here. I need to be 19 now. Two bids from the internet. 18, then 1,900. 1,900. Thank you, 2,000. The bid's on the phone at 19.2. He's out again. Now 22 and a half. 22 and a half. 2,000, then 22 and a half to the phone. Thank you. Now 2,500. The phone's on at 22 and a half. Now 25. I got 22 and a half, and then 25. And a bit 22 and a half, and then 25. This is where I'd be putting my money at 22 and a half and then 2,500. I'm at 22 and a half and then 25. The bid's on the phone at 22 and a half and then 25 and 22 and a half and then 25 and then 22 and a half and then 2,500 at 22.50, 25. Thank you. Now 27 and a half. Back to the telephone at 25 and then 27 and a half. Thank you. 27 and a half and 3,000. The bid's on the phone at 27 and a half. We've got two telephone bidders, 27 and a half and then 3,000. I'm at 27 and a half. The bid's on the phone. 3,000, back with M&M, now 32 and a half. Now 32 and a half. I'm at 3,000 with M&M Live, now 32.50. 3,000 and 32 and a half. He's shaking his head at 3,000 and 32 and a half, but he's walking back at 3,000 and 32 and a half. 3,000 and 32 and a half. Are we all done? Last chance for anybody to jump in from the internet. We're at 3,000 and 32 and a half on the rare Coke sign. All through and done. Sold it there, 3,000. Great buy, exciting piece. Talking about exciting pieces, lot 255, an extremely rare Hires Root Beer oval sign. When you first look at this, it might look like a tray to you, but make no mistake, it is a sign with that rolled outer edge. Very early, 1910s, a teens piece, American. What do you say? Illustration artwork here from Harry Morris Myers, and it's dated 1915. We're at 7,500 in the advance bid. I'm asking 8,000. I'm asking 8,000 for the Hires Root Beer oval sign that you just do not see come to market. 7,500, now 8,000. I'm at 7,500, then 8. This great early soda advertising is so blue chip, it's not even funny. 7,500, then 8,000. I'm at 7,500, then 8. It'd been 7,500, then 8. It'd been 7,500, then 8. This is where I'd put my money into a great Hires piece, a rare Hires piece. 75 and then 8,000. I'm at 75 and then 8. It'd been 75 and then 8. It'd been 75 and then 8. It'd been 75 and then 8,000. 75 and then 8,000. But are we all done there? I'm going to put the hammer in the air at 75 or 8 on the Hires Root Beer oval sign. It's your last chance to bid. Any further bidding, 75 or 8,000. Fair warning. Sold it right there at 7,500. Great piece, great buy. 256, the White Rose Tune 4-ounce bottle at 250. Now 275. I'm going to bid 250, then 275. Again, the paper label. How did it survive? 250, 275, and then 250, 275, and then 250, 275. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning. 250, 275. Last chance and final call. Sold it right there at 2.5. Now, lot 257, another Tune bottle, this one the amber version at 150, 175. We sold the clear, here's the amber, 150, 175. I got a bid 150, 175, and a bid 150, then 175, and then 175. I got a bid 150, then 175, and a bid 150, then 175, and then 150, 175. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold it right there, 150. Lot number 258, a trio of White Rose tins. One of them a bank, two of them small tins. We're at 200, then 225 for the trio at 200, then 225. Got the bid 200 here, then 225. I got a bid 225, a bid 200, then 225. How about 225? And I got a bid 200, then 225. But is that it? Is that all? At 200, 225. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold those. 200 sold. Another trio of Anarco and White Rose tins here, lot 259. We're selling these at 175, asking 200 at 175 of the two. Got a bid 175 of the two, to bid 175 of the 200. A real bargain there at 175 and 2. I got a bid 175 of the 2 to 175 of the 2 to bid 175 of the 2. All through and done. Sold it right there, sold it. Lot 260, the White Rose Motor Oil Coin Bank. And how much is this one? What do we say? 225, now 250. 225 and then 2.5. Very clean, very clean. 225 and then 2.5, and a bit 225 of the 250. I got 225 of the 2.5, and a bit 225 of the 250, 50, 50, 225 of the 2.5. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it right there at 225. Sold it at 225. Lot number 261, another Anarco Motor Oil Coin Bank. This one you don't see as often. 225. Now 250. 225 and the 2.5. You got it? At 225 and the 250. Thank you, 275. I'm at 250, the 275 and the 275 and a bit 250, 275. Got the bid 250, 275 and the 300. 300. 275 and 3. Thank you, 325. 325. Got the bid 300, the 325 and a bit 300, the 325 and the 325. I'm at 300. Now 325. Last chance. Fair warning at 300, 325. Any further bids? Sold it there at 300. Lot number 262, a cool Exide battery service caddy. What do you say on this at 75 only? 100, 75 and then 1. I'm at 75 and then 1, it'll be 75 and then 1, it'll be 75 and then 1 all through. 100, thank you, 125. I'm at 100 and 125 on the Exide battery service caddy at 100 and 125. It'll be 100 and 125, I get 125. All through, all done. 100, 125, fair warning. Sold it there at 100. Lot 263, the Exide batteries sign, 1950 single-sided tin at 325, only 350. Nice clean one. 325, 350. I'm at 325 and the 3.5, and a bit 325 and the 350, 50, 50, 325 and the 3.5, 325 and the 350, 375. I've got 350 now, 375. 350, 375 and the 350, 375 and the 375 and the 375 all through. 375 and 400 at 375 with LA, now 400. 375 and then 4 on the Exide batteries sign at 375 and then 4 clean. 75 and then 4 and 375 and then 400. Last chance and final call. 400, okay, yes, 425. I'll take it at 400 then 425. And I get a bit 400 then 425 and then 425 and then 425. All through and done. 400, 425. Fair warning. Thank you. 50. 425 and 450. 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 4.5. I got 425 and then 450, 50, 50, all through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it right there at 425. Moving along, lot number 264, the Lodge Spark Plugs flange sign. We're including a little offering of Lodge spark plugs as well that match the graphics. 425, now 450, then 475. I'm at 450, then 475 and 500. 475 and 500. 500 then 550. I'm at 500 then 5.5. It'll be 500 then 550, 50, 50, 500 then 5.5. I'm gonna bid 500 then 550, 50, 50, 500 then 5.5. 5.5 and 600. 5.5 and 600. I'm at 5.5, now 600. I have 5.5 bid, now 6. And I get 5.5 and then 6. It'll bid 5.5 and then 6. It'll bid 5.5 and 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 6. It'll bid 5.5 and then 6. Thank you. 5.5 and 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 6. 6 now 650. 6 now 650. We got M&M in at 6 now 650. 600 then 6.5. I'm at 600 then 6.5. It'll bid 600 then 650. 50, 50, 600 then 6.5. Are we all done there? Last chance. Fair warning. Any further bids at 650. Sold it there, 600, sold at 600. Lot number 265, it's the Vidal Motor Oil Ice Skater sign, die-cut, single-sided tin from the 1950s. And what do you say here? We're currently advanced to 6.5 with M&M, now 700, 6.5, and then 700. I got a bit 6.5, and then 7, and a bit 6.5, and then 7, and a bit 6.5, and then 700. I'm at 6.5, and then 7, you got 700. I'm at 6.5, and then 7. Any further bids? At 650, 700, last chance and final call. Fair warning, 650, 700. Yes, I will take that. I'll take 700, now 7.5. I'm at 700, then 7.5, and a bit 700, then 750, 700, then 7.5. Another chance to answer back if you like at 700, 7.5. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Any further bids? Sold it right there. Sold it at 700. Lot number 266, getting into some more iconic Canadian service station memorabilia. The White Rose Gasoline 4-foot dealer sign. Man, it's been a while since we've had a very, very nice example like this. Refreshing to see one because they're just such an iconic Canadian piece. Very excited to offer it today. We're currently advanced to 6,500. I'm asking 7,000 on the White Rose 4-footer, the White Rose dealer sign. What a great example. Great color, condition great on both sides. Very happy to have it here. In today's auction, the White Rose dealer sign, 7,000, yes, 7,500. I'm at 7,500, then 8,000. 7,500, then 8,000. I'm at 7,500, then 8, a bit 7,500, then 8, a bit 7,500, then 8,000. I'm at 75, and then 8, a bit 75, and then 8, a bit 75, and then 8, a bit 75, and then 8. And a bit 75, and then 8, a bit 75, and then 8. Compared to the prices that you're seeing for some of these other iconic Canadian service station signs, the White Rose, very, very difficult to find in great condition like this, is no different than the others. 8,500, thank you, 9,000. 85 and then 9,000. It's been so long since we've seen a nice one. 85 and then 9. I'm at 85 and then 9, and a bit 85 and then 9, and a bit 85 and then 9, and a bit 85 and then 9,000. I'm at 8,500, then 9,000. The detailed White Rose graphic. What great impact, what great advertising. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to come up with the design for these signs, and today, they're so seldom seen. 9,000, thank you, 9,500. I'm at 9,000, then 95. Got a bit 9,000, then 95, a bit 9,000, then 95, a bit 9,000, then 95. On the 4-footer, it's a 4-foot dealer sign. They didn't give these to everybody that sold their gas, they gave them to the dealers. Very few exist in this condition. 9,000, 9,500. I'm at 9,000, then 95. I'm at 9,000, then 95. To find one in investment grade condition is truly exciting. 9,000, then 9,500. I'm at 9,000, then 95, a bit 9,000, then 95, a bit 9,000, then 9,500. 9,000, then 95. But are we all done there? We have to move along today at 9,000 or 95, and make no mistake, we are selling the sign at 9,000 or 9,500. Care to try one more time? At 9,095, I've got to put the hammer in the air because we must move along. 9,000, 9,500. Any further bidding? Last chance and final call on the iconic White Rose Canadian dealer sign. All through and done. Sold it there at 9,000. Great buy, great condition. Moving right along to another iconic Canadian sign, a 3-piece ensemble. Always together, ladies and gentlemen, each piece with a matching P&M 1947 mark. That's P&M Porcelain and Metal Company of Aurelia Manufacturing Company. They made signs, and they made great signs. Amazing to find a set that's always been together like this. A great, great condition set. The center sign with the 2 banners, and we're currently advanced to 11,000, now 12,000. 11, then 12,000. I'm at 11, then 12. This is 267, ladies and gentlemen, the White Rose 3-piece ensemble at 11,000, now 12,000. I'm at 11, then 12, and a bit 11, then 12, and a bit 11, then 12, and a bit 11, then 12. Great colors. They always were so messed up, they'd get all rusty and dinged up. What a great example we have to offer today. 12,000, thank you, now 13,000. I'm at 12,000, I've already got 12,000, I'm asking 13. Yes, 13,000. 12, 13. I'm at 12,000, then 13, hit a bit 12, and then 13 on the 3-piece White Rose service station sign at 12,000, then 13, hit a bit 12,000, then 13, hit a bit 12,000, then 13. I'm at 12 and then 13, it'll be 12 and then 13, it'll be 12 and then 13,000. The beauty with finding a matched set is that the patina is matched for each piece. If you put these together, you always know that someone's put a set together because one's got wear that isn't uniform with the other two pieces. At 12,000, 13,000, I'm at 12 and then 13, it'll be 12 and then 13, it'll be 12 and then 13,000. Got a bit 12 here, then 13, it'll be 12 and then 13, it'll be 12 and then 13,000 on the three-piece set. 12 and 13,000. I'm at 12 and then 13, it'll be 12 and then 13, but are we all done there? We must move along. I'm selling the set today for just 12,000. I'm gonna put the hammer up in the air because we must move along for 12 or 13,000. Fair warning, all through and done. One more chance, one more try. Hammer's in the air. Sold the set at 12,000. Great buy, great set. Lot number 268, here's an opportunity. You're buying a set of 4 Ontario Fire Marshal no smoking signs. They're new old stock from the 1950s at 2.5, now 275, 300, 275, 300. I'm at 275 at the 3, to 275 and then 3, to 275 and then 300, at 275 at the 3, to 275 at the 3, to 275 and then 3, but are we all done? Thank you, 325, I'm asking now. At 300, 325 and then 350, 325 at the 3.5, 3.5 and now 375, 350 then 375 at the 375 and then 375. You're buying all 4 of them here in their original paper. I separated these out from their original paper, cleaned them all up. They're NOS, 375 and 400. 375 at the 4 to 375 at the 4. That's less than $100 a piece at 400 and 425. And I get a bit 4, then 425 at the 425 at the 400, then 425. I'm at 400 and 425, but is that it? Is that all? At 400, 425. Fair warning. Last chance, final call at 400, 425. Sold them right there at 400. We sold them at 400, and we're moving right along to lot number 269, a pair of contains lead gas pump signs at 75 and then 100. I'm at 75 and then 1, it'll be 75 and then 1, it'll be 75 and then 1, it'll be 75 and then 1. Are we all done? Last chance and fair warning. Sold them there. Sold 75. Lot number 270, the Super Test gas pump strip sign set at 100, now 125. 100 here, then 125. I'm at 100, then 125, it'd have been 100, then 125. Increase the value of your original pump by adding original parts. 125, 150, 125, 150, then 175. 150, now 175. I'm at 150, then 175, it'd have been 150, then 175. And it'd been 150, then 175, it'd have been 150, then 175, 5, it'd have been 150, 175, and all through and done. Last chance and fair warning. Hammers in the air. Sold the pair. Moving along, 271. It's the Super Test gas pump add glass set here. We're at 1.5, now 175, and for some reason the photo has gone away at my end here, but I think we're still good online. At 150, 175. I'm at 150, then 175, and then 175, and then 175. And I got the bit of 150, 175, and then 175, and then 150, 175. Are we all to thank you? 175 and 200. I'm at 175 and then 2 to get to 175 and then 2 to get to 175 and then 2, all through and done. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 175 and 200. Hammers up in the air. Sold those at 175, moving right along to lot 125, or sorry, 272. We're bid to 125, asking 150 at 125, and then 1.5, thank you, 175. 1.5 and 175, now 200. 175 and then 200. I'm at 175 and the 2 to be 175 and the 2 to be 175 and the 2 to be 175 and 200. Last chance and fair warning. Any further bids, 175 or 200. Sold those at 175. Sold them 175. Lot number 273, the White Rose Service Station facade sign. Double-sided porcelain. These also came in a single-sided version at 275, 300. Thank you, 325. You got to be 325. I'm at 300, then 325. Got to be 300 here, then 325. Got to be 300, then 325, and 350. 325 and 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 350. I'm at 325 and then 350. 350 now 375. 350 then 375 and then 375 and then 375 and then 350 and 75 and 50, 75 and 50, 75 and 350. 75 all through and done. Thank you. 400 now. I'm at 375 and then 4. Got a bit 375 at the 4 to 375 at the 4 to 375 at the 4. 400 then 425. I'm at 400 then 425 at the 425 at the 425 at the 425 and 450. 425 at the 4.5. 425 at the 4.5 and a bit 425 at the 450 50 50 425 at the 4.5. 425 and 450 all through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. sold it right there at 425. Lot number 274. It's a service station Revere lamp here, nice porcelain shade. Company's Stone Co. at 75, now 100. At 75 and then 1. Got to bid 75 and then 1, at 75 and then 1, at 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1 on the Stone Co. service station Revere lamp. What a great look. Nice to outfit your station with period correct pieces like this lighting at 75 and 100. 75 and then 1. I'm at 75 and then 1, at 75 and then 1, at 75 and then 1, at 75 and then 100. A last chance and fair warning at 75, 100 all through and done. Fair warning. Sold it there, 75, sold at 75. Lot number 275, you're buying a pair this time of the service station Revere lamps. Now these have porcelain shades, make no mistake, at 100, now 175, sorry, 150, going back here, we're at 125. Got ahead of ourselves there. We're at 100, now 125. At 100, then 125. And I got a bid 100, then 125. Feel free to jump in anytime. You're buying the pair at 100, then 125. I got a bid 1, then 125. And I bid 100, then 125. 150, now 175. And 150, then 175. Got a bid 150, 175, and then 175, and then 175, and then 150 here, then 175. I'm at 150, then 175, and 200, now 225. I'm at 200, then 225. At a bid 200, then 225. At a bid 200, then 225. I'm at 200, then 225. At 200, then 225. I got 225, 250, 275. I'm at 250, 275. You're out. And a bit 250, then 275. And a bit 250, then 275. And then 275. And then 275. And 300, 325. I'm at 300, then 325. 325. I'm at 300, then 325. But are we all done there? At 300, 325. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. Thank you. 325. I got it. Now 350. We already had 325. You've got to be 350. I'll give you one last chance. 325, 350. You're too late. Ellie got it. Now 350, 375, and 400. 375 and then 400. Ellie, you're out. At 375, 400, then 425. 400, then 425, and then 425, and then 425, and then 400. Go 425. Any further bidding? 400, 425. 425. Take it. Yes. 450. 425, and then 4.5, and at 475. 450, then 475, and then 475, and then 475 for your pair. At 450, 475, all through and done. At 450, 475, and 500. 500, got it? Yes, 550. 500, then 5.5. I'm at 500, then 550, 500, then 550, 500, then 550, 500, then 550, all through and done. At 500, 550, fair warning. Hammers up. Sold them right there. Too late. Sold them 500. Sold them 500 at lot 276. We're moving right along. 276. It's the Shell 70 gasoline pump here, and we're currently advanced to 1,200 on this one in the original in-service Shell red paint. What a great, great look. It's including a Shell ad glass and globe. We're at 1,200, now 13. I'm asking 1,300, 12 and then 13, and 13, yes, now 1,400, 13 and then 1,400 on the Wayne 70, at 13, then 14, and a bit 13, then 1,400 and 1,500, and I got 14, then 15, and a bit 14, then 15, and a bit 14, then 1,500, 14, then 1,500, I got a bit 14, then 15, take it to 15, and a bit 14, then 15, a Canadian pump, 15, 1,600, 15, thank you, 1,600, I'm at 15, then 16, and a bit 15, 1,600, I'm at 15, then 16, and a bit 15, then 1,600, all through at 15, 16, last chance and fair warning on the Wayne 70, 16, I'll take it, yes, now 17, 16, then 17, and a bit 16, 1,700. Hard to find them like this when they're attractive yet original. 16, 1,700. I'm at 16, 17, and a bit 16, 1,700. 16, then 17, and a bit 16, then 17, and a bit 16, then 17. Fair warning, last chance and final call, all through and done on the Wayne 70. Sold it there at 1,600. Lot 277 is the Bennett 956 Super Test gas pump. This one's been advanced to 1,800. Another Canadian pump, nice to find them with those Canadian tags. We're at 18, now 1,900. Again, with the in-service Super Test paint. 18, then 1,900. I'm at 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 1,900. I got a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 1,900. 18, then 19, and I got a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 1,900. 18, then 19 on the Bennett 956. At 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 1,900. Are we all done there? I'll sell it today at 18 or 1,900. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call, all through and done. sold it right there, and I'll pass the gavel over to Ethan for lot number 278 for some more gas pump goodness.
Thank you, Justin. Moving right along here today with the sale of the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. What an exciting sale. What an exciting family. You think of all those years, all of that collecting, all of that passion for history and the stories behind the objects. Wow, it's a great one. And here we have the Bennett 766 gasoline pump here at only $950, 1,000. $950, now 1. Nice pump. Kind of the way you want to find them, isn't it? $950, now 1,000. $950, now 1. What do you say, folks? At 1,000, thank you, now 1,100. Yes, now 12. Don't lose this deal. 1,100, now 1,200. It has everything that you would ask for at 1,100. 1,200 only. 11, now 12. At 1,100, 1,200, 1,100, 1,200. Fair warning, folks. At 1,100, 1,200. Last chance. Final call or kiss it. Yes. 12, 1,300. Yes, now 14. I like your style. Nice and quick. Snappy bidding. 13, 1,400. It's worth every penny. You can't find these. 1,300, 1,400. That untouched look, isn't it? 14, 1,500, 16. Yes, snappy bidding. Well done. 15, 1,600. I like your style. 1,500, 1,600. Don't lose this deal. Are you ready to let it go? 15, 1,600. Hammers in the air at 1,500, 1,600. Yes, 1,700, 16, 17. Yes, 1,800. Back to you. 17, 1,800. At 17, 1,800. Are you certain? My hammer's in the air at 1,700, 1,800. Last chance. Final call at 1,700, 1,800. Yes, 1,900. Back to you. 18, 19. Yes, 2,000. Thank you. Thank you. At 19, 2,000 on this Bennett pump. 19.2. At 1,900, 2,000. At 19, now 2,000 and 19.2. At 19, 2,000. Fair warning. 1,900, 2,000, 1,900. Yes, now 22 and a half. Yes, and 2,500. Thank you. Thank you. At 22 and a half, 2,500. At 22 and a half and 25. 22 and a half and 25. 22 and a half and 25. Fair warning. At 22 and a half and 2,500. 22 and a half and 25. 22 and a half and 25. You earned it. Well done. Thank you. And then 279, the Gilbarco here, Super Test gasoline pump, as found. These are all as found examples. What do you see on this? 425, 450, 75, 500. I have 475 absentee. I need 500. 475, 5. At 475, 500. At 475, 5. It is your turn. At 400, 755. Took it 556. Back to you. 6.5, 700. 758. 758. Make it quick. 758. All day long. It should be worth the 758, 59. 859 and an 859. 859 and an 859. 859. Now 950. Now 1,000. 950. Now 1,000. 1,112 at 1,112. Nice pump, isn't it? 1,100, 1,200, 1,100, 1,200, 1,100, 1,200. Look at that pump. At 1,100, 1,200, 1,200, 1,300. The kind you like to find at 13, 1,400, 14, 1,500. Untouched. At 14, 1,500, 1,400, 1,500. At 1,400, now 1,500, 1,400, now 1,500. Fair warning. At 1,400, 15. Last chance. Final call. 14, now 1,500. Sold right there. 280 moving along to the Phillips Bicycles Agency sign there. Nice sign. It's English 1940s single-sided porcelain 275 3 and 25 and 50 at 25 and 50 at 25 and 50 25 and 50. There's a sleeper 25 and 50 a buy and a bargain at 25 and 11 and 25 and 11 and 25 and 50 at 25 and a half and 75 at 75 57.5. Your turn. You are out. 375. Nice porcelain sign at 75. 400, 75, 425, 425. Nice sign. Conditions there. 425, 50. Conditions there. 425 and 4.5. At 25 and 4.5. At 25 and 4.5. At 25 and 450. Fair warning. 425 got to run. 425 and 4.5 and 25 and a half.
sold 425. Moving along to 281. 281 is the next lot. It's the Pierce Arrow bicycle pinback. Nice celluloid piece there. Where do you find these? 50, 75. There's a sleeper. 75, 1. There's a sleeper at 75, 100, 75, 1. Wow, is that all? At 75, 100, 75, 100, 75, 100, 75, now 1. Sold right there. 282. Moving along to lot number 282. Fenelon Falls Museum. Wow, what an exciting sale today at 100, 125 on the cycle headlamp burning oil tin. At 100, 125. At 100, 125. At 100, 125, and then 125, and then 125. Fair warning at 100, 125, and then 125, and then 125. Sold right there. 283 moving along. Searchlight carbide bicycle lamp. Some really neat bicycle material here today. It was a neat segment of their museum, the bicycles. 200, 225 on this one. At 200, 225, it's your turn. At 50 now, 75. At 50 now, 75, and then 50 now, 75, and then 50 now, 75, your turn. At 250, 75, that is a buy and a bargain, really. At 250, 275, 325. At 325, back to you. 325. At 325, great one. At 325, and then rare one. At 350 now, 75, and then 350 now, 75, rare one. At 50 now, 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50 now, 75, and then 50 now, 75, fair warning, 50 now, 75, and then 350 now, 75. Sold right there. 284 is the next lot. It's the Lucas Oil bicycle headlamp here. Great Lucas material here today. This one, a fabulous one. I have absentee of 3. I need 325. 325. At 25 and 50 and 75. At 75, 350 now, 75, and then 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 50 now, 75, and 400 now. Tim's in, 375, 425, and then 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 400 now, 425. At 425, and then 425, anyone else? 400, 425, and then 425, and then 425. Sold right there. 284 is sold. As we move to 285, this one, the King of the Road hub lamp here. Hub lamp. What do you say on this? I have currently 1,300, 1,400. Now, you can see where these lamps were. They actually fit between the hub on the bicycle, between the spokes on the high wheel bicycle. They are rare as hen's teeth. This one is right as rain. 1,300, 1,400, took it. 1,500 now. At 14, 1,500. Every single high wheel bike should be accessorized by one of these fabulous, fabulous hub lamps. 1,400, 1,500. What an invention. Think about it. Let's put this on the hub of the bicycle within the spokes. And that's where the light came from. And that is what makes these things so absolutely cool. It hung on the hub within the spokes. 1,400, 1,500 only. 1,400, 1,500 on this fabulous Lucas King of the Road hub lamp. At 1,400, 1,500, 1,415, it's up to you. It's your turn. At 1415, it is a bargain, but it will be sold. At 1400, 1500, fair warning, last chance, final call, 1500. Sold right there. 14, thank you. 286 is the next lot up for sale. More material here from the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. What do you say on this? It's the Flatiron Velocipede bicycle. I'm showing an absentee here of 450, 475, and 450 here on 75. At 450 now, 475, 500, 75, 500, 75, 5. I have 475, 500. What a neat little tricycle at only 475, 500, 475, 500. Fair warning, it's your turn. At 475, 500, 475, 500, 475, and now 5. Sold. Well done. 287. Moving along to the Evans & Dodge bicycle tool pouch and head badge. A new old stock tool pouch with a head badge, a great one here. What do you say on this? Correct and original, $475,500. At $475,500 on this duo here at $475,500. $475,500 and $500. I took it, thank you. And then $550 now. At $550 now. At $550 now. $500, $5.5. $500, $550. At $500, $5.5. These rare accessories, Evans and Dodge, scarce. The Maple Leaf, what do you say? $500, $550, or it's yours. $550, now $600. I need your bid. I have to run. $5.5, $600 on this pair, $650. At $600, $650 on these rare accessories. Evans and Dodge, $600, $650. At $600, no, you are out. You have to be $650, please. And now $700, $650, now $700. The enthusiasts will know just how rare these two pieces are. At $700, $750. At $700, $7.5. What a pairing. At $700, $750. Now $800, $7.5. Now $800. At $750, $800. At $7.5. Now $8. Is that all? I have to run. Gotta run. $800, $850 now, please. $800, $850. $800, $850. You never go wrong buying rare. At $800 now. $850. Fair warning. Hammers up. Bids in. $800, $850 now 9. $850 now 900. Is that right? $850 now 900. $850 now 9. $850 now 9. What do you say? $850 now 900. Last chance. Final call. Are you prepared to let these go? I don't think so. $950 then. $950 then. Two rare pieces. Thank you. $1,000. I like your style. Nice and quick. Don't lose this deal. I've seen too many deals missed today. People waiting. $950, $1,000. You know it's worth it. At $950 now 1, worth every single penny. At $950 now 1,000. $950 now 1. Is that all? Gotta run. $950 now 1,000. Fair warning. $950 now 1,000. $950 now 1. Sold right there. $950. Thank you very much for your bidding. 287A note. CCM wood rim bicycle. What do you say on this one here? $600, $650, 1905 to 1910. $600, $650. It's your turn there. $600 now. $650. A nice example with restored rims. $600, $650 could be yours. At $600, $650. Fair warning. All in and done. $600, $650. Sold. $600. And then we move along to 288. It's the high wheel, 53-inch high wheel bicycle here. What a great example. What a statement piece. Aren't these the icon, really? At $7,7,500 on this one. It has been in the Fenelon Falls Museum forever. Here it is for your enjoyment. $7,000, $7,500, $7,000, now $7,500. One of the more unique pieces in the museum. It was there for years. It is the high wheel, the penny farthing, call it whatever you want. It's absolutely marvelous at the $7,000, $7,500. What do you say? Are you thinking of one of these? $7,000, $7,500. It's so cool. Comes with the stand at $7,000, $7,500. What a display piece, a conversation piece, a wow factor piece at $7,000, $7,500. Fair warning at $7,500, $7,000, $7,500. Last chance and final call, $7,000, $7,500. Sold right there. $7,000. Thank you very much. 289. We move along here. We move along to the steam portion. The steam portion of the sale today. This one, the 1899 Stanley Steamer locomotive. What incredible vehicles these are, really, when you think of what these vehicles represent. Now, as far as automobilia goes, this dates to the experimental age, for sure. This vehicle dates to the age when they were testing vehicles, when the bicycle was being supplanted by the automobile. And guess what? It was those two Stanley brothers that came to the mountain and showed and proved that this little steam locomotive, this incredibly ingenious automobile, could chug and chug and chug for hours. And after that famous race, they had orders that were coming in continuously. Here we have the 1899 Stanley steamer locomotive. Now, I get goosebumps when I think of the ingenuity that goes into these early vehicles. You can show me a million Mustangs. I don't care. I love this era of vehicle because it shows the thinking that had to go into the development of the vehicle, folks. This is the real deal here. You are looking at a genuine Stanley steamer. A fabulous example. Have you ever considered adding a brass era vehicle to your collection? Well, let me tell you, this came out of the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum, and folks, I would like to inform you that it will be sold today, and it is currently sitting at $37,500. There's such an incredible story that goes with these vehicles. It's a conversation piece, but it's far more than that. It truly represents the progress that we've made as human beings. At only $37,500, I've got John Finley on the phone. His bidder's contemplating the idea of owning this vehicle. It is the Stanley steamer, the famous Stanley steamer. They are a true feat in invention, aren't they? The steamer here is right as rain, came out of the museum. You can see it for yourself. In fact, the film crew is showing you all angles of this vehicle. The neatest part about this steamer that makes it distinctive, that makes it different than most of the steamers you'll find, is the way that the Bennetts accessorized this vehicle with the rare accessory lamps, 4 of them. How about the steam whistle, the 5-chime steam whistle underneath this vehicle? It is everything that it needs to be a museum quality piece. Top to bottom, fully restored. I have 37,500 on the radar, and I know that there's a couple of people that are sitting there with a mouse in front of them that are thinking, wouldn't this be sort of neat for my museum? Well, here it is. Here it is. At 37.5 on the board, 40,000. 40,000. Now, just for fun, put 38 on the board. 37.5, 38. I want to ensure that if there's anybody that's on the fence about this, that they have the opportunity to buy it. At 37.5, 38. Folks, I want to be clear about one thing. The vehicle had a reserve, and the reserve is no longer. This vehicle will be sold today. So, does that change your mind at all? At 37,500, 38,000. I don't know about this, but we've sold some pretty neat things through Miller & Miller Auctions. There's no question. But I would say this has to be on the top 5 of the coolest items that we have ever sold. It is a legit 1899 Stanley Steamer Locomobile. Does it get any cooler? It's not a lot of money, and it's worth making room for in your museum. 37,500 is all I'm bid. 38,000. 37.5, 38. My hammer's in the air. Are you sure? Are you positive? Just do it. It's 37.5, 38. 37,500, 38,000. We are selling the 1899 Stanley Steamer Locomobile here at Miller & Miller Auctions. I congratulate who's ever in the lead. I think you'll enjoy this for a long, long time. 37,500 asking 38,000. Fair warning. Congratulations, well done, absolutely. At Miller & Miller Auctions, you know, I'm excited to be representing, we are excited to be representing the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. And now, of course, we have this 1911 Rio Model H pickup truck. Now, I can tell you one thing. We've had this vehicle outside, We've had some pretty high-end vehicles outside at our buildings before, Corvettes and you name it, some really neat stuff. But I can tell you one thing, that there was never any vehicle that attracted more interest than this 1911 Rio Model H pickup truck. Almost too good to be true when you actually look at it. Take a look at those hard rubber wheels. Take a look at the fact that it's a Rio. Guess what? Roosevelt, the only vehicle that he would ever set foot in was a Rio. Why? Because they were so innovative. Ransom E. Oldsmobile was the Rio. That represents the acronym. And here you have the rare truck. Now, there's museums across this country that have some fabulous automobiles. I bet they don't have one of these. A 1911 Rio Model H pickup truck. Folks, look at the way this is outfitted. Just imagine some pyramid of barrels in there. Customize it, whatever. 19,000, 20,000. We are selling the vehicle today. We are selling the vehicle today. Reserve's been met, the vehicle's selling, okay? It's the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. How often do these chances come by? A museum selling its contents. Here we are at 19,000. I've got you in. Absolutely. Now 20,000, please. 19,000, 20,000. Yes, I am an admirer of innovation. And I can tell you one thing, does it get any charming, any more charming than a vehicle like this? How can you not grin when you see this truck? 22,000. How can you not think about how this might fit into some fabulous display of some kind? Some parade, something. The 1911 Rio Model H pickup truck is truly a neat example. I'm at 22,000, now 23,000. That's 22,000, 23,000. I think of the things we've sold here, and I can tell you that this also belongs on the top 5, 23 and 24,000. There is a searchlight on this vehicle that Richard had searched and searched and searched for, and he found one and he accessorized it. Zoom in on the searchlight, folks, on this truck. There's a searchlight. Look at how it swivels. That is what the Bennetts were all about. They would take something and they would always add the cherry on top. How do I find the rarest accessory for this truck? How do I find the rarest or the best or whatever? That was the Bennett way, and this is the vehicle. Look at that searchlight. Now, if that doesn't add serious wow factor to this truck, I don't know what does. Swivel that searchlight around for them. 23,000 is all I'm bid, and surely that searchlight accounts for 5,000 of that. 23,000, 24,000. All I can say is this, I don't know who's bidding, but I appreciate the taste that you have. I appreciate what you're trying to achieve and the story that you are trying to tell, because the Bennetts told it for years and they told it through this truck, and now you will tell it. At 23,000, 24,000, hammer is in the air. Oh yes, 24, 25. That's right. 24, 25,000. It's your choice. 25, 27, 5. I think it's worth every drop. I do. 25, 27, 5. In fact, when I saw this for the first time, I had to do a double take. I said, is that thing, what is this? A Rio 1911 pickup truck. 25,000, 27, 5. It's the brass era stuff that people love. The shine in the brass. But this is so much more than that. It is so much more than that. Look at the way, I don't think Dr. Seuss could have done a better job of inventing something with such curb appeal. 27,500, 30,000 on this. At 27,500, 30,000. I like it too. It's a museum piece. That's why it was there. 27,500, 30,000, thank you, 32,500. Just imagine filling this with the product of your choice. That box is yearning for it. loaded up with old flour bags stuffed to the brim? Or what about barrels? All I can say is this thing oozes that wow factor that we all look for as collectors. It has all of that and more. At only $30,032.5. I don't know, but I am seeing value. A lot of it. $30,032.5. I always look for things that you just wouldn't see anywhere else. And why? Why does this hearken those thoughts? It's just a great, great early automobile, and I'm at $30,032.5. I do have to keep moving. $30,032.5. Are you ready to let it go? Because I know when it's parked in that location that you're thinking of, you're going to forget about that 30 or the 32 or whatever it came to, and you're going to focus on just what this thing adds in dimension to any room, collection, whatever. $30,032.5, a great piece is what it is. $30,032.5, a rare piece is what it is. $30,032.5, hammers in the air. I've got you in. Don't worry, you're in. $30,032.5. $30,032.5. One more poke. Ball's in your court. $30,032.5, fair warning. $30,032.5. Sold it right there, and thank you very much for that. Absolutely, well done. And then finally, we have the Rio vehicle. It is the Rio Model A touring car. Now, what makes this vehicle so great? The fact that it was purchased originally from a Canadian whose name I'm forgetting, but I'm going to get my whole binder. We have in our contents an entire binder of information on this car dating back all of the newspaper articles, all of the incredible information. This vehicle was cherished and owned by a family out of Bury, Quebec. You can see the description. I'm sure you've read the description. But George Gray is the one that took this car. He walked to Lansing, Michigan, where these beautiful cars were made. He walked there, and he went to get his brand new Rio Model A touring car. And the joke was that at that time, if you had a vehicle in your possession, not only were you a somebody, but you were driving something that was entirely unfamiliar to you because you were used to a horse and carriage. And in this case, Mr. George Gray had a little mishap on the way back from his trip to Lansing, Michigan to return to Quebec. He ended up hitting a curb. And at that time, the roads were rugged and rough, and there were no signs, no anything. And one of those wooden spoked rims that you see there has a repair. And that repair signifies the 2-day delay that this gentleman had returning to Canada with his newly purchased Rio. Now, you talk about a neat story on a neat car. This was the first automobile to drive down the main street of Sherbrooke, Quebec. The first one. Before that, it was all horses. The first vehicle. And you know what? It was funny. There was a fair in town, and he got back into town. They would not allow him to drive to the fair with this vehicle because they were afraid the animals would stampede. That's how foreign these things were. Can someone show how that Match Vesta operates? It's just a light little twist. You think it's a rad cap, don't you? You think it's a rad cap, but give that just a little gentle twist. That's where the matches are stored for the acetylene lamp. Can you twist that off? It's just pressure fit. You just have to be very gentle. What a neat vehicle. The Bennetts, get Justin. The Bennetts were very, very careful about how they accessorized all their vehicles. This was no exception. Folks, it's selling today. We've got the binder, we've got the history, and now at $35,000 asking $37,500, all we need is you. At $35,037, 35,037.5. One of the stars of the show. In fact, I would go as far as to say a very rare vehicle for sure at 35,037.5. The bent wood fenders from new make this vehicle very interesting. But what I thought was the neatest is the fact that you think that's a rad cap, don't you? Well, Justin is going to show you that that is in fact not a rad cap. It's in fact a cap that stores a book of matches. 35,000 is what I'm bid. 37.5. It's your turn at 37.5. 35,000. 37.5. This is a rare vehicle. At 35,000, 37.5, accessorized with the rarest headlamps, and you name it, it's there. At 35,000, 37.5, we've got the footage of it showing the match Vesta. 35,000, 37.5. At 35,000, 37.5, what do you say on this? All the history, the Canadian history that goes with it, it's all there. At 35,000, 37.5, that is so cool. See the cap off? Absolutely. At 35,000, 37.5, I don't know, but doesn't this have wow driven all over it? At 35,000, 37.5, it's your turn. We've got to run. At 35,000, it is selling at 35,000, 37.5, and it will sell at 35,000, 37.5. It's your turn. Bid or forever hold your peace at 35,000, 37.5. Fair warning, are we all in and done? At 35,000, 37.5, I'll put the hammer down and sell it. At 35,000, 37.5. Sold it right there. Thank you very much, folks. Well done. Absolutely. There we go. It's the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum, and it's all selling today at Miller & Miller Auctions. This one, the Anarco Motor Oil pint bottle here at $175,200, $175,200, $175,200. Fair warning, $175 now, two. Sold right there. 292.3, pardon me, is the Anarco Motor Oil pint bottle here, the rare pint, 175.2 and 225. Thank you, Tim. 225, 250 at 25 and 50 and 25 and 50 now 75 and 75, 250 now 75 and 250 now 75 and 250, 75, 300 at 300 at 300, 75, 3. Fair warning at 200, 75, 300, 200, 75, 300, 200, 75, 300, 200. 175 now 3. Sold 275. Moving along to 294. It's the Anarco Motor Oil quart bottle here at 150, 175 at 150, 175 and then 150 now 175. Is that all? Is that it? Is that over? At 150, 175, 200 at 200, 175, 2, 175, 2, 175, 2. Fair warning, 175, 200, 175, 2. Sold it right there. And then 295. 295. Here we are with the Anarco Motor Oil quart bottle here at 150, 175, 1.5, 175, 2, 225, and then 200, 225, and then 200, 225, at 225, 250, at 225, 250, at 225, and then 250, and 25 half, 25 half, 25 half. Fair warning, 225, 50. Sold right there. And then 296. Yes, the Red Indian, the McCall Frontenac pint bottle here at 450, 475, 500, 75, 500, 75, 500, 755. Fair warning at 475, 500, 75, 500, 475, 500, 475, 500, 475. Now 5. Sold it right there. 297. The McCall Frontenac pint bottle here at 425, 50, 425, 50 now 75, 75, 755, 755, 755, 75, 500, 550, 550 now at 500, 5.5 and then 500, 550 now at 500, 550. Fair warning at 600 with you. 556 at 5.5, 600. Fair warning, 5.5, 600, 5.5 now 6. Sold it right there, $5.50. Moving along to the Marble Lube. What do you have here? Yes, of course, the quart cans, $100, $125. $100, $125 on the pair, $100, $125, and then $100, $125. Fair warning, $100, $125, and then $125. Sold it right there, $2.99. Black Beauty Polarine 1 pound axle and 5 pound axle grease tins, $150, $175, $150, $175, and then $150. Now $175. Fair warning, $150. Is that all? $175. Sold it October 29th, folks. Keep it in mind. We are accepting your consignments. Lot 300, Imperial Motor Oil quart and 1 pound grease tins, $125, $150. Nice lot, $125, $150, $125, $150 on the pair. At $125, $150, $125 on this clean pair, $125, now $150. Sold it right there, $301. The BA Chevrolet Motor Oil gallon tin, yes, rough but rare, at $75.1, $75.1, $75.1. Fair warning, $75, $100, $75 now $1. Sold it $302. The Anarco pressure gun grease. This is the 5 pound tin at $75, $100, $75, $1 at $75, $100, $75, $100, $75, $100, $75, $1. Fair warning, $75 now $1. Very good. 303, moving along to some of these nice ones. This one, a nice big square Anarco. That's a rare tin. 5 gallon, $175, 2 at 2 at 2 at $175, 200 at 200. Thank you. Yes, $225 and then $250 at $225. I have it here. $250 at $25 and then $50 at $25 and then $25 half and $25 half. $225 and then half. Anyone else? $225, $250. Fair warning. Sold it to the absentee, $225. And then moving along, 304, the Super Test Super Duty 5 pound grease tin. What do you say on this one? $100, $125 at $100, $125, $150 at $125, $150 at $125, $150. This one, and of course the rare variant that comes next at $125, $150. A nice example at $125, $150. Is that all? $125, $150. Fair warning, $125, $150. Sold at $125. 305. Yes, this is the variant, $100, $125. On the other one, $125 and then $125. On the 5 pounder, $125, $150, $125, $150. What do you say? Nice early super test here. $125, $50 now, $75, $50 now, $75, $50 now, $75, $50 now, $75. Fair warning, $50 now, $75, $50 now, $75. Sold it right there. 306. Yes, the Anarco Lubster paddle sign here. Lubster paddle sign, a nice one, a really nice one here. Love it when these turn up, so scarce they are. $400, $25, $50, and $25, $50. $425, $50 now, $75. A buy, a bargain, $75, $5, $550 now, $550 now, $600 now, a rare one. $650, please, at $600 now, $650, $700, a great one. $750 at $750. These never turn up. $750, $850, $850, $900. They never turn up. $850, $900, $950 at $9, $9.5, and then $9, $9.5. What rarity at $900, $950. Fair warning, $1,000 at $950, $1,000 at $950, $1,000. Fair warning, $950 now $1, $950 now $1,000, $950 now $1. Sold it right there, $950, thank you. And then 307, yes, the Dominion Rubber 1922 calendar, $75.1 at $75.1 at $75, $100, $75, $100, $75, $100. Fair warning, $75 now $1, $75 now $1. Sold it. 308. Moving along, the garage operators flange sign there. $450, $475. It's your turn at $450, $475. Love it when these turn up. $450, $475. Your turn, your choice at $450, $475. What do you say? Is that all? $450, $475, last chance and final call. $450, $475, now $5 and took it. $550, $550, your turn. $500, $5.5, well worth every penny. $600, $5.5, $6, last chance, final call. $556. You are out now at $556, last chance and final call. $5.5, $600 now. Sold, 550. 309, White Rose Motor Oil sign. These are always great, aren't they? Single-sided tin, 1920s, as nice as you'd want to find. 1500, 1600, 15, 1600. Almost too good to be true, aren't they? 15, 1600, 15, 1600. Fair warning, 1500, 1600. Yes, 1700. Almost too good to be true. 16, 17, 17, 18. Now, your turn at 17, 1800. 17, 1800. At 1700, 1800. Love these signs. At 1700, 1800. 17, 1800. At 1700, 1800. Fair warning. At 1700, 1800. Last chance and final call at 1700, 1800, 17. Now, your turn, 1800. Sold 17, thank you. 3010, 310. This one, the nice tin tacker. Chevrolet tin tacker. Two of these have been known. One we sold in a previous sale. Second one's here today. 1200, 1300. 1200, 1300. It's a Canadian sign, tin tacker. 1200, 1300. Two of these are known. And one we sold previously. This is the second. 1200, 1300 on this little beauty here. 12, 1300, fresh to the market. 1200, 1300, 12, 1300. Now 1200, 1300. Fair warning, is that all? Are you certain? 1200, 1300. Last chance, final call. 12, 1300 now. Sold right there. Thank you. 311. Now this I thought was cool. Originally this surfaced at the Baden AMC dealer, if you can believe it, before it was AMC. One of the earliest gasoline flange signs we have ever seen here. This one is super cool. Hold on a sec here. I will be accepting bids in one moment. I have 1100, 1200, John. 1300 now. That is a rare sign. Took it with John Finley on the phone, 1400. Took it on the phone, 1500. 1600. 1700. Candace is in, and John, you are out at 16. The rarest of gasoline signs that we've ever seen here is the early flange. Candace, your phone bidder's in at 1600, 1700. At 1600, 1700. Fair warning then. At 1600, 1700. Last chance and final call. Thank you very much. 312, neat sign here from Walkerton, Ontario. This one, the Northern Crane, single-sided porcelain sign. What do you say on this? I have your 500, 550 now. That's a large sign. Can we get some footage of that? A nice big sign, single-sided porcelain, Canadian, rich cobalt. 600, 650. At 600, 650, a nice sign. 600, 650. At only 600, a nice sign, a good size of sign. 600, 650, 700, 750. 700, 750, 700, 750. Have you ever seen one? Neither have I. 800, 850. 800, 850. At 800 now, 850. What do you say? 800, 850. Pretty darn nice, isn't it? 800, 850. Fair warning. 800, 850. Last chance. Final call. Sold right there. Silvertown Goodrich Tires flange sign. That's lot 313. 750, 800. What a nice one, isn't it? 1930s. 800, 850. Double-sided as all flanges are. 800, 850 on this one, a great sign. Die cut. 800, 850, 900 now. 850 now, 9. It's your turn. I don't know about you, you just can't find this stuff. 850 now 900, 850 now 9. It's with you at 850 now 900. Fair warning, all in and all done. Is that it? 850 900. Last chance, final call. 850 900. 950 at the last minute. Aki, your bidder's in at 900, 950. At 9, 9.5 and a 9. 9.5 and a 9, 900 now 950. Fair warning, 9.5 now 900, 950. Last chance, final call. Sold. 314. This, the large Goodrich Silvertown's Tires sign. Condition is there. 1930s, single-sided porcelain. 1500, it's your turn. 1600, it's a great one. 1500, 1600. At 1600, that is a buy and that is a bargain. In the world of porcelain signs, you know it is. I'm only bid 1500, 1600, single-sided porcelain. You are buying condition. A big, long 58 inches on this one. 1500, 1600, a great one. Single-sided. 1500, 1600. At 15, 1600. At 15, yes, 16, now 17. You have to be 1700. 16, 17. Yes, 1800, thank you. 17, 1800, you are now in the lead. We have you in at 17, 1800. 17, 1800, is that all? At 1700, 1800, then fair warning, my gavel's up. 1700, 1800, 17, 18, now 1900. 1900, you're out. 1800, 1900, you are out. 1800, 1900, a bargain under the 2 level, I can tell you that. 1819, it's a bargain under 2. I can say that. 1800, 1900, 18, 1900, fair warning then. Is that it? Is that all? 1800, 1900, last chance, final call. 1800, asking 1900. Sold, thank you. 315. This I thought was a sweet little gem. Chevrolet dealer sign, a nice tiny little one. You can see the size is very, very appealing on this, right out of the 30s. What a great one. 20s, 30s, great one. 1600, 1700. Double-sided porcelain, 1600, 1700. 1600, 1700. What a sign, what a great sign. 17, 1800. At 17, 1800. Can't say I've ever seen one. 18, 1900. Not an early Chevrolet. 1800, 1900. 1900, 2000. Don't you love seeing things you've never seen before? Welcome to Miller & Miller Auctions. 2000, 2250. At 2000, 2250. That is great. Conditions there and it's rare. 2000, 2250. Feast your eyes on that porcelain. 2000, 22 and a half. At 2000, 2250 and 2000, 22 and a half. At 2000, 2250 and what do you say? At 2000, now 22 and a half and then 22 and a half and then 2000, 22 and a half and then final call. Last call. Fair warning. 2000, now 22 and a half and then 22 and a half and then 2250. Sold it right there, thank you. 316, it's the Packard car, rad dealer sign there, 32 and a half. 35, I took it, 37.50. At 35, 37.50. At 35, 37.50. 35, 37.50. Yes, and 4,000 then. 37.54. At 37.54, took it, 42.50. At 42.50, I took 4, 42.50 please, and 4,500. 42.50 and 4,500. 42.50, 45, thank you, and 42.50, 4,500. 42.50, 45, took it, 47.5, please. 47.5, 45, 47.5. Such a sign you never see. At 4,500, 47.5, 45, 47.5. It's up to you at 4,500, 47.5, 45, 47.5. It's the right sign, it's the right form, and it's Packard. What a dealer sign it truly is. At 4,500, 47.5, 4,500, 47.5. Are you sure? 4,500, 47.5. Last chance and final call, 4,500, 47.5. Just a little light on that one. 317. 317 is the iconic, is the fabulous Ford V8 dealer sign, double-sided porcelain sign here. Take a look at the tip of the sign where it converges at the V. That will tell you the story on this sign's life. Perfectly straight, never kissed by the sun, and only a tiny little P-point fleck that you'd have to look at. You'd have to have the sign off the ceiling to see it. Does it get any better in terms of investment grade Petroliana? Nowhere, never. Ford V8 dealer sign, it's a Canadian sign. Folks, I'm at 18,000, 19,000. 18,000, 19,000. Ford genuine parts. We have had one of these before. Not in this condition. Folks, these signs are so fragile. They're a P&M sign. They're so fragile. And here it is, die-cut, double-sided porcelain. The power in this sign is incredible. I've got 18,000 on the board, 19,000. I like folks that zero in on the key items in the sale. I can tell you the way this material is soaring in value, that at 18,000, 19,000 next year, it'll be up, and it'll be up the year after. In this condition, you cannot miss. I see that sign dangling from our ceiling over there, and I think, wow, it doesn't get any better in a sign. We get the odd gem in here at Miller & Miller, you know that. This is one of the gems in this sale. In fact, it is certainly one of the key signs, if not the key sign in this sale. 18,000 asking, 19,000 only. Everybody knows it. The Ford V8 guys know this as the Holy Grail. Thank you, 2,000, 20,000. The V8 guys know this as the Holy Grail. The sign collectors know this as the Holy Grail. It kind of hits on all levels. 2,000, 20,000, 21,000. It hits on all levels. Zero in on the 8 and the way that it's intersected by the V. I love the way that they designed this sign. Not every dealer got them either. What a sign it is. Bulletproof. No restoration. You have the Miller & Miller blessing on this sign. It will be better than what it looks like. 20,000, 21,000. You will be happier with this sign in person than what you're seeing right now. At 20,000, 21,000. You know those beautiful cobalt colors that they made in porcelain back then? Well, guess what? Here's a poster child for that beautiful cobalt porcelain. This sign is jewelry. If you collect the best of the best and you don't want something you have to apologize for, then asking 21,000 isn't such a stretch. I'm seeing signs sell for $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, and I'm thinking, we've got a few lessons to learn here in Canada, don't we? At $20,000, asking $21,000, someone is very astute. Someone is very safe. Someone is making an investment. What a sign it is. Double-sided, die-cut Ford V8. I get goosebumps thinking of what those words mean in sequence. You're buying the best. At $20,000, $21,000, that's where we're at on this sign. I can see it from here in the room, and I can tell you, how would you improve upon a piece of advertising? It's the right size, it's double-sided porcelain, it's vivid, it's wet, it's unrestored, and it's available. $20,000, $21,000. $20,000, $21,000. Money in the bank. That $20,000 next year is what, 17? Not in this sign, it isn't. $20,000, $21,000, I think you're safe. I think you're thinking, and I think you should take one more poke. At $20,000, $21,000, you will be nothing but happy with this sign. At $20,000, $21,000, it's Miller & Miller Auctions, Ford V8 dealer sign, double-sided porcelain. Just the way you want to find one of these. $20,000, $21,000, fair warning, $20,000, $21,000, are we done? Are we finished? $20,000, $21,000, $20,000, $21,000, $20,000, now $21,000, fair warning, last chance, final call. Thank you very much, very much. Miller & Miller, absolutely. Going to pass the gavel back to Justin.
Great sign, great buy. Excited to move along to lot number 318. Some great music boxes from the Horseless Carriage Museum in Fenelon Falls. Lot number 318, the Regina number 9 Rococo music box at $650, now $700. I've got a bid $650, then $700, bid $650, then $700 with that great Rococo case at $700. Thank you, 7.5. I'm at $700, then $7.5, at a bid $700, then $750. I've got $700, then $7.5, at a bid $700, then $750. $700, now $7.5, at a bid $700 on the Regina number 9 disc music box. $700, then $7.5. I'm at $700, then $7.5, at a bid $700, then $750. Got a bid $700, then $7.5, at a bid $700, then $750. Are we all done? At $700, then $7.5. Last chance and final call on the Regina, $750. Thank you, now $800. I'm at $7.5 and then $8. I got a bid $7.5 and then $8, at a bid $7.5 and then $8, at a bid $7.5 and then $800. $7.5 and then $800. I'm at $7.5 and then $8, at a bid $7.5, $800. Thank you, $8.5. Right back to you at $800 from LA. Now $8.5. I'm at $800, then $8.5. Still plenty of room to go on this Regina number 9 at $800, then $8.5. At a bit $800, then $8.5. The great sound, a quality machine. $850, $900, $850, then $900 from the turn of the century at $8.5 and then $9. I'm at $8.5 and then $9. At a bit $8.5 and then $9. At a bit $8.5 and then $9. At a bit $8.5 and then $900. I'm at $8.5 and then $9. At a bit $8.5 and then $900, then $950. At $900, then $950. I got a bit $9 and then $950, $9 and then $9.5. And I got a bit 9 and then 9.5 and then 1,000. And a bit 9.5 and then 1,000. And a bit 9.5 and then 1. And a bit 9.5 and then 1. And a bit 9.5 and then 1,000. 950 and 1,000. I'm at 9.5 and then 1. And a bit 9.5 and then 1. But is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today. Fair warning at 950 or 1,000 on the Regina number 9. Last chance and final call. All through and done. Sold it right there at $950 as we move right along to lot number 319. And what a beauty this is. It's the Regina number 50 Serpentine disc music box with the matching floor stand and a beautiful selection of discs. What a stunning, stunning machine here. A nice original untouched machine. Listen to that machine play. Bring you back to the turn of the century. Regina simply made the best, highest quality machines at the time. And I've had an advance bid here of $4,000, now $4,250. I'm at $4,000, then $42.5. I've got $4,000, then $42.5. I'm at $4,000, then $42.5. And a bit $4,000 here, then $42.50. I got a bit $4,000, then $42.5. And a bit $4,000, then $42.50. $42.50. I got a bit $4,000, then $42.5. And a bit $4,000, then $42.5. And a bit $4,000, then $42.50. On the Regina number 50 Serpentine disc music box at $4,000, now $42.5. I've got a bit $4,000, then $42.5. And a bit $4,000. 45, thank you. At 42.50, then 45, 45, you're out, 47.50. Right back to you on the phone, 45 and then 47.50. 45, 47.50, now 5,000. 5,000, thank you, now 5,500. 5 and then 55, and a bid 5 and then 55, you're out on the telephone. The bids with M&M at 5,000, now 5,500. I'm at 5,000, then 55 on the Regina. Number 50, you're hearing it right now. It's the Serpentine with the matched rare floor stand at 5,000. The telephone bidder is walking away, 5,000, 5,500. But we've got to move along. Last chance and final call at 5,000 or 5,500. All done. We'll move right along then to lot number 320. And lot 320 is the Polyphone number 104 coin-op disc music box. And what do we got here? Lot number 320, we're currently at 1,200, now 1,300. And 1,200, then 13, it'll be 1,200, then 13, it'll be 1,200, then 13, and 1,400. I'm at 13, then 14, it'll be 13, 1,400. 13 and then 14, it's coin-op, everybody. A coin-op machine, Swiss, circa 1895, 1,400, now 15, 14, now 15. Could you imagine the tavern that would have 15, thank you, 1,600, 15, then 1,600. I'm at 15, then 16, it'd been 15, then 1,600. These were money makers, ladies and gentlemen. 16, 1,700, 16, 17, now 1,800, 17, 18, and then 1,900. I'm at 18, 19, and then 2,000, 19, and then 2. I'd bid 19, and then 2, it'd been 19, and then 2, it'd been 19, and then 2. 1,900 is bid, now 2,000 on the coin-operated Polyphone number 104 disc music box. 1,900, now 2,000. One of the staples in the museum. Entertain people for hours with these disc music machines here. From the turn of the century, Victorian era, it operates on an old British penny. At 1,900, then 2,000. I'm at 19, and then 2, it'd have been 19, and then 2, it'd have been 19, and then 2, it'd have been 19, 2,000. 19 and then 2, and it's all with LA at 1,900, 2,000, but is that it? Is that all? Because we must move along. The last chance, and it's selling today at 19 or 2,000. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it right there at 1,900. Lot 321's up next. Another music machine. This one, the Minion Phone, camera phone, portable disc phonograph. Now they call these the camera phones due to their appearance and size. This one at 125, 225, thank you, 250. At 225 and the 2.5. I got a bit 225 and the 2.5, a bit 225 and 250. I'm at 225 and the 2.5, a bit 225 and then 2.5. Popular for their portability at 225 and the 250, 50, 50, 225 and the 2.5. At 250, 275. I got a bit 250, 275. The bids with M&M at 250. 275. I got a bit 250, 275 and 300. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, a bit 275 and then 3, a bit 275 and 300. I got a bit 275 and then 3, a bit 275 and then 3, a bit 275 and 3. Thank you, 325. Took it, yes, 325. I'm at 300, the 325. I got a bit 325 and 325, 350. Right back to you at 325 and the 350. Do you have 350? Because we got to run at 325 and 350. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 3 1/4 or 350. Fair warning. Sold it there, 325. Sold at 325. Got to get your bids in, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to move along at lot 322 now. Some nice cylinder music boxes. These great early Swiss machines are so fun to listen to. And this one is a beauty at 100, now 125. 100 then 125, a ratchet winder at 100 then 125, would have been 100 then 125. A nice assortment from the museum at 125 then 150. 150, thank you, 175. I got a bid 1.5 and then 175, and then 150, 175, and then 175. I got a bid 150, then 175, and then take it to 175, and then 150, 175. 150, 175, and 200. 175 and 200. 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 2, to bid 175 and then 2, all through and done. Fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it at 175, sold it at 175. Lot 323, it's a Swiss 9-bell music box. This one, what do you say? 150. Got it? Yes, 175. 175 and then 200. 175 and then 2 to go 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 200. I'm at 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 2. It's a large one at 175 and then 2. Got to bid 175 here, then 200 with the marquetry on the case. 175 and 2. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. All through and done. Sold Sold it at 175. Sold it at 175. Lot 324. It's a Swiss 12-tune cylinder music box. Plays 12 different tunes. And this one advanced to 1100, asking for 1200. I'm at 11, then 12, it'll be 11, then 12, it'll be 11, then 1200. I'm gonna be 11, then 12, it'll be 11, then 12, it'll be 11, then 12. I'm at 11, then 12, it'll be 11, then 12, it'll be 11, then 1200. 11, then 1200. I'm gonna be 11, then 12, it'll be 11, then 12, it'll be 11, then 12, but are we all done? Last chance and fair warning on 324. Hammers in the air. All through and done. Sold it right there for 1100. 1100. Moving along to lot number 325 from Mermod Frères. This one a 12-tune cylinder music box. It's Swiss, circa 1890. And how much started off? We're at 225. Thank you, 250. I'm at 225 and then 2.5. 225 and 2.5 and then 275. Thank you. 275 and then 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3, 300 then 325. 300 then 325 and get 300 then 325 and 300 then 325 and 300 325 and then 325 and then 325 and 350. 325 and then 350. 325 and then 3.5 and 325 and then 3.5. It brings you right back to the turn of the century. Victorian era music. 375 for your parlor. 350 asking 375. I'm at 350 then 375 and 350 375 and then 350 375 and then 375 and then 375 and 350 375. But we gotta run 375. Okay, 400. 375. I'll take it. Yes, 400. I'm at 375 and then 400. 375 on the 12-tune cylinder music box. A big one. 400. 425. 400. 425. Entertainment at its finest then and now. 400. 425 and then 450. 425 and then 4.5 and a bit 425 and then 450 50 50 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 450 50 50 425 and then 4.5 and a bit 425 and then 4.5. All through, all done. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold it there at 425. And here is the star of the Music Box show. It's lot number 326. The Paylor Grand Orchestral Cylinder Music Box. Literally, with all the bells and the whistles. What a stunning, stunning, magnificent piece. Look at the marquetry on the case. There's not one piece of this machine that isn't attractive to look at and amazing to listen to. What a stunner, circa 1890. It really is a magnificent piece, and we're so happy to sell it today from the Horseless Carriage Museum, a piece that they were particularly proud of, proud to show, and we're proud to have it today. We're at 42.5 and now 4,500, and that bids with LA at 42.5 and then 4,500. It's got all the bells and whistles at 4,250 then 45. I'm at 4,250 then 4,500. That bids with LA. 45, thank you, 47.5. At 4,500 then 47.5 and bid 45 and then 47.50. I'm at 45 and then 47.5 and bid 45 and then 47.5. I'm at 45 and then 47.5 and bid 45 and then 47.5. It's got an organ, a drum, a castanet, and bells. An outstanding case. Look at the rosewood, burled wood marquetry, mother of pearl. It simply has everything. When you look at these, there's very few that stack up to what this unit is. 4,750, 5,000, thank you, now 5,500. I'm at 5,000 then 5,500, and they so rarely turn up like this. The size, the quality from the Horseless Carriage Museum. 55, 6,000. I'm at 5,500 then 6,000. 6,000? I have 55, now 6,000, now 6,500. I'm at 6,000, then 65, I'd bid 6,000, then 65. Magnificent is not too strong a word. That's Mike Bryan's words, and he is absolutely right. It is magnificent. The center of attention in any parlor, any room, this Paylor Grand Orchestral at 6,000, now 6,500. I have 6,000 here, then 65, a bit of 6,000, then 6,500. 6,000, then 65, a bit 6,000, then 6,500. 6,000, then 65. I've never seen quality marquetry like I've seen on this case. It's simply stunning. 6,000, 6,500. 6,000, then 65, a bit 6,000, then 65, and 6,000, 6,500. I'm at 6,000, then 65, but are we all done there? Because we must move along. We must. 6,000, 6,500. Thank you. Now 7,000. Right back to you. 7,000. but we mustn't take long. 6,500, then 7,000, back to you at 7,500. 7,000, then 7,500. I'm at 7, then 75, I'm at 7, then 75, I'm at 7, then 75. I'm at 7,000 or 7,500. The bid now is with Miller & Miller Auctions Live. 7,000, 7,500 today. We are selling it, make no mistake. 7,500, now 8,000. 75 and then 8. I have 7,500, then 8,000, a bit 75 and then 8 on the Swiss Marvel, the Paillard Grand Orchestral. 7,500, now 8,000. I have 75 and then 8, a bit 75 and then 8. Thank you, 8,000. I'll take it. 8,500. Back to you at 8,500. 8,000 to 85. Just as exciting to look at, to marvel at, than it is to hear. When I heard this for the first time, I was simply in awe. It's amazing to hear one that has all the features that this one has when you're so used to hearing them with just the simple bells. At 8,000, now 8,500. I'm at 8,000, then 85, at 8,000, then 85, at 8,000, then 8,500. At 8,000, then 85, at 8,000, then 85, at 8,000, then 85. But I gotta run at 8,085. Do you have 8,500? Because I have 8,000. I need 85. I'm asking 85, but I've got to move along. We must move along. I'll have to sell it there if I can't have any further bidding. We've got 8,000, 8,500, all through, all done. Last chance and fair warning. Any further bids? Sold it right there. 8,000, well done, well bought, great piece. Lot number 327, getting back into some great advertising. The Regal Orange Soda Door Push sign at 275 and now 300. I'm at 275 and then 3, to 275 and then 3, to 275 and then 3, but all done at 275 and then 3, to 275 and then 3, and a fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold it there at 275. Lot number 328, a pair of match strikes from Pick-a-Back and Players Cigarettes. 200, now 225. And I get up at 200, then 225. The conditions there at 200, then 225, at 200, then 225, at 200 here, 225. Last chance and final call. Fair warning. Sold those. Sold those at 200. Moving on to 329. It's the Canada Dry Spur Door Push. Conditions there on this one, we're at only 300, asking 325. Thank you, 350, 325 and 350, 375. I'm at 350, 375 and the 375 and 350 here, 375. And a bit 350, 375 and a bit 350, 375 and 375 and the 375. But are we all done? At 350, 375 and fair warning. Last chance and final call on the Canada Dry Spur sign. 350, 375 all through and done. Sold it there. 350 gets it. At 330 coming up next is Tums, the antacid thermometer. Conditions there. It's single-sided tin. We're at just 100, asking 125. And I get a bit 1, then 125. And a bit 1, then 125. The conditions there. At 100, then 125. And a bit 1, then 125. I get a bit 1, then 125. But are we all done? At 100, then 125. And fair warning. Last chance and final call. Sold it there at 100, sold it at 100, lot 331, Suncrest Orange Thermometer. And this one, tin as well. At 4.5, we've been bid. 475 asking. I'm at 450, then 475, and then 475. At 450, 475, and then 475, and then 475. Tough to find Suncrest with their iconic bottle. We're at 450, 475 asking. And fair warning, we'll sell it today at 450, 475. Any further bids? Sold it there at 450, lot 332, the Kodak Cameras and Film Dealer sign. It's a double-sided hanger, and it's a beauty. From the collection of the late Jean-Marie Paradis at 350, 375 only. Now 400, asking 400, 375 we have, and then 4. I'm at 375 at the 4, to 375 at the 4, to 375 at the 4, and 375 at the 4, to 375 at the 4, to 375 at the 400. Is that it? Is that all on the Kodak dealer sign at 375 and then 4? Fair warning. Last chance and final call. 375, 4. Thank you. Now 425 at 400 at 425 at the 400 at the 425 and 450. Right back to you at 425 at the 450, 50, 50, 425 at the 450. I'm at 425 at the 450, 50, 50, 425 at the 450. All through and done. And fair warning. Last chance. Final call. Sold it at 425. Lot number 333. What a great graphic here with the native in the center. It's the Robson Seneca Hybrid Corn sign, single-sided tin from 1962 from the AN Sign Company. 375, now 400. I'm at 375 at the 4 to 375 at the 4 to 375 and then 400. Got 375 and then 4 to 375 at the 4 to 375 at the 444. I'm at 375 at the 4 to 375 at the 4 to 375 at the 400. But are we all done there at 375, 400? Last chance and final call, all through and done. 400, 425. I'm at 400, then 425, and then 425. And I got a bit 4, then 425, and then 425, and then 425. Fair warning. All through, all done. Sold it at 400, sold it at 400. 334. You gotta love these signs. It's the Ontario Wind Engine and Pump Toronto Windmills sign. How many signs do you see advertising windmills? Well, of course, this one is an early beauty here from McDonald Manufacturing Company. Gotta love them, gotta love them. 375, 400, got it, now 425, 425. I'm at 400, then 425, thank you, 450, 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5, 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. I got a bit 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. Are we all done there? At 425, 450, 475 and 500, 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 500. Got to try it again at 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 500. All through and done. Last chance and fair warning. 475 and 500 hammers in the air on the windmills sign. Sold it there at 475. Lot 335 is up next. A rare Stone Ginger Beer sign, and this one currently advanced to 1,300. We're at 1,300, asking 14. And I get up at 13, then 1,400. I'm at 13, then 14, and up at 13, then 1,400. 13 and then 14 on the Kuntz Stone Ginger Beer sign. We're at 13 and then 1,400. I've not seen one before. At 13, then 14, and up at 13, then 1,400. And 13, then 14, got up at 13, then 1,400. 13 and then 14, but are we all done? We will sell it today at 13, 1,400. Last chance and final call. Fair warning. Sold it at 1,300. Sold it at 1,300. Lot 336. An exciting broom and brush company from Waterloo store display stand. It's all cast iron embossed. The base, of course, marked Waterloo Broom and Brush Company, Waterloo, Ontario. 175. What a cool piece, and one you can actually use in your home. 175 and 200. I'm at 175 and then 200. 175 and then 2 to get 175 and then 2 to get 175 and then 200. I'm at 175 and then 2 to get 175 and then 2. Thank you, 200, then 225. Got it, then 250. 225 and then 2.5 you gotta be. I'm at 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 275. 250, then 275. I've already had it, now 275 you've gotta be. You have 250, 275 and 300. 275, there it is, now 300. I'm at 275 and then 3 to 275 and then 3 to 275 and then 3. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning. Last chance and final call on the Waterloo broom display. Sold it there at 275. Sold it at 275. 337 from James Patterson in Montreal. It's a bootmaker's thermometer at 175, 200. Advertising, early advertising here. It's screen wood at 175, now 200. I'm at 175 and the 2 to get 175 and the 2 to get 175, 200, then 225, of course. 200, then 225. I got to be 200, then 225. We got to be 225 and the 225. I'm at 200, then 225 and 200, then 225, and all through and done. Fair warning. Last chance, final call, all through, all done. Sold it there. Sold it there. Lot 338. The Honest Scrap Tobacco sign, an American single-sided porcelain beauty. This one has been professionally restored and looks absolutely great. And we're at 475, 500, an original tobacco sign, an iconic one at 475 and 500. 475 and then 500. I'm at 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and 475 and then 5 and all through. Are we all done at 475 or 500 on the Honest Scrap Tobacco sign? Last chance and final call. I sold it for $475. I sold it. And moving along, lot 339, the Bell Public Telephone flange sign. What a great, great sign here at $225 only, $250 asking at $250, $275. A clean one, $250, then $275, and then $275, and then $275, and then $275, and $300, $275, and now $3 I'm asking. I'm at $275 and then $3. Thank you, $325, $300, then $325. I got $300, then $325. I got $325 and now $350, $325 and then $3.50. Hard to find them this clean. Double-sided porcelain flange at $325 and then $3.50, $325 and then $350, $50, $50, $325 and then $3.50, $3.50 and now $375, $350, $75 and $50, $75 and $50, $75 and $350 now $75 and $75 and $400, $375 and the $400. That early cobalt blue porcelain, gotta love it. $375, $400. Is that it? Is that all? Because we've got to move along at $375 and $400. Fair warning on the Bell Telephone flange sign. Hammers in the air at $375 or $4.
Yep.
Thank you. $425, just under the gun. Give you one chance to answer back at $400, $425, $400, then $425, and then $425, and then $425, all through and done. Sold it at $400, sold it at $400. Moving along to lot number 340, that's $340. It's another Bell Public Telephone flange sign. This one a little bit earlier at $250, now $275. I'm at $250, then $275 and $300, $275 and $300. I'm at $275 and then $3, thank you, $325, $325 and $350, $325 and the $350. Again, the condition is there. $325, $350, $375, $350, then $375 and $375 and $375 and $375 and $375. I'm at $350, $375 and $375. Are we all done? $350, $375, and fair warning. Last chance, final call on this public telephone double-sided porcelain flange, all through $375, okay, $400, $400. You've got to be quick if you want it. $375 and $400. I'm at $375 at the $4, not $375 at the $4, fair warning. Sold it at $375. And moving along to lot number 341, another Bell Public Telephone flange sign. This one at $275 only. Now $300, okay, $325. That bids with LA at $300, $325, $300, $325. I'm at $300, the $325, and the $325, and the $325, and the $300, $325. I'm gonna bid $300, the $325, and take it to $325, and bid $300, the $325. But is that it? Is that all? Fair warning, $300, $325. Last chance and final call. All through, all done. Sold it right there, $300. Sold it at $300. Lot 342, a rare Canadian Pioneer feed sign, single-sided porcelain piece at $375 only, asking $400. I have $375, yes, now $400 you have to be. $375 and then $4, I'm at $375 at the $4, $375 at the $4, $375 at the $400. I'm at $375 at the $400. Marked General Steelwares at $375, and they made some great signs too. $375 and $400. $375 and then $4, $375 and then $4. Fair warning, all through and done. Hammers up, last chance and final call. Sold that one, $375, sold. Number 343, a nice Purity flower sign, another single-sided porcelain beauty. Look at the condition on this one. One of the beauties from the Horseless Carriage Museum. This one at $6.50, now $700. Great colors on this. Typically the Purity flower signs are fairly boring. This one's got a little bit more color, a little bit more going on. An earlier sign, $750, $800, $7.50 and then $8. A different version, $7.50 and then $8, and the conditions there. $750, $800, $750, $800, $800, $8.50. I'm at $800, then $8.50, at a bit $800, then $850, $800, then $8.50, at a bit $800, then $850, $50, $800, then $8.50. I got a bit $800, then $8.50. Are we all done? At $800, $8.50, at $800, $8.50, and all through. Last chance and fair warning. Hammers in the air, all through and done. Sold it there at $800. Sold, $800. Lot 344, the iconic Salata T box signs. You gotta love these die-cut porcelain beauties. Single-sided Canadian sign at $800, now $850. $800 then $8.50, at a bit $800 then $850, $800 then $8.50. I'm at $800 then $8.50, at a bit $800 then $850 on the box sign. Several different versions of these signs. This one, the early cobalt blue and white porcelain example. $800, $8.50. I'm at $800 then $8.50, at a bit $800 then $850, $800 then $8.50, and all through and done. Last chance, fair warning. Hammers in the air, $800, $850. Sold it there at $800, sold at $800. Another T-box sign from Salata, lot 345, 1930s. This one at only $250, $275. I'm at 2.5 and then 275 and 300. 275 and then 300. 300, thank you, 325. At 300, then 325 and 325 and 350. 325 and the 3.5. 325 and the 350, 50, 50, 325 and the 3.5. At 325 and the 350, 50, 50, 325 and the 3.5. Are we all done? At 325 and the 350, all done. Last chance. At 325, 350, fair warning. Hammers up. Sold it at 325. Sold it at 325. Lot number 346. A nice Canadian single-sided porcelain door kick sign. What a stunning sign this is. Iconic to say the least. I've taken 1,200 from now, 1,200 then 1,300. 1,200, yes, now 1,300. 12 and 13. Got a bid 12, then 1,300. 12 and 13. And 13, thank you, 1,400. 13 and then 1,400. I'm at 13 and then 1,400. The conditions there, a beauty. At 13 and then 1,400. 13 and then 14, and a bit 13, 1,400. I'm at 13 and then 14, and a bit 13, then 1,400. 13, thank you, 1,400. I'm asking 14. I've already got 13. You can be 1,400 at 13 and then 14, and a bit 13, 1,400. Is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today at 13 or 1,400. Any further bids on the iconic Coca-Cola door kick, beautiful porcelain, bright colors, 13, 1,400, last chance and final call. Sold it there at 13, 13 buys. Moving along to lot 347, a nice rare new home sewing machine company. It's a change tray, extremely rare piece here from the Canadian lithograph sign manufacturer HD Beach Company from Coshocton, Ohio at 150, 175. 175, thank you, 200. 175 and then 200. I have 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 200. I'm going to bid 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 2. Thank you, 200, then 225. 225 and 250. 225 and then 2.5. A rare tip tray at 225 and then 2.5. Or change tray at 225 and then 2.5. And a bid 225 and then 250, 50, 50, 225 and then 2.5. Are we all done? At 250, 275 and then 275 and then 275 and 300. 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and the 3 to 275 and the 3. Now 275 and the 3 and 3, now 325. 300 is bid, yes, now 325. I'm at 3, then 325. You got to be 325 if you want it. 325 and 350. 325 and then 3.5. It'll be 325 and 3.5 and 375. 375, you got to be quick. At 350, 375 and the 375 and 375 and 400. 375 and 400. 375 and 400. I'm at 375 and the 4, 375 and the 4, 375 and the 4, 375 and the 400, all through and done. Fair warning at 375, 400. Any further bids? Around the ring, hammers up, 375 or 4. Sold it at 375. Great buy, rare tray. Lot 348, another rare tray. This one, the small White Rock soda water serving tray. This one from the 1920s, single-sided lithograph tin at 125 and 150, more likely a change tray at that size, at 125, 150, 125 and 150. I'm at 125 and then 1.5, I bid 125 and then 150, 50, 50, 125 and then 1.5. I got to bid 125 and then 1.5, but is that it? Is that all? We'll sell it today at 125, 150, 150, thank you, 175. 150, now 175, I took it here. 150, 175, now 200. 175 and 200. 175 and 200. I'm at 175 and the 2, but we're all done. Last chance and fair warning, 175 or 2. Sold it at 175. Lot 349, the cool Coca-Cola Dixie cup holder. Painted wood here. Got a couple of cups to go along with it at 250, 275 only. At 250, the 275, and the 250, 275, and the 250, 275. I'm at 2.5 and the 275. I got 2.5 and the 275. But are we all done? Last chance and fair. Thank you. 300, then 325. You've got to beat 3. We had it already at 300, 325, and 300, 325. You got to be 325 if you want it. At 300, then 325, last chance, and okay, 325, 350, 325 and then 350, there you go, at 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 350, all through and done. Sold at 325. 350's up next. It's the Coca-Cola Salesman Sample Sandwich Plate here at 175, 250, thank you, 275. I'm at 2.5 and then 275 and then 2.5 and then 275 and 300. 2.5 and then 275 and 300. 275 and 300 from Wellsville, China in Wellsville, Ohio. It's stamped sample on the bottom, so you know it's exactly what it is. It's 275 and 300. I'm at 275 and then 3 on the Salesman Sample. 275 and then 3, 275 and then 3, but are we all done? At 275 or 350. fair warning, last chance and final call. Sold it at 275, sold, 275. And here's the rare lot number 351. It's the Coca-Cola McDonald's Sombrero, and it's Mexican. What an unusual piece here. Gilt metal at 75 only, now 100. 75 or 100. Little tray here, little sombrero tray. It's Coca-Cola and McDonald's. You get the crossover appeal, 75 and 1. I'm at 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1. But are we all done? At 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1. Fair warning. Last chance and final call at 75 or 100. Hammers in the air. Sold it at 75, sold it at 75. Lot number 352 is up next. The Copenhagen Snuff door push sign set. You're buying the in and outside versions. This set at 425 only, now 450. 425 and then 4.5. I got a bit 425 and then 4.5, now 500, then 550, 600, 550, 600. They're NOS at 550, 600. New old stock, 550, 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 6, at a bit 5.5 and then 6, at a bit 5.5 and 600. I'm at 5.5 and then 6, but are we all done? At 5.5 and then 6, fair warning. Hammers up, last chance and final. Thank you, 600, then 6.5. I took it, yes, now 6.5. I'm at 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 650. On the Copenhagen Snuff door push sign, you cannot fault the condition, no, because they've never been used. 600, then 6.5. I'm at 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 650, 50, 50, 600, then 6.5. Last chance and fair warning at 600 or 650. Sold them there, 600, 600, lot 353, a cute little 7-Up, the all-family drink sign here, single-sided tin over cardboard at, what do you say, 325? Okay, now 350, 325 and then 3.5, 1960 at 325 and then 3.5, at 325 and then 350, 50, 50, 325 and then 3.5. I'm at 325 and then 3.5, but are we all done? At 325 and then 350, 50, 50, all through, all done. Last chance and fair warning at 325 or 350. Sold them there, 325. Lot 354, the Pepsi Cola Say Pepsi Please, tin over cardboard, single-sided. It's at 250, asking 275. And I got up at 250, 275, now 300. 275 and then 300. 275 and then 3 to 275 and then 3 to 275 and then 3 to 275 and then 3, 3, 3. I'm at 275 and then 3, but are we all done? At 275 or 3, fair warning. Last chance and final call, 275 or 3. Sold it there at 275 and sold at 275. Moving along, 355, the Pepsi Cola door kick sign. This one's single-sided porcelain. It's a nice one from P&M. 1951 is the date. 550 we have, now 600. 550, then 6. One of these turn up for every 5 of the Cokes. 550, then 600. I'm at 550, then 6, at a bit 550, then 6, at a bit 550, then 6, at a bit 550, 600. 5.5 and then 6. Is that it? At 550, then 6, at a bit 550, then 6, at a bit 550, then 600. 550, 600. Last chance and fair warning. We will sell it today at 550 or 6. It's a nice one. 550, 600, fair warning. All through and done. Sold it there at 5.5. Moving along to lot number 356, the Coca-Cola lighted clock. Starting it off at 250, now 275. And I get a bit 250, 275, and then 275, and 250, 275. And I get a bit of 250, 50, 50, 75, and 75, and 250, 75. All through and done. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. 250, 275. Sold it right there at 2.5. Lot 357, the Borden's ice cream lighted sign featuring Elsie the cow here, a 1950s Canadian sign. 500, yes, now 5.5. I'm at 500, then 5.5, at a bit 500, then 550, 50, 55, 50, 600 now. We're at 550, now 600. 550, then 600. Oh, you match the absentee, so you got to be 600. At a bit 550, then 6, at a bit 600, now 6.5. I'm at 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 650, 50, 50, 600, then 6.5. I'm at 600, then 6.5, at a bit 600, then 6.5. But are we all done? At 600, then 650. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. 600, then 6.5. Thank you. Now 700. 6.5 and then 700. I'm at 6.5 and then 7 and a bit 6.5 and then 7 and a bit 6.5 and then 7 and a bit 6.5 and 700. Now 750. 700 then 750. Remember Elsie. 700 then 7.5. What an iconic logo. 700 then 750. At a bit 700 then 7.5. At a bit 700 then 7.5. But are we all done? At 700, then 7.5, last chance. Fair warning at 700, 750, 800. 750, 800. 750, then 8. I got a bit 800, then 8.5. You have 800? Thank you. 8.5. 800 then 8.5, and a bit 800 then 8.5, and a bit 800 then 850. Got a bit 800 then 8.5, and a bit 800 then 8.5. It's a lighted ice cream clock, everybody. 800 then 8.5. What a great piece. 800 then 8.5. All through and done. Last chance. Fair warning at 800, 850. Hammers up. Sold it right there at 800, sold it at 800. Lot number 358. It's the Sprite die cut store display. Nice piece here at just 25, 50, thank you, 75, 50, then 75, high, 50, then 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, 75, and then 50, and 75, and 50, 75, but is that it? Is that all? On this die-cut Sprite store display, 50, now 75, all through and done. Last chance and fair warning, hammers up. Sold it right there at 50. Moving along to lot number 359, it's the Michelin Bibendum statue. Brochure holder. A lot of people didn't know that's his name. The tire man is the Bibendum, and it's 7.5 we have on this one. 7.5 and now 800. Vacuum formed plastic. What a stunning piece. 800 then 8.5. 800 then 8.5, and a bit 800 then 850. I've got a bit 800 then 8.5, and a bit 800 then 8.5, and a bit 800 then 850. 800 now 8.5. I'm at 800 then 8.5, and a bit 800 then 8.5, and a bit 800 then 8.5. But is that it? Is that all? We're at 800 here. 8.5, do you have it? 800 then 8.5, last chance, fair warning, all through and all done. Sold it there at 800, sold it at 800. And moving along to lot number 360 from ESCO, it's their number 99 diving helmet air supply pump. We're currently advanced to 425, now 450. 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. 425 and then 4.5, and a bit 425 and then 4.5. You're already on, got it. 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. Are we all done? 450, 475 and 500. 475 and 500. We have 475 on, now 500. 500, thank you, 550. 500 then 5.5. Yep. 5.5 and now 600. 5.5 and then 600. The bid's on the telephone now at 5.5 and 600 on the diving helmet air supply pump. 550, 600, 550 on the phone, and now 6. And I got the bid 550, then 6, to the bid 550, then 6, to the bid 550, then 6, to the bid 550, then 600 all through at 550, 600. Last chance and fair warning, all through and done at 550, 600. You got it, 550. Moving right along, lot number 361, 361. It's the C.A. Dunham Company, Toronto steam gauge. Nice gauge here, 9.5-inch diameter at 75 and 100, just 75 and then 1. I got a bid 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1. I got a bid 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1, and 75 and then 1. But are we all done? On the Canadian steam gauge at 75-1, fair warning, last chance, final call to bid. 100 just under the gun, now 125. What a bargain here. Pay attention at 100, 125. And I got the bid 1, then 125, and then 100, 125. Got a bid 1, then 125, and then 125 all through. 100, 125, fair warning. Hammers up, last chance and final call. Sold it there at 100. Great buy. Great buy. 362. It's the 4-inch Morrison brass steam whistle. What a beauty here. This one at 550, asking 600 at 5.5 and then 600. 550, then 6 at a bid 550, then 6 at a bid 550, then 6 at a bid 550, then 6. You've got to love anything steam. 550, 600 at 550, 600, then 550, then 6, all through and done. From James Morrison, last chance to bid, final call on the 4-inch steam whistle. Sold it there at 5.5. Sold it at 5.5. Lot number 363, here's a piece of history. The Fenelon Falls Wakuta Steamboat letterbox here, dating back to the 1890s. Man, this thing could tell a story. 425, thank you, now 450. 425 and then 4.5. I got a bid 425 and then 450, 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 450. I'm at 425 on the Wakuta Steamboat letterbox, but are we all done there at 425 or 450? Fair warning. Last chance and final call, hammers up and coming down, all through and done. Sold it there at 425. Moving along to lot number 364, another lot here from the history of the Wakuta steamship. We've got a gauge and a whistle and a couple other pieces there, photographs to go along with it, tokens. What a nice little offering here. The history, again, the history, 375, 400. 375 and 400. Thank you. Now 425. 400 is bid. Now 425. 400's bid, then 425. Got a bid 400, then 425, and then 400, then 425, and then 425, and then 400, then 425. I'm at 400, then 425, and then 400, then 425. But are we all done? At 400, 425. Fair warning. Last chance and final call. We will sell this lot today at 425. Okay, now 450. Took it, yes. At 425 and then 4.5. I'm at 425 and then 450, 50, 50, 425 and then 4.5. 425 and then 450, 50, 50. Care to answer back? Last chance, we're selling it all right now at 425 or 450, all through and done. Fair warning, last chance. Sold it right there at 425. It's sold. And lot 365, man, this is cool. A Canadian inboard marine engine, a St. Lawrence engine company from Brockville, Ontario. It's the number 5210. This is a museum piece. Of course, it came from a museum. What a stunning, stunning thing to look at. At 800 only, 8.5. I'm at 800, 1,200 here, thank you, now 1,300. 12 and then 1,300. I got a bid 12 and then 13, thank you, 1,400. I'm at 13 and then 1,400. 13 and then 14 on the St. Lawrence inboard, 15, thank you, 1,600. 15, now 16 and 1,700. Right back to you at 16, now 1,700 on the St. Lawrence inboard. 16, 17, and a bid 16, then 17, and a bid 16, then 17. To find a marine engine like this, in this condition from this era, is truly something to behold. 1,600, now 17. I'm at 16, then 17, and a bit 16, then 1,700 on the St. Lawrence from Brockville, Ontario. Inboard marine engine at 16 and 1,700, 16 and then 17, and a bit 16, then 1,700. I'm at 16 and then 17, and a bit 16, then 17. Is that it? Is that all? 17, okay, now 1,800. Back to you at 1,800. 17 and then 1,800, 18 now 1,900, 18 and then 19, and I get a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, and 19. How bad do you want it? 18 and then 1,900. I'm at 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19. Canadian history, Canadian marine history at its finest. 19, okay, 2,000. No, I already have 19. You have to be 2,000. 19, 2,000. I'm at 19 and then 2. 19 and then 2. 2,000, okay, back to you at 2,250. 2,022 and a half. We got to run at 2,022 and a half, at a bit 2,022, 50, 50, 50, 2,022 and a half on the St. Lawrence Brockville marine engine. 2,022, 50. I'm at 2,022 and a half, at a bit 2,022 and a half, and then 22 and a half, and then 22 and a half, at a bit 2,000. Now 22 and a half, but we got to run 22 and a half, and now 25. 22 and a half, and then 2,500. 22 and a half and then 25, as neat to look at than it would be. Could you imagine firing this thing up? 2,500, then 27 and a half, 25 and then 27 and a half. Mechanically functioning this is at 2,500, then 27 and a half. Just to listen to it, you could charge money. 25 and then 27 and a half. I'm at 25 and then 27 and a half, at a bit 25 and then 2750, 2750. I'm at 2,500 already. Now 27 and a half, at a bit 25 and then 27 and a half. It's only money. This is history. At 25 and then 27 and a half, but we gotta run. At 25 and then 27 and a half. Last chance and fair warning on the St. Lawrence Marine engine at 25, 27 and a half. Fair warning, all through and done. Sold it there at 2,500. Moving right along to lot number 366. It's the Dyment stationary upright steam engine here from the Dyment Foundry Company in Barrie, Ontario. What a great, great looking piece. Again, professionally restored and mechanically functioning. These were used in their museum as display pieces. They were restored and they're ready to use, functioning. Thank you. 750, 800 on the telephone, now 8.5, right back to you. 800, then 8.5, and now 900. 8.5, and then 900. 900, then 950. 900, then 950, and 1,000. 950, then 1,000. I'd have been 950, then 1. I'd have been 950, then 1. I'd have been 950, then 1. You find parts and pieces for things like this, but to find something complete and functioning is a completely different animal. 1,000, then 1,100. I'm at 1,000, then 1,100, then 1,000, then 11, then 1,000, then 11, 11, then 12. I'm at 11, then 12, thank you, 13. 12, and then 1,300. I'm at 12, and then 13. 13 and 1400, 13 and then 1400, and a bit 13, then 14, and a bit 13, then 14, 14, 1500, 14, 1500. I'm at 14 and then 15, and a bit 14, and then 15, 15, 1600, 15, then 1600 on the Dimet stationary upright steam engine at 15, 16, 1700, 16, then 1700, 17 and then 1800, 17 and then 1800. I'm at 17 and then 18, and a bit 17 and then 18, and a bit 17 and then 18. Let's go at 17 and then 18, and a bit 18 and 19, 18 then 19, 18 then 19. 1,819. It's all with live auctioneers at 19, 2,000. I beg your pardon, M&M at 19, now 2,000. At 19, then 2. Bids coming in everywhere. 19, then 2. You got something for me? 19 and then 2,000.
Yep.
Thank you. Now 2250, 2,000, then 22 and a half. I'm at 2,000, then 2250, go 2250 to 2,000, then 22 and a half. 22 and a half, and then 2,500. I'm at 22 and a half, and then 25, and then 22 and a half, and then 25, and then 25, and then 25, and 22 and a half, and then 25. The bid currently sits with M&M at 2250. I'm asking 25. I'm at 2250, then 25, and 2250, then 25, and 2250, then 25, then 25, and then 25, and 2250, then 25. Is the telephone bidder out? 2250, then 25. I'm at 2250, then 25, 2250, 25. But is that it? Is that all? We will sell it today at 2250 or 2500, and I'm going to put the fair warning up on the board at 2250, then 25. Last chance, all through and all done at 2250, 2500, all through. Sold it right there at 22 and a half. Sold it at 22 and a half. And here's a great piece. This from a Creeder's popcorn vendor, a street vendor. Yep. It's the brass top sign, solid brass. What a great piece. The steam engine's coming up soon, I believe probably next. This one at 100 only, asking 125. I'm at 1 and then 125. Yep. It's a great part from the machine. 125, 150. I already took it here, now 175. It's all with LA. John, 175, do you want to be? 150, 175? I'm at 150, then 175. You got to be quick. At 150, then 175. Do they want it? 175. Took it, now 200. 175 and then 2. I'm going to bid 175 and then 2 to bid 175 and then 2 on the Creeder's popcorn solid brass top sign from the vendor at 175. Put this together with the steam engine that's coming up that we're so excited about at 175 and 200. Is that it? Is that all? Fair warning, last chance at 175 or 200. Hammers in the air, all through, all done. Sold it right there at 175. Lot 368, and here it is. It's the Creeder's #1 popcorn vendor steam engine. These became obsolete quickly, of course, with electric motors. This one, an excellent example. We've sold these before, but this is an exceptionally nice original steam engine. Nice small size, currently advanced to 9.5, asking 1,000. We have 9.5 here. Do you want to be 1,000 on the telephone?
Yep.
Thank you. Now 1,100. Now 1,100. I'm going to bid 1,000, then 11. Thank you, 1,200. Right back to you. And 11, then 1,200. 11, then 12, at 11, then 12, at 11, then 12, at 11, then 1,200. I'm at 11, then 12, 12, 13, and 12, and then 13, and 12, and then 13. The bids with M&M at 1,200, 13, 13, and then 1,400. I'm at 13, then 14, and a bit 13, then 14, and a bit 13, then 14, and a bit 13, then 1,400, 14, and 15. These aren't like your average steam engines. They were designed to generate attention, generate sales on top of the popcorn machine. 15, now 1,600, 15, then 1,600. Finished better than your average industrial steam engine. And the size to boot, it's the #1 at 15, now 1,600, 15, then 16. And I got the bid 15, then 1,600, 15, then 16, and a bid 15, 1,600. What's the telephone saying? 15, then 1,600. I got a bid 15, then 16, and a bid 15, then 16, and a bid 15, then 16 on the Creeder's #1. Outfit your popcorn machine with one of these, fire it up. They'll come crowding to you at 15, 1,600, 15, then 16, but are we all done? We will sell it today. I have 15, now 1,600 all through. Is that it? Is that all? I'm going to put the hammer in the air at 15, 1,600. Last chance and final call to bid at 15, 1,600. Sold it right there, 15, sold it at 15. Lot number 369's up next. It's the Firestone Tire Rack top sign at 150, 175. At 150, then 175, then 150, 175, then 175, then 150, 175. I'm going to bid 150, then 175. What are we all done? Last chance, and 150, 175 all through. Sold it right there at 150. Lot number 370. GM fan belts and radiator hoses rack sign. What a great sign here with that iconic Canadian GM logo with the maple leaf in the background. This one's single-sided tin, and the colors are great. At $425, now $450. $425 and then $4.5. I'm gonna bid $4.5 and then $475. $4.5 and then $475 and then $475 and then $475 and $450, $475. I'm gonna bid $450, $475 and then $475 and then $475 and then $450. Now $475, but is that it? Is that all? We're at $450, now $475 and $500. $475 and $500, they're out. At $475 and then $5 and $475 and then $5 and $475 and then $500. I've got $475 and then $500, then $550, $500, then $550, $500, then $5.5. I'm at $500, then $5.5, at a bid $500, then $550, $50, $50, $500, then $5.5. Are we all done? Last chance and fair warning, $500, $550. Sold it there at $500, sold it at $500. Lot 371's coming up next. And what do we got? The British American gas sign, this one at $300. Now, $325, BA gasoline at $300, $325. I'm gonna bid $300, the $325, the $325, the $300, go $325, but is that it? Is that all? At $300, $325, fair warning, last chance and final call at $300, $325. Sold it right there, sold it right there. Moving along, 372, it's a Valvoline motor oil sign. Great size on these, great colors too, that hunter green with the mustard yellow, gotta love it. 500 we have, now $5.5, 1952 at $500, $550, $500, $550, now $600, $550, $600. I'm at $5.5 and then 6 at a bit, $550, $600, $550, $600, $500, then $5.5 at a bit, $556, $556, $556. I'm at $550, $600 on the great Valvoline motor oil sign. It's a 30-inch diameter, a great size for a sign from 1952 at $550, $600. We'll sell it today. Last chance. It's double-sided, everybody. $550, $600, all through and all done. Fair warning. Sold it right there at $5.5. And lot 373. Another Valvoline motor oil sign, but look at the condition on this one. Unbelievable. Double-sided tin. 1952. We're at $9.5. Now 1,000, clearly never hung this one, at $9.5 and now 1,000. I'm at $950, then wanted to be $950, then wanted to be $950, then wanted to be $950, then 1,000. On the Valvoline motor oil sign, 1,000, took it here, yes, now 1,100. I'm at 1,000, bid 11, at a bid 1,000, then 11, at a bid 1,000, then 11, at a bid 1,000, then 11. The condition is unbelievable. Look at the shine, the gloss, at 1,000, then 1,100. At a bid 1,000, then 11, at a bid 1,000, then 11, at a bid 1,000, then 11, at a bid 1,000, then 11. Are we all done? At 1,000, then 11, all through. Fair warning. For those who like condition, here's one for you. 1,000, 1,100 all through, all done. Thank you. Now 1,200. Right back to you. 11, now 12. I have 11 already. Now 1,200. I'm at 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, at a bit 11, then 12, all through and all done. 11, then 1,200. Hammers up. Sold it right there at 1,100. Moving along. Love this one, 374, the Wakefield Castrol motor oil sign. It's a Canadian sign, believe it or not. Look at the deep colors on this double-sided porcelain rack sign. What a stunning, stunning example. 900, 9.5. Coming from the Horseless Carriage Museum. Few great pieces of advertising in their collection. 900, 9.5. I'm at 900, the 9.5, it'd be 900, the 950. 950 and 1,000. 950, then 1,000. Right back to you at 1,000. I'm at 9.5, and then 1, at a bit 9.5, and then 1,000 and 1,100. I'm at 1,000, then 11, at a bit 1,000, then 11, at a bit 1,000, then 11, at a bit 1,000, then 1,100 on the Wakefield Castrol motor oil sign. It's at 1,100 now. 12, 13. Right back to you. 12 and then 1,300. 13, okay. 1,400. 13, then 14, at a bit 13, 1,400. I'm at 13 and then 14, 14, 1,500. 14, then 1,500. 15, 1,600. 15, then 1,600. Can you get a better oil rack sign? Porcelain, double-sided, the colors, 16, 1,700, 16, then 17. I'm at 16, then 17, and a bit 16, 1,700, 16, then 17, 17, and then 1,800. I'm at 17, and then 18, and a bit 17, and then 18, and a bit 17, and then 1,800, 17, and then 1,800 on the Wakefield Castrol motor oil sign from the museum at 17, 18, 1,900, 18, and right back to you at 1,900. I'm at 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 1,900, 18, then 19, and a bit 18, then 19, but are we all done? 2,000? Okay, now 2,000. I'm asking 2,000. I have 19. 2,000. Head a bit 19. Go 2. It's easy. 2,000. Just click it. Click it twice. 19. Now 2,000. But are we all done? Last chance. Fair warning on the Wakefield Castrol motor oil sign. Hammers in the air. All through. All done. sold it right there at 1,900. I'm going to pass the gavel over to Ethan for lot number 375.
Thank you very much. Justin, good job. Here we go with the tail end of the sale here. 407 lots in this sale, and we're at 375. Please don't forget, October 29th is your next opportunity to consign a great sale of more advertising. It's the Miller & Miller advertising sale. And here we go with the vertical Castrol motor oil sign, 1,500, 1,600. At 15, 1,600, a 1957 sign at 16, 1,700, 16, 17, 1,800. Rare sign, 18, 1,900. Nice sign, 1,900, 2,000, 2,000, 1,900, now 2, and then 22 and a half, 2,000, 2,250, and 2,500, 22 and a half, and 2,500, 22 and a half, and 2,500, 22 and a half, and 25, 22 and a half, and 25, at 22 and a half, and 25. So prone to tipping, 22 and a half, and 25, 22 and a half, and 25. Fair warning, is that all? Is that it? Nice sign. Ready to let it go, 22 and a half, 2,500. Sold it right there. Thank you, folks. Appreciate the quick bidding as well. 276 is the Dominion Tires sign. Great curb appeal to this sign. It's actually a rare sign. Condition leaves something to be desired. 500, 5.5, 500, 5.5. Put it outside. 500, 5.5. At 500, 5.5. This hung on the outside of the Fenelon Falls Carriage Museum. 500, 5.5, and 500, 5.5, and 500, 5.5, and fair warning. 500, 5.5, and last chance final call. 500, then 5.5, and 5.5. Sold right there. 377. Ooh, yes, of course. This also was hanging in the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. A great example of this Goodyear Tires sign. Signed P&M. Ooh, what a sign it is. You can't fault this one for condition. 2,500, 2,750. At 25, 2,750. We just sold a tin lithograph sign for around the same money. This one, a porcelain sign, a great example of this sign. 2,500, 2,750. 2,500, 2,750. Worth every single ounce of that money at 2,500, 2,750, 2,500, 2,750 with the boot, 2,500, 2,750 at 2,500, 2,750. In that condition, I think you are doing very well. Does anybody else want in on this? 2,500, 2,750. Look it up, top to bottom. Look at the condition. You will not find a nicer sign than that. 2,500, 2,750 on the Canadian Goodyear vertical sign. 2,500, 2,750, and 25, 2,750, and 2,500, 2,750. Sold right there. Thank you. 378 is the next lot up for bid here. It is the double-sided Imperial 3-star dealer sign here. Take a look at the size. A great one. 1,400, 1,500, 14, 1,500. Zero in on the size. 1,400, 1,500. Manageable. 1,400, 1,500. At 27 by 40, it's the right size. 1,400, 1,500. 1,400, 1,500. What do you say? At 1,400, 1,500, it's in your court. It's your time. At 1,400, 1,500, fair warning. Hammers in the air. Is that it? 1,400, 1,500, 14. Now 1,500. Thank you very much. 379. Oh, yes, of course. The Super Test dealer sign here. Always, always a nice sign. This one, 4-footer dealer sign. It's a great one. Double-sided porcelain. 16,000 on the board, and then 17,000. 16, 17, 18,000 on this one. A great one, isn't it? Take a look. It's the early Maple Leaf logo. Later versions would go to lose much of that color and detail that this incredible and early example has. At 17,000, 18,000, you've got two sides of beauty here. At 17,000, 18,000, 17, 18,000 on the board. Folks, we're seeing these signs crawl by the day. You can't get your fist on any of them. Here's one for you. At 17,000, 18,000, it's the Super Test 4-footer. 17,000, 18,000, it is your turn. Take a close look at this one.
Do they come any nicer? 17,000, 18,000, pretty darn nice. At 17,000, 18,000, fair warning, I have you locked in at 17,000. 18,000, anybody else? Fair warning, 17,000, now 18,000, last chance, final call. Thank you, that's sold. Well done. Very nice, very nice. Little run of Red Indian right now. 380 is the next lot. It's the quart tin here at 425, and then 425, and then 425.50. You have to be 50. Can't take two bids at once. 25.50 now, 75, 75, 75, 50 now, 75, 50 now, 75. Fair warning. All in and done. 450 now, 407.5. 450 now, 407.5. Yes, now 5. Took it on the phone, 4755. 4755. 550 now, please.
550?
Fair warning.
Yep.
Yes, 600. 5.5 on the telephone, 600. 5.5, 650.
Keep it 650 done.
Fair warning.
Yep.
Yes, 700. 657. 650 on the telephone, 700. 6.5, 7. 650 now, 700, 750.
Keep it 750.
Fair warning. 700, 750. Yes, 800. 750 now, 8. 750 on the telephone, 800. Fair warning. 750, 850. Yes, 900. At 850 now, 9. On the telephone, 850 now, 900. The ball's in your court at 859. Fair warning. Hammers in the air at 850, 900. Last chance, final call on the telephone. At 850, 900, 850, now 900. Sold. Thank you.
7034. Yeah, yes.
381. Moving along with the Red Indian Aviation Motor Oil Quart tin. 350, 307.5. 350, 307.5. 350, 307.5. At 350, 375. Is that all? Is that in? Are we all in? Are we all done? At 350, 307.5, and then 350 now, 307.5, and then 350 now, 307.5, and then 350, 75. Last chance and call. 382. This is the McCall Brothers and Co. Coach Axle Grease Tin. Nice rare one there. 275, 300. At 275, 3. At 300, 325. You have to be 325 now, 50. At 25.50. Yes, you are in. You are in at 325 and then 350, 25.50. Rare tin at 325, 350. 325, 350. 325.50. Fair warning. 325.50. Last chance and call. 325, 350. Sold right there, 383. Ooh, yes, the 5-pound grease tin, also McCall Frontenac, 125, 150, 125, 150. Surely, 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 it's 125, 150, 125, 150. Deal of the day, and 175, 200 at 175.2. You have to be 200. You're out again at 200 at 175.2. It should be 5-pound grease tin, 175, 200. Is that all? 175, 200, 175, 200, 175, 2. Fair warning. It's a buy and a bargain. 175. Good for you. 384. McCall Brothers and Co. Motor Oil Can. 175, 2. 175, 2. 175, 2. This is rare. At 175.2 and early 175.2, 175.2, 1,225. Pre-Red Indian at 225 and then 225 and then 2225 and then 2225 at 200, 225. That's a deal. Wow. 225. Fair warning. Got to run. 225 and then 2225. 50 at 25. Your turn. 50 at 25. 50. Make it quick. Fair warning. Got to run. 25 half. 25 half. 25 now. 50. Sold it right there, 225. Click twice to bid, folks. 385 is coming up. Trottier, this is the Red Indian restaurant and gas station ephemera here. You're buying the entire lot. Look at the huge stack of napkins, 39 napkins. If you are joining us, if you remain with us at this point in the game, pay attention to what you're buying here. It's a little treasure trove from the Trottier service station and restaurant. There's a plate there. There's everything from this place, and it's all available for one bid. I'm only at 175, 200 on the phone, 25. 50.
It's back.
Fair warning.
250 right now.
All in and done, 75. 250 on the phone, 75, please. At 2.5 with John Finley on the telephone 3.
You're 3 now, Don? Yep.
Yes, 25. John, 70, 200, 325, 50 now, gents. 75. At 350, 75. John, it's all on you. 400s need to be 4. You're out again. 375, 4. At 375, 425. You're out again, John. 425, 50. You're out again.
Okay, 450.
Yep, he's in. 50, 75. I have a phone bidder in at 50, now 75.
We're in at 450, that's us.
75. 450 on the telephone, 75. John is in on the telephone for 450, 475. There's 39 napkins you could, anyway, 450, 475. 75, 500.
It's back to you at 500 now.
75, 5. And 550 then. John Finley is in on the telephone with his bidder at 500. 550 now. 550. 550. At 500, 550, 500, 5.5. Phone bidder is in. Phone bidder's in the lead. Phone bidder's winning. 500, 550. You are out. 600 now, please.
Yep.
Got it. 650. Fair warning. 650. Last chance and call. 600, 650. You're out. Very good. Well done. Telephone, 600. Thank you very much.
Okay, take care. Bye.
386. This is the Fisk Tire Boy statue. Ooh, yes. One of the great pieces in the sale. One of the great pieces in the sale. I have an absentee here of 900. So I need to be, I have 950 and now I need 1,000. It's your turn. 950, now 1,000. 950, now 1,000. 950, now 1,000. 9.5, now 1. 950, now 1,000. So I have 950, Miller & Miller Live. It's your turn at 1,000. This is the Fisk Tire Boy statue. Iconic. Where do you find them? 951. 951. Painted composite, 951. Fair warning. At 950, 1,000, 950, 1,000. Anyone else? All in and done. At 950, 1,000, 950, 1,000. Your turn. Sold it for 950. Thank you. And then we have the Super Test Wonder Gasoline Globe, single-sided, but original. 700, 750. At 700, 750. Yes, now 800, 758. I took it. Thank you. 800, 758. I have you in. Yes. At 750, now 8. 758. You are in. 758. I need 800. At 7.5, 800. 758. Now 850. 850. 850. 758. At 750, 800, Super Test Wonder. At 800, 850, is that all? Are we all in and done? My hammer's in the air. At 800, 850, 800, 850. Fair warning, last chance and call. 800 now, 850. Thank you. 388 Shell Gasoline Pump Globe. Here we go at 475, 500, right as rain, original at 475, 500, 475, 500. Don't be fooled. The repros sell for around this. 475, 5. Get one that holds its value. 500, 550. 500, 5.5. Should be At 500, 5.5. It's a nice one. 500, 550. The clamshell at 500, 5.5, and then 550, 500, 5.5. It should be. At 500, 5.5, gotta run. 500, 550, last chance, final call. 500, 550, yes, took it, 6. Don't lose this deal at 500, 6. Don't lose this deal. At 550, 600. At 5.5, 6. At 5.5, 6. Surely you can use it at 550, 6. Fair warning. 5.5, 600. 5.5, 600. 5.5. Now 600. Sold at 550. Thank you. 389. Gets better and better, doesn't it? As we lead up to the Red Indian globes. Oh yes, the White Rose gasoline pump globe. Again, a nice one here. Single reverse fired lens on this. 1600, 1700. Where do you find them? 1600, 1700. You are in at 1700 now with the Slate Boy. It's a great one. It is. At 1600, 1700, 1700, a great one. Remember the sign we sold? Here's the companion globe. 1600, 1700, same image. 1600, 1700. What was that, 22,000? 1600, 1700 on this beautiful globe here, ready to go. At 1600, 1700, it's up to you. 1700. My hammer's in the air. Are we all in and done? 1700, it's with you. 1700, last chance and final call. 1700, you are out, might I note. You have to be 1700, 17. Fair warning. Thank you, 1600, winner. 390, the pair of these fabulous globes here. Red Indian Cyclo gasoline pump globe. These were found together in Kitchener. They're from the 1920s in virtually new old stock condition. It does not get any better than this. These were found together years and years and years ago, and they are exactly what we say they are. Marathon in this case. What do you say on this? The Red Indian Cyclo gasoline pump globe. The pair should really stay together. It really should stay together. I have 5,500 asking 6,000. This is as good as it gets in Canadian Petroliana. We all know that. We all know that. These one-piece globes in Red Indian, it doesn't get any better than this. Believe me, it doesn't get any better than this. Seemingly new old stock. We question whether these have ever been on a pump. In fact, I would almost guarantee they have not. Found in a loft. 5,500, 6,000. They are exactly what we say they are. We guarantee it here. At 5,500, 6,000. 5,500, 6,000. The pair should stay together. They really should. At 5,500, 5750, put it on the board. 5,500, 5750. 5,500, 5750. 5,500, 5750. 55, I have 5750. It's your turn at 6,000. We have a taker at 5750, 6,000. I think it's worth every nickel. In fact, when I look at Rarity and early Canadian Petroliana, I think these two globes are the finest that we've ever handled here at Miller & Miller. At 5750, 6,000. 5750, and I have the 6. I do have the 6. 6250, thank you. 6,000, I have 6250 on the board. I can guarantee you one thing. There's one saying that keeps coming to mind: two heads are better than one. There is a pair of these globes, and I can tell you one thing. If you are successful in achieving this one, you should most certainly own the companion globe and put these on a double. Or just put them in a showcase side by side and just gaze into them. They are as good as it gets. How many of these have we seen when they're washed out, when they're chipped, when they're cracked, when they're restored? There is no such thing They are exactly what we say they are. You can buy these with confidence. 6,250, 6,500. You can buy these with confidence. I can tell you one thing. I will reveal one piece of information. These came from one of the founding members of the Canadian Service Station Memorabilia Association. Not sure if that makes you feel better, but all I can say is this. People that have been at this since the 1960s and 70s, scouring this stuff away, they find the odd thing. These are the kinds of things that they found back in the heyday. 6,750, 7,000, and it's amazing how they just quietly disappear back into the abyss. 6,750, 7,000. If you want bragging rights, buy the best. 7,072.50. So you're buying condition. You're buying one-piece milk glass globes with the original firing. 7,072.50. There are no apologies to be made for either one of these globes. The one that we have coming up, you're going to wet your pants, but this is the companion globe. 7,072.50. They were found together, and I hope they spend the rest of their lives together. These belong in the premier museum for Petroliana in Canada, bar none. They belong in a showcase. And for 7,072.50, I can tell you one thing. Throw away your GICs and take a look at this. There are no others. No other pair exists. Miller & Miller, here we are. September 10th, we're selling them. 7,072.50. At 7,072.50, and isn't it funny that the opportunity is here for only a fleeting moment, and then everybody talks? Well, I can tell you one thing. No mistakes are being made here. I have $7,000 on this globe, and I can tell you some of the signs that have come through this facility. When I look at the fragility and the rarity of something like this, I'm thinking to myself, where would I put my money? 7,072.50. And then brace yourself for the next one. 7,072.50. Ask around. See whether guys can find you one of these. Good luck. Join the wishing club. 7,072.50. Hammers in the, yes, thank you, 7,500. I wouldn't let this go. I really wouldn't. 7,250, 7,500. I would not let this go, because anybody that's been at this a day or two knows just how rare these globes are. 7,250, 7,500. We've been selling signs into the 20, 30,000 range. Signs that are far more common than these two globes, and you know it. How did these not end up on a pump, getting sun-bleached and broken? How? How did they end up safe and sound in 2022? No idea. No idea. In fact, these globes are about 100 years old. I can't wrap my head around it. 7,250, 7,500, 100-year-old globes, a pair of them, in the iconic Red Indian. 7,250, 7,500 is what I'm bid. And I have two astute collectors that are asking themselves, why? Why not? Why? Why not? Well, guess what? My hammer's in the air. I congratulate whoever the winner is. At 7,250, 7,500, doesn't get any better. 7,250, 75, is that all? Is that it? You will lose the deal. 7,750. You will lose out. You will watch somebody else pull up to the building, open their tailgate, get a very, very carefully selected box, and pack these things into the darkness of their own collection. Are you ready to let that happen? These are gems. They are. And it's a pair. And they're sisters. And they spent their lives together. $7,500, $7,750. I don't know, but you are out, unfortunately, right now, and it's making me nervous. $7,500, $7,750. Are you prepared to let this go? I could tap this gavel and the opportunity is gone. Poof. $7,500, $7,750, $75, $7,750. It's your choice. $7,500, $7,750. What do you say? You're thinking about it. We have to run close to the end here at $7,500, $7,750. Fair warning, I'm going to sell it. $7,500, $7,750. Sold, gone. Gonzo, thank you very much for that. Very good, absolutely. Now, of course, the globe that was found with it, and these were found together. They belong together, they should stay together. What a beauty this is. $15,000 on this one. It's the Red Indian Marathon gasoline pump globe. Iconic. Will the result of the last globe change the bidding on this? $15,000, $16,000. Again, found together, untouched, original. Vivid. No sun fade. Either side. $15,000, $16,000. $15,000, $16,000. This will be on the cover of some form of catalog, some form of book, some form of something. And whoever collects this, whoever buys it, whoever wins it, will get a phone call someday from someone writing a book, and they'll say, we want the rarest of all Canadian Petroliana, and we know you've got those two globes. Could we take a photo? That's how rare this is. $15,000, $16,000. At $15,000, $16,000. $15,000, $16,000. Some of these signs in the Petroliana world are selling into the millions now, as we've seen recently. We've got probably the rarest globe that we've ever seen. For $15,000, $16,000, doesn't seem like a pipe dream to me. $15,000, $16,000. It is your turn. Fair warning, try $15,500. $15,500. At $15,500, we will see what happens. Does that help you out? $15,000, $15,500. My hammer is in the air. I appreciate, we appreciate at Miller & Miller what you have done. The investment that you've made. It's a thrill to sell such things. And here we are at $15,000. Are you ready to let it go? Kiss it goodbye? $15,000, asking $15,500. Fair warning, last chance, final call. Sold it right there, thank you. $15,000, it is gone. Thank you very much for that, awesome. And we are gonna finish off the sale here with a few other lots. 392 Tydex motor oil, 1 gallon tins, 175, 100, pardon me, 75, 1 at 75, 100, 75, 100, 75, 100, 75, 1, fair warning, 75, 100, 75, now 1. Sold it. 393. We have the White Rose 1 gallon and 5 pound grease tins, 100, 125, fair warning. At 100, 125. At 100, 125, last chance, final call. These are the end of the day deals. Pay attention. 394. White Rose antifreeze, 5075. 5075. What do you say? 5075, fair warning. Sold it. 395. 395. The T. Eaton Bulldog antifreeze 1 gallon tin at 75.1, 75.100, 75.100, 75.1. Anybody else? That's a rare one. At 100, took it. 125, took it. 150 now. 125. That's a rare tin. Someone's going to scoop a deal. 150, 175. 150, 175, fair warning. 150, 175. Bet you haven't seen one. 175, 2. 175, 2. At 175, 200, 175, 200, 100, 225. At 225, it's a rare one. 200, 225, and then 225, and then 200. Now 225, and then 225, 50. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 225, 250. Last chance. Final call, 225, 250. Sold it right there. Thank you. 396, Houghton. What do you say on this one? Industrial motor oil, 5-gallon, 25, 50 now. At 25, 50 now. At 25, 50 now. Fair warning. Last chance. Final call. Sold it. 397, Wapiti Insurance Company, sign, nice one, 550, 600 now, 550, 600 now, fair warning, last chance, final call, 550, 600 on you, sold it. 397, 398, Ontario Provincial Police Detachment sign at 325, 350. It's on you. 325, 350. At 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. Now 754, 754, 425, and then 425, and then 425, and then 400, 425. Last chance and call. 425. Sold it right there. 3989, 399, CAA. Thought this one was nice. It's a die cut flange sign. 450, 475. Should be all day long. 450, 400, 75. Where do you find them? 400, 75. At 50 now, 75. 50 now, 75. Fair warning. At fair warning. At 450 now, 475, and then 450 now, 475, and then 450 now, 400, 75. Sold it right there, thank you. 400, 7 lots to go. The Esso multi-purpose grease tubes, 25, 50. Yes, now 75, 75. You're out. 75 at 75, and then 75, 1. NOS 75, 1. 75, 1. 75, 100. 75, 100. 75, 100. 75, 100. 75, and now 1. Sold it. 401. Esso Handy Oiler tins. Now, you are buying a cluster of those untouched NOS condition. 75, 100, 125, 100, 125, at 100, 125. Money to be made there. There's 5 of them at 100, 125, and then 125, and then 100, 125, and then 100, 125, and then 125. Sold it. 402, Esso barbecue lighter tins. Again, NOS, same batch of stuff, 75, 100. 75, 1. Nice clean pair of tins there at 75, 100, 75, 100, 75. Now 1. Sold it. 403, we move along to the motor oil quart tins there, 3 of them, nice condition, 150, 175, 150, 175, and then 150 now, 175. Sold it. 404. Yes, the motor oil quart tins. A nice, crisp, clean pair of those. 175, 2. At 175, 200, 175, 200, 175, 25, and then 225. At 225. Nice, clean pair. That's well worth it. At 225, and then 225, and then 225. Sold it right there. 405. Mobil oil, outboard motor oil, quart tins. Here we go on these ones. Nice, clean trio. 225 and then 250. Now 275, 375, 3. At 275, 325, and then 325. Yes, they're nice. At 325, and then 325, and then 325, and then 300. Now 325. Fair warning. Sold it right there. 406 is the White Rose outboard motor separator. Outboard and separator motor oil quart tins, 225, 225, 225. At 200 now, 225, and then 200, 225, and then fair warning. At 225, and then 200 now, 225, and then 200 now, 225. Sold at 200, and then 407. We are there at the final lot of the sale, I believe. It's the Irving outboard and chainsaw oil quart tins. 275, 300, 325. 325, it's a rare pair, 325, 350 at 25.50. Now 75, rare pair there at 350. Now 375, 350. Now 375, 400 at 375, 4. What do you say at 375, 4 on the pair, and 425 and 425, 400, 425 on this pair at 425 and then 425 and then 400. Now 425. 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. What do you say at 25, 50? Fair warning. 25, 50. Last chance and call. 25. Now 450. Sold it right there, folks. That's the sale of the Fenelon Falls Horseless Carriage Museum. Now, I don't know about you, but that was a ton of fun. Justin and I both enjoyed selling this material. We enjoyed having you. Everyone on the panel, thank you so much for helping, and please do not forget, October 29th is fast approaching. We are taking your consignments for the next advertising auction. Consign with us. Check it out on the web. Thank you so much for Miller & Miller Auctions. We appreciate your attendance.